Chapter 21:13. When the Dao platform activated, the figures of Xiao Chen, Yun Fei, and Nangong Feng turned hazy. As space changed, all they could see was a blurry seven-colored energy flow. That was space-time turbulence, and one couldn't touch it carelessly. Otherwise, one would get lost within. When his vision returned to normal, Xiao Chen found himself on an even larger platform. There were many other sovereign personages like Xiao Chen on the Dao platform. All of them had deep cultivations and a strong aura. A fearsome sharpness hid on their faces. All of them were peak sovereign personages. Some of them had cold expressions, while others had arrogant expressions. Most of them were like Xiao Chen, sizing up the other kings. Thinking about it, these people should be the 110 people who would be joining the Heaven Alliance this time. Who were the 4 heaven-defying human kings? Saber Demon Wu Meng, Grim Reaper Lin Feng, Sword Venerable Gongzi Lan, and Spear King Mou. Xiao Chen thought curiously in his heart. His gaze fell on a burly man with thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a face full of stubble. The bearded man carried an ancient dragon-toothed saber on his back. The saber's body was intertwined with canine teeth, and its shape was odd. It looked quite ferocious. It was as if he could turn into a ferocious beast at any time and wreak havoc everywhere. Saber Demon Wu Meng recalled the appearance that Lei Hao described to him. It seemed to be him. Saber Demon Wu Meng sensed Xiao Chen's gaze and grinned. However, when this face smiled, it really didn't look good. It looked even more frightening. Xiao Chen nodded slightly in response to her smile. So cold. All of a sudden, a shiver ran down his spine as a terrifying chill swept out in all directions. A cold-looking young man with a spear on his back appeared on the platform and scanned the platform. The coldness came from his gaze. It was the Spear Sovereign Mou. This person should have cultivated his Ice Dao domain to a certain level. Xiao Chen thought to himself, my Thunder Dao domain should not be able to defeat the other party. Hua! Before the shock from the Spear Sovereign Mou faded, a deathly intent spread across the platform. It caused one's entire body to feel uncomfortable and their hair to stand on end. They had no choice but to circulate their quintessence to disperse this deathly aura. Grim Reaper Lin Feng. Nangong Feng said in a deep voice. He frowned as he looked at the black-clothed youth on the Dao platform. You know him? Yun Fei asked in surprise. Nangong Feng nodded. In the first stage, I was placed in the same mystic realm as him. I was nearly eliminated by him. He is an invincible existence. To the people of our mystic realm, it's a nightmare. No one is willing to run into him. His Death Dao domain is too despairing. Death Dao domain. Derived from the Dao of Death, it was hundreds or even thousands of times more difficult to cultivate than the great Daos of wind, fire, thunder, and lightning. To be able to comprehend the Death Great Dao into a Dao domain, this person must have paid an extremely terrifying price. Cultivating this kind of dark martial arts could cause one to go berserk if they were not careful. It was best not to provoke this person. It could be seen that the examinees who came with Lin Feng all kept a distance from him, not daring to get close. When all the candidates had arrived, a huge silver warship appeared on the platform, its entire body shining with a cold luster. With a single glance, one could tell that it was a divine material. It was a special metal that had been forged through tens of thousands of processes. Everyone is here. The cabin door opened, and a middle-aged man dressed in green walked out. He was as handsome as a man from a painting. He glanced at the crowd and said softly. The azure-clad man had the same plum blossom symbol as Lord Shengguan embroidered on his chest, with 6 petals. The center of the flower looked like snow, and the petals were inlaid with golden threads. This exuded nobility and pride, looking extraordinary. Lord Mu, all the new members of the Heavenly Alliance are here, an old man responsible for welcoming the newcomers said respectfully after stepping forward. The azure-clad man nodded slightly and praised, not bad. The potential and strength of this batch of members far surpassed that of the previous batches. I'm afraid that there will not be so many peak sovereign personages joining the Heavenly Alliance for many years to come. In the entire martial epoch, there were more than 1 million sovereign personages in the Great Thousand Realms. Only 110 people were allowed to enter the Heavenly Alliance. With such strict standards, it would be strange if the remaining people were not strong. Good. Before you go to the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters, you will have to undergo a final test here to determine your ranking. Actually, this ranking is not very useful. It is only related to some rewards. Hence, I hope that you will not treat this as a fight to the death. Just stop when you are exchanging pointers. Otherwise, it will be my Heavenly Alliance's loss if you suffer any internal injuries or hidden injuries. Lord Mu looked at Xiao Chen and the other participants. After a pause, he continued, so, end this quickly and stop when you are done. There is no need to worry. I cannot make out your strength. Even if a victor is not decided, I will know who is stronger. When Xiao Chen and the others heard that, they felt stunned. Unexpectedly, the third stage would be so casual. However, when they thought about it, this made sense. The first and second stages were very cruel. Everyone felt very tense. If they were not careful, someone might really die. At that time, it would be the Heavenly Alliance's loss. Now, we will start fighting in pairs to determine the top 50. The top 10 with the total points of the first stage will advance to the final stage. This was a special treatment for the seated participants. The remaining 100 people would fight in pairs. As this was just exchanging pointers, everyone held back. The battles progressed very quickly. When one felt that they could not defeat their opponent, they decisively admitted defeat. There were cultivators who clearly could not defeat their opponents but wanted to drag things out. Lord Mu reprimanded them and declared them to be losers. Xiao Chen was pretty lucky. He won 2 rounds in a row and entered the top 20. This attracted many people's attention. Clearly, many people had heard that he was the youngest member in the history of the Heavenly Alliance. The 4 heaven-defying sovereign personages were Saber Demon Wu Meng, Grim Reaper Lin Feng, Sword Venerate Gongzi Lan, and Spear Sovereign Mou. Aside from them, the most well-known was the white-robed bladesman Xiao Chen. I really couldn't tell that he could make it into the top 20 at such a young age. He is rather capable. Incredible. However, this is not a true fight, after all. We cannot take it too seriously. As the discussions continued, the final round was about to begin. Xiao Chen and the other 9 participants would face the top 10 experts who advanced to the final round. The final round begins. Your final privilege is to choose your opponent. Whoever wins will enter the top 10 and proceed to the final competition. Lord Mu said softly as he looked at the top 10 participants of the first stage. Immediately, Xiao Chen and the other 9 felt somewhat nervous. They all hoped that the 4 heaven-defying sovereign personages would not choose them. The 4 heaven-defying sovereign personages were already publicly acknowledged as unrivaled among sovereign personages. The others could not be a match for them. Whoever was chosen by the 4 heaven-defying sovereign personages would lose for sure. They would not have any chance of entering the top 10. My opponent is him. Xiao Chen looked around. Unfortunately, the one who chose him was Sword Venerate Gongzi Lan, one of the 4 heaven-defying experts. While Xiao Chen felt somewhat disappointed, he quickly adjusted his state of mind. Xiao Chen showed a calm expression as he stepped forward and performed a cupped fist salute. Peach Blossom City's Xiao Chen, please give me some pointers. You can still remain so calm when facing me. This is truly shocking. Sword Venerate Gongzi Lan's handsome face exuded a righteous aura, giving off a feeling of righteousness and untainted by evil. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and did not deny it. He gestured with his hand and said, "Make your move, then." "As you wish." Clang. Gongzi Lan frowned slightly. Immediately, a sharp light appeared on his face. Like a treasure sword being unsheathed, it turned into a sharp sword move and launched itself at Xiao Chen. Ferocious, sharp, upright, and upright. This was a terrifying arrow that seemed to crush everything. This was Gongzilan's sword Dao, the king's sword Dao. Ding! Ding! Dang! Dang! In that instant, Shaochen moved as well. However, he did not move his feet. What moved was the saber intent in his heart and the saber moves in his entire body. The flawless saber Dao used the body as a saber, his hair as a saber, and his clothes as a saber. Shaochen's fine black hair and clothes fluttered. He clearly did not move, but his clothes fluttered along with his fluttering hair and fluttering clothes. His saber moves were like a vast army surging. When Gongzilan charged over, Shaochen drew his tyrant saber and clashed with the other party's upright sword move that contained the king's sword Dao. Dang! 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 The weapons clashed. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged more than 100 moves. Their figures crisscrossed, and afterimages filled the air. The saber and sword danced chaotically, creating a magnificent and chaotic mysterious phenomenon. Clearly, many people had not expected such a scene. To think that Shaochen could last so long against Gongzilan. Whoosh! After exchanging another 100 moves, the two of them separated from the mysterious phenomenon. There were already some sword wounds on Shaochen's body. However, there was a faint saber wound on Gongzilan's face. The two were evenly matched. Unexpectedly, there was no clear victor in this exchange. Lord Mu did not call for me to stop. It looks like he thinks that my sword Dao will have some difficulty defeating you. However, I have a method that can make you admit defeat now. Gongzilan sheathed his sword, and his lips curled up in a confident smile. Shaochen said calmly, "In that case, bring it out and let me see." Gongzilan smiled faintly and held two fingers together. Suddenly, a strand of sword light condensed at his fingertips. Whoosh! The instant the sword light appeared, Shaochen felt a piercing pain in his eyes. He felt some fear in his heart, so he quickly took a few steps back. Shaochen narrowed his eyes and looked carefully. He saw a leaping golden line in that sword light. Divine energy. This Gongzilan actually managed to cultivate a strand of divine energy as a sovereign personage, a divine energy that only divine Vein Realm's sovereign emperors could grasp. Shaochen smiled bitterly. There was indeed no need to continue fighting. Clearly, Gongzilan had already cultivated this strand of divine energy to perfection. Combined with Gongzilan's sword Dao, even if Shaochen took out the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram, he was not confident of blocking it. Whether Shaochen dared to block it or not was another question. Once he failed to block it, this sword light containing divine energy could instantly severely injure him. If it were a true fight, the best choice would be to leave quickly when the other party used divine energy. There was no need to gamble on the unknown. Gongzilan was indeed one of the four heaven-defying sovereign personages. To think that he managed to cultivate a strand of divine energy. This made Shaochen feel helpless. There was no need to continue. Shaochen smiled bitterly and shook his head. Then, he sheathed his saber and performed a cupped fist salute. I lost. Thank you for letting me win. Gongzilan smiled faintly and scattered the sword light. Then, he held up his sword and moved back. In the final ranking matches, Shaochen could only reach the top 20. His exact rank would depend on Lord Mu. Chapter 21:14. It was regrettable to lose, but that was all. Shaochen took his leave calmly. The defeated 10 did not need to continue fighting. Lord Mu, who had 7 plum blossom petals embroidered on his chest, would determine their ranking based on their performance. Yun Fei and Nangong Feng walked over. The two were not as good as Shaochen, unable to make it into the top 20. To think that he managed to cultivate a strand of divine energy. This Gongzilan is really a monster, Nangong Feng said somewhat aggrieved. After advancing to the divine vein realm, one's veritable essence energy would evolve into even stronger divine energy. In front of divine essence, true essence was just like paper paste. It was completely two different levels of things. There were not many opportunities. Xiao Chen thought that if he used his heart flame together with the god's shadow bow, he might have a chance. After all, this was not a true fight. While he had a soul tool, the other party might have won. This is simply like cheating. No wonder he is a heaven-defying sovereign personage. How despairing, Yun Fei sighed softly. The four heaven-defying sovereign personages, Grim Reaper Lin Feng, Saber Demon Wu Meng, Spear Sovereign Mou, and Sword Venerate Gongzi Lan, were not people to offend. If you had not run into Gongzi Lan, Xiao Chen, you might have made it into the top 10, Nangong Feng said objectively. At the same time, he wanted to console Xiao Chen, not wanting him to feel too depressed. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "It's fine. A defeat is a defeat. It does not matter whether I can make it into the top 10 or not. In any case, we will enter the Heavenly Alliance in the end. There will be opportunities in the future." Xiao Chen. Just at this moment, a figure walked over to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen looked carefully. It was Qionging. This was the first peak sovereign personage that Xiao Chen met in the Heavenly Alliance's first stage of the test, the Ink Sea Cluster's Qionging. To think that Qionging managed to make it out of the losers group and get to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen stepped forward with some pleasant surprise and said, unexpectedly, "You really made it." Qionging smiled and said, "I said it before. As long as there is a losers group, I will definitely climb out. I will set you as my goal and surpass you." Xiao Chen admired Qionging's character. This person came from the outer endless sea cluster, and it was not easy for him to reach where he was now. He had a tenacity and a drive that would never admit defeat. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "I'll wait for you. Let me introduce you. This is Yun Fei, my senior brother from the same sect. This is Nangong Feng, who is in the same exam area as me. He's Qionging from the Ink Sea Cluster. He's the first expert I met in the first stage." After a round of introductions, the few of them slowly became familiar with each other. Unknowingly, the topic shifted to the four heaven-defying experts. Qionging said in a deep voice, "These four fellows are all heaven-defying existences. However, the strongest is still Grim Reaper Lin Feng. He's simply too dazzling. Even the combined brilliance of everyone in our cohort is overshadowed by him. Wu Meng and Mou are about the same. Gongzi Lan is slightly inferior." "What do you mean?" Yun Fei asked. This Gongzi Lan managed to cultivate divine energy as a sovereign personage. Qionging explained, "This Gongzi Lan is definitely not weak. Even without divine energy, he would rank in the top 4, slightly stronger than us. However, he is only slightly stronger. He can be called a heaven-defying sovereign personage only because of his divine energy. He definitely did not cultivate this divine energy by himself. He must have had some fortuitous encounter, which allowed him to succeed in cultivating it by chance. When we reach the Sovereign Emperor realm, everyone will have divine energy. His advantage will no longer be obvious. However, the other three are different. Lin Feng relies on his Death Dao domain, Wu Meng on his Saber Dao, and Mou on his Spear. Once they reach the Sovereign Emperor realm, their advantage will strengthen further. Gongzi Lan's advantage will seem mediocre." Nangong Feng nodded and said, "That's true. However, it is hard to say if this Gongzi Lan has any other means." "Right." As the few conversed softly, the ranking battles ended in a rather peaceful atmosphere. After all, it was just an exchange of pointers. The atmosphere was still very friendly. Lord Mu started to call out names. When he called out someone, he would tell them their rank and give them a Heavenly Alliance medallion. Xiao Chen. Upon hearing his name, Xiao Chen stepped forward and performed a cupped fist salute to Lord Mu. The azure-clad man looked at Xiao Chen and sized him up. Then, he nodded slightly and said, "Not bad. You truly deserve to be the youngest person in the history of my Heavenly Alliance. I have long wanted to meet you. I heard that you even rejected Lord Swearin Ji's invitation. I am very curious. Can you tell me the answer?" Xiao Chen replied after some thought, "Freedom. Freedom. Lord Mu felt stunned. When the Heavenly Alliance was first established, it had been a very loose alliance. At that time, the Heavenly Alliance's cultivators were the freest, able to come and go as they pleased. The atmosphere of the alliance was also different from now. However, now, the atmosphere was already very different from before. Time would slowly change a person. Time would corrode the human heart. Under the baptism of time, the Heavenly Alliance slowly changed. Who could do anything about the passing of time? Lord Mu handed the Heavenly Alliance medallion to Xiao Chen. Then, he said softly, I ranked you 11th. If you had not run into Gongzi Lan, you would have been able to enter the top 10. You might even have been able to enter the top 5. The medallion contains the rewards for the 11th rank, as well as some uniforms and inherited Dao tools for the Heavenly Alliance's members. Thank you, Lord Mu. Xiao Chen put away the medallion and stepped back. Then, he fiddled with the medallion and found it to be rather heavy. There was a storage space inside the medallion. It seemed to be a secret treasure in itself. Due to the restrictions, Xiao Chen could not open the storage space. Then, he saw the others recognizing the medallion as their master. Xiao Chen did the same. A drop of essence blood came out of his fingertip and fell into the medallion. Immediately, the surface of the black medallion slowly melted like snow. The front of the medallion appeared. The 7 golden shards fit together perfectly, forming an ancient divine character. The background was an ancient bronze mirror burning with flames. The back of the medallion was smooth and exquisite, showing a vast snowy scene. An indistinct 8-petal plum blossom appeared in the snowy scene. However, only one of the 8 plum blossom petals lit up. The others appeared dim. Xiao Chen thought about the 7-petal plum blossom emblem on Lord Mu's chest. This might represent his rank. After injecting a strand of his soul into the medallion, this Heavenly Alliance medallion became perfectly bound to Xiao Chen. There were still some things in the storage space inside, including the ranking rewards. However, he did not have time to check them out now. Lord Mu said loudly, "Congratulations on officially becoming members of the Heavenly Alliance. Do you see the plum blossom on the back of the Heavenly Alliance medallion? Only 1 petal is lit up. What you need to do in the future is to contribute to the Heavenly Alliance by continuing to light up the petals. With every lit petal, your rank in the Heavenly Alliance will rise by 1 rank. Right now, you are still low-level members of the Heavenly Alliance. The authority and resources you have are very limited." Indeed, it was as Xiao Chen guessed. The plum blossom petals represented one's rank. As for the 7 golden shards and the ancient bronze mirror, Xiao Chen did not know what they meant. After giving some instructions, Lord Mu got everyone to board the silver warship to bring them to the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. After Xiao Chen boarded the warship, he was informed that there were limited rooms in the warship, requiring 4 people to a room. If there were no cultivators with better abilities, Lord Mu would randomly assign 4 people to a room. Coincidentally, Xiao Chen, Yun Fei, Nangong Feng, and Qiongning chose a room. After entering the warship's guest room, the 4, who originally thought that the space would not be large, were startled. The interior of the guest room was exquisitely decorated, looking gorgeous and elegant. Everything was perfect and pleasing to the eye. There were ancient paintings on the walls, furniture made of divine wood, and screens clearly the work of a great master. The precious spirit fruits on the plates on the table made one sigh at the wealth of this warship's master. This Lord Mu really has deep accumulations. Just the plate of spirit fruits on the table is probably worth millions of primeval heavenly pills, Yun Fei could not help praising as he casually picked up a spirit fruit and stuffed it into his mouth. The maidservant responsible for serving the 4 smiled faintly and said, "Everyone can enjoy these spirit fruits as they please. If you need more, you can summon this maidservant at any time. Milords can enjoy everything in the room at any time. There is no need to stand on ceremony. It will still be some time before we reach the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters." After the introductions, Xiao Chen nodded slightly and said, "You may withdraw first. We will call you again if there is anything." "All right." This maidservant will stand guard outside the door. If you have any instructions, I will come immediately. The maidservant smiled and bowed to take her leave. Her graceful figure appeared indistinctly as she bowed, inviting one's imagination. He really knows how to enjoy himself. My master is also a member of the Heavenly Alliance. However, he is one rank lower than this Lord Mu. It is just one rank, but the difference is like heaven and earth. No wonder master dreams of becoming a doyen. Nan Gongfeng sent off the pretty maidservant with his eyes, feeling somewhat reluctant to part. Yun Fei guffawed and said, Nan Gongfeng, unexpectedly, you have such tastes. He seems to have said that if you have any instructions, I can come immediately. Although the four of us share a room, if you need us, we can leave for a while. If you don't mind us watching, of course, that is fine as well. Scram! Nan Gongfeng said softly, hiding his embarrassment as he gave Yun Fei a look of disdain. Upon seeing Nan Gongfeng's embarrassed state, Xiao Chen and the others could not help laughing. Everyone, look! What did I discover? Qiu Ying searched the room and opened a secret room. To think that it was a cultivation room. The group quickly put down what they were doing and went in to take a look. They immediately sighed in amazement. This cultivation room had a peak spirit gathering formation under it. The ceiling was decorated with gemstones, forming a starry sky. When one blinked, it looked like a vast starry sky materialized into a beautiful painting. It was like one could pluck stars with a wave of one's hand. The lamp on the wall gave off a faint fragrance. Xiao Chen took a whiff of the fragrance. When one took a whiff, it stunned both the physical body and the soul. They felt comfortable and refreshed, instantly forgetting all their worries. The lamp oil should have an extraordinary origin. However, the group's knowledge was limited, so they did not know what it was made of. Nan Gongfeng stepped forward and carefully observed it. Then, he said, my master once said that there is a deep-sea gigantic beast, the cruel demon Xian Jing, in the bitter sea of the 7 great forbidden seas. The cruel demon Xian Jing has a kind of fragrance in its body that can be refined into the peak lamp oil in the world. Many large Buddhist temples use this kind of lamp oil. I suspect that the lamp oil in here is the one I mentioned. The bitter sea was one of the 7 great forbidden seas. It was a place where the 7 bitter sufferings of the world gathered: birth, aging, sickness, and death, resentment, separation from love, and unattainable desires. It was a vast and boundless sea of bitterness. It was filled with unknown dangers. If one was not careful, one would sink deep into it, unable to extricate themselves. Qiu Ying pointed to the primeval heavenly pills in the spirit-gathering formation. These primeval heavenly pills were much darker in color than the ones in everyone's hands. The spirituality of these primeval heavenly pills was nearly solid, visible to the naked eye. These are primeval heavenly pills refined from medial-grade spirit jades or superior-grade spirit jades. They are completely different from the primeval heavenly pills refined from inferior-grade spirit jades in our hands. Primeval heavenly pills were heavenly pills refined from inferior-grade spirit jades and superior-grade spirit jades. The primeval heavenly pills refined from inferior-grade spirit jades circulated in the central great realm, as medial-grade spirit jades and superior-grade spirit jades were much rarer in comparison. Yun Fei sighed, this Lord Mu is not simple. He is definitely not an ordinary doyen. Chapter 21:15. The extravagance of the worship's guest rooms shocked Xiao Chen's group of 4. This was truly extravagant. They felt like country bumpkins entering the city. Everything they saw shocked them for a long time. It looks like I really hope to stay in the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters longer. Staying in this guest room for a lifetime would not be a loss, Nan Gongfeng sighed. Indeed, this kind of cultivation environment was truly an eye-opener. This was at least 100 times better than Xiao Chen's cave in the Heaven Dragon Palace. Most importantly, he could use the resources in there as he pleased. Should we pour out some of this lamp oil? If we sell it in the future, it might fetch a sky-high price, Yun Fei said softly as he looked at the dreamy lamp oil. Xiao Chen said calmly, it is best not to. Right now, we feel that these are all precious treasures, worth cities. However, our horizons are too low. After we enter the Heavenly Alliance, we might not feel this way anymore. That's true. Oh, right. Have you seen the storage space in the Heavenly Alliance medallion? The things in there seem pretty good. Yunfei reminded them. With this reminder, Xiao Chen and the others remembered that they should take a look at the rewards in the Heavenly Alliance medallion. The group went to the table in the reception hall and sat down. Then, they took out the items in their medallion's storage space. There were not many things, but they were more or less the same. Since they did not advance to the top 10, their rewards were about the same. Xiao Chen's ranking reward was 10 million primeval heavenly pills, 9 medicinal pills for treating injuries with varying effects, and a jade bottle containing an unknown essence liquid. Aside from these rewards, there were the basic tools that everyone who joined the Heavenly Alliance received. Of the two books, one introduced the Heavenly Alliance's organizational structure and how to deal with specific matters, a book to help newcomers familiarize themselves with the Heavenly Alliance. Aside from the Heavenly Alliance, there were also detailed records of the other super factions. The other book was called the Myriad Item Register, an encyclopedia that introduced the various aspects of the martial epoch in detail. This included the origins of the martial epoch, historical records of the wars between righteous factions and demonic factions, many rare herbs, divine materials, ever-changing stars, and all sorts of strange things. Not bad. These two books can answer most of our questions. This is especially so for the Myriad Item Register, which is very helpful for broadening our horizons. Xiao Chen gave the two books a cursory look and became very engrossed, feeling very interested. Not only did the All Creation list introduce various resources, but it also explained various martial arts techniques, secret techniques, and cultivation methods. All of them were written by faux gods. It was not just for broadening one's horizons but was also helpful for cultivation. What's Essence Myriad Item Register? Everyone was rewarded with a bottle of liquefied elemental essence. Because of the ranking, the amount of liquefied elemental essence was somewhat different. Bai Yunfei opened the bottle cap and sniffed it. He did not feel anything and asked in confusion. Xiao Chen put down the Myriad Item Register in his hand and picked up the jade bottle. More accurately, it should be called Origin Liquid. The spirit jade origin is the source of the jade mine. If all of them were taken away, the jade mine would not dry up and new spirit jades would not be produced. Normally, they would only take a third of it before going down to retrieve it. They would have to wait for 1,000 or several thousand years before the spirit jade origin would recover. This unrefined primeval origin liquid can be perfectly absorbed by the physical body without any side effects. It has many wondrous uses. It can strengthen the physical body, convert bloodline energy, aid cultivation, and recover from severe injuries. Sovereign emperors can even use origin liquid to recover quickly when their divine energy runs dry. When Yunfei heard that, he quickly closed the bottle. Unexpectedly, the most valuable reward of the ranking battles was this origin liquid. This was a treasure that even sovereign emperors would treasure. It had many wondrous uses and could be said to be omnipotent. Although it has many uses, it is too comprehensive. It does not have any outstanding advantages, which can be considered a disadvantage. However, the most proper thing is that it has no side effects and does not require an alchemist to refine it. Xiao Chen smiled faintly as he continued. He had the most origin liquid. The others only had 5 kilograms, but he had more than 250 kilograms. How did you know? Yunfei and the other two asked out of curiosity. Xiao Chen pointed to the Myriad Item Register in his hand, smiling without saying anything. Also, what is this? Qiu asked in confusion as he put on a pair of black gloves. These gloves were very thin. After putting them on, he revealed half a finger. There were 7 pieces of metal imprinted on the back of the gloves, forming ancient divine characters. It was the same as the image on the front of the Heavenly Alliance medallion. However, there was no bronze mirror. This was not a reward but a tool that came with every new member of the Heavenly Alliance. There was no record of this in the myriad item register. When Xiao Qian put it on, he felt that it was strange as well. Nan Gongfeng smiled and said, "Let me tell you what this is. I guarantee that it will be an eye-opener." Soul energy fluctuations appeared on Nan Gongfeng's body, and the ancient divine characters on the back of the gloves flickered. In the next moment, silver liquid metal flowed out from Nan Gongfeng's wrist, looking incredibly mystical. Then, the liquid metal covered Nan Gongfeng's arm, forming gauntlets, wrist guards, and shoulder guards. Then, it continued to spread, covering the entire body, forming a set of silver battle armor shining with flowing light. The battle armor, shoulder guards, leg guards, arm guards, and combat boots, none of them were missing. Silver light flickered endlessly, forming a complete set. This greatly startled Xiao Qian. Be it the battle armor, shoulder guards, arm guards, or leg guards, they were all inherited Dao tools. This was a perfect set of battle armor formed by a complete set of inherited Dao tools. Not only that, but there was something even more shocking. The materials used to forge this battle armor seemed to be made of countless divine materials, somewhat similar to the materials of the warship they were currently on. Nan Gongfeng stood up. The silver battle armor covered his entire body, giving off a flowing light. Every part of the armor was connected to the Tao. Under the contrast of this divine battle armor, Nan Gongfeng looked very heroic, giving off an overwhelming aura. After Nan Gongfeng activated this set of mysterious battle armor, Xiao Qian, Yun Fei, and Qiuming felt a strong pressure. This, even with Xiao Qian's extraordinary mental state, he was still somewhat shocked. Not long ago, Xiao Qian had seen someone in the Divine Dragon Empire wearing a complete set of inherited Dao tools. But that was because he didn't know that not only was the quality of the individual parts incomparable, but the whole was also incomparable. After seeing Nan Gongfeng's battle armor and thinking back to the Golden Dragon race's Qin Outyan's battle armor, Xiao Qian felt like Nan Gongfeng came from the countryside. Who knew where he came from? Xiao Qian, now that I'm wearing this set of alloy battle armor, you have no chance of victory against me, Nan Gongfeng said confidently. Nan Gongfeng said confidently. This set of battle armor did indeed give off an extraordinary aura, shocking everyone. Xiao Qian did not deny it. This set of battle armor seemed much stronger than it looked on the surface. If they fought, victory would be hard to say. However, Nan Gongfeng's words were just a casual remark. He was not the only one with this set of battle armor. Xiao Qian, Yun Fei, and the others also had it. Alloy battle armor? Xiao Qian asked, feeling suspicious when he heard Nan Gongfeng mention it. That's right. It's the alloy battle armor. Nan Gongfeng smiled faintly and withdrew the battle armor. The silver battle armor immediately turned back into liquid metal and flowed back into his unremarkable black gloves. Seeing the others looking at him curiously, Nan Gongfeng smiled and continued explaining, the so-called alloy is made by mixing hundreds or even thousands or tens of thousands of divine materials in a precise ratio. Then, a grandmaster blacksmith would have to refine them. Only after tens or hundreds of years of continuous tempering can the final alloy be formed. In the martial epoch, divine materials were resources that could be called divine materials in the Great Thousand Realms. They were already considered peak materials and extremely valuable. Divine materials were the strongest metals that naturally existed in the Great Thousand Realms. There were only about 1,000 kinds of metals that could be called divine materials. Without exception, they were all extremely rare existences. Alloys were made by mixing these divine materials through a mysterious formula and tempering them for tens or hundreds of years. Furthermore, a grandmaster blacksmith was needed to guarantee a success rate. Then, the martial epoch's strongest metal would be formed. It was easy to imagine the terrifying effects of tens or hundreds of thousands of tempering. Among the 8 super factions, only the Heavenly Alliance was rich and had the most grandmaster blacksmiths. Of the 8 super factions, only the Heavenly Alliance, which was rich and had the most grandmaster blacksmiths, could forge the alloy battle armor on a large scale and provide every member of the organization with a set. In terms of accumulations, outstanding talents, and peak combat prowess, the Heavenly Alliance was weaker than the other super factions. Without the alloy battle armor, the Heavenly Alliance would not be able to compare to the other super factions. Otherwise, such a wealthy organization would have been destroyed long ago. After hearing Nan Gongfeng's introduction, the other three's horizons were indeed broadened. Alloy was already extremely precious, yet the Heavenly Alliance forged such a set of alloy battle armor for every member. A super faction truly lived up to its name. Now that they thought about it, the requirements to join the Heavenly Alliance were already so strict. Why did more than 1 million sovereign personages risk their lives to take the test? This was not without reason. The charm and attraction of a super faction were simply too great for a cultivator. I learned all this from my master, Sovereign Emperor Xinggu. He once showed me his alloy battle armor and told me a little about it. There is a total of 3 grades of alloy: Transcendent Alloy, Immortal Alloy, and Eternal Alloy. Each grade is split into 9 stars. If we make sufficient contributions to the Heavenly Alliance, we can collect divine materials to continue strengthening the Transcendent Alloy battle armor. Nan Gongfeng's explanation revealed the Heavenly Alliance's boundless charm, stirring up the imaginations of others. Xiaoqian activated his alloy battle armor. The silver armor, which shone with a flowing light, covered all the vital spots on his body. Xiaoqian's delicate appearance and silver battle armor complemented each other perfectly, making him look valiant and extraordinarily handsome. He was like an immortal soldier or immortal general walking out of a painting. Elegant, cold, proud, noble, extraordinary. Damn! Xiaoqian, you look like a completely different person when you wear this armor. Nan Gongfeng looked at Xiaoqian with some incredulity. This set of armor completely changed Xiaoqian's aura. His normally reserved sharpness, his extraordinary pride, and his hidden domineering aura were all displayed without a doubt. The 3 retreated. The pressure from Xiaoqian was much greater than after Nan Gongfeng put on the alloy battle armor. They quickly activated their own armors. Otherwise, they would not be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Xiaoqian. Xiaoqian smiled faintly at Nan Gongfeng's praise. Then, he carefully experienced the various mysteries of the alloy battle armor. Interesting. Every part is an inherited Dao tool. However, when put together, it is not messy at all. They are all lightning attributed inherited Dao tools that are perfectly compatible with me. The Heavenly Alliance's people are really thorough. With the help of this set of armor, the might of my Thunder Dao domain can increase by at least 30%. What was even more mysterious was that Xiaoqian discovered that his strength seemed to affect the alloy battle armor. For example, his physical body was the awakened blue dragon divine body. The alloy battle armor seemed to benefit from it, further strengthening its defense. Suddenly, inspiration flashed in Xiaoqian's mind. He figured something out. This set of alloy battle armor was a set of alloy battle armor. This set of alloy battle armor brought out the Thunder Great Dao not because it was lightning attributed in the first place. Instead, it sensed Xiaoqian's Thunder Dao domain and automatically turned it into the Thunder Great Dao. It was just like how the alloy battle armor's defense strengthened when it sensed Xiaoqian's blue dragon divine body. That was to say, Xiaoqian comprehended the Ice Dao domain. The Great Dao that the alloy battle armor brought out might be the Ice Dao. Yunfei and Qiangying discovered this as well. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. The blacksmith who forged this alloy battle armor was indeed a grandmaster. His blacksmithing skills had already reached a level that they could not comprehend. Chapter 21:16. Alloy Battle Armor. A complete set of inherited Dao tools forged from transcendent alloy, Xiaoqian thought. Its practical value already far surpasses that of some inferior grade soul tools. Fortunately, alloy battle armor was hard to forge. If the Heavenly Alliance gave its sovereign personages each a set of alloy battle armor, it would simply be unrivaled. Unifying the entire Great Thousand Realms would not be a problem. Xiao Qin took a look. After the gloves were activated, they turned from black to silver. The ancient divine characters formed by the 7 golden shards on the back of the gloves looked even more mysterious and extraordinary. Xiao Qin also saw similar divine characters on the Heavenly Alliance medallion. However, he did not know what they meant. Around the divine character were 9 stars that formed a circle around it. However, only 1 star was lit at this moment. This meant that this transcendent alloy battle armor was only 1 star. Just 1 star was already so strong. How strong would it be if it was fully lit? Xiao Qin felt anticipation. After entering the Heavenly Alliance, he would be able to wait and see. Dang! 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 While wearing the alloy battle armor, the 4 carefully exchanged moves in the room. Unfortunately, they were in the warship and could not fight without restraint. However, their excitement was indescribable. After the excitement, the 4 reluctantly took off the alloy battle armor. How strong! I really look forward to reaching the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. A super faction is truly unimaginable, Yun Fei said with an excited expression. Xiao Chen's state of mind had already calmed down. He was sitting quietly by the window, drinking a cup of tea and reading the mysterious book, List of All Things. Outside the window was the starry heavens. Countless stars stretched out as far as the eye could see. Through the window, one could see the sea of stars, admiring the countless wonders of the starry heavens. It had to be said that living in this warship was truly a delightful thing. One could eat precious spirit fruits at any time. One could admire the boundless starry heavens outside the window. If one wanted to cultivate, one could use the peak spirit gathering formation and casually consume primeval heavenly pills made from medial-grade spirit jades. For example, Nangong Feng would even call in the pretty maidservants outside to tease them. There were all sorts of furniture in the room. There were casually placed decorations, exquisite screens, and paintings hanging on the walls. Just any one of them would make one ponder for a long time. They were all ancient artifacts, all extraordinary. Occasionally, the 4 of them would drink tea and chat, exploring martial techniques with each other. They were never bored. He also heard from the maid that there was a tavern inside the warship. If one wanted to drink, they could go there at any time. However, the tavern would charge a fee. In the dark, gloomy, and empty universe, this super battleship made entirely of immortal alloy. In the starry sky, he flew like a phantom of flowing light. It looked as if he was constantly leaping and jumping, walking on the edge of space. If the transcendent alloy battle armor that Xiao Chen and the others were wearing was already priceless, then the value of this warship made of immortal alloy was so horrifying that Xiao Chen and the others did not dare to imagine it. It could only be said that the more he learned, the more he found the owner of this warship, Lord Mu, to be unfathomable. At this moment, in a room filled with colorful lights inside the battleship, Lord Mu was meditating with his eyes closed. In the next moment, he opened his eyes and said calmly, "Come in." Xiao. Without a sound, a gray-robed old man appeared in the room filled with 7-colored light. The old man said respectfully, "Lord Mu, according to your instructions, I have personally looked through the information on these 110 people. I found something interesting." "Oh, tell me about it." Lord Mu raised his eyebrows and asked with interest. He was just following the usual procedure and checking the new member's identity again. Usually, there wouldn't be too much of a problem after going through the examination of the various examination areas. There's nothing special about the others, but there are 2 people worth mentioning. Which 2? Grim Reaper Lin Feng, and the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's follower, Xiao Chen. Lord Mu raised his eyebrows and said in a low voice, "Tell me. This Lin Feng is a flood dragon human. 200 years ago, he was a genius disciple of the underworld god Hall. Someone made an exception and accepted him. He was a true genius disciple, and the underworld god Hall thought very highly of him. We spent a lot of resources to nurture him. Someone once said that he might become a sovereign emperor before the age of 100. Lord Mu frowned slightly. The underworld god Hall was one of the righteous path's mortal enemies. It was established by the netherworld's strongest race, the Azura race. Historically, the underworld god Hall had once ruled the abyssal underworld, dealing a catastrophic blow to the human cultivators of the Great Thousand Realms. During the previous Great War between the righteous and demonic factions, the Black Dragon King started it after he ruled the 9 layers of the abyssal underworld. After that, the entire martial epoch was nearly destroyed in that Great War. The world tree broke, the heavenly realm collapsed, and order fell into chaos. To think that Lin Feng was once an underworld god Hall disciple and a flood dragon human. Such a person should not have been allowed to participate in the test. Continue. Lord Mu's interest was completely piqued. The old man nodded and said, however, 100 years ago, he suddenly betrayed the underworld god Hall and killed more than 100 underworld god Hall elders. Then, he crippled his demonic Dao cultivation, aside from his death Dao domain. His cultivation fell from Sovereign Emperor to Cloud Sea Star Venerate. Is there a reason for this? Yes. Rumor has it that his lover had an extreme mean body and caught the eye of the underworld god Hall's Vice Hall Master. For the sake of currying favor with that Vice Hall Master, his master sent his lover away behind his back, completely underestimating Lin Feng's love. After that, such a tragedy happened. Before he left the abyssal underworld, he swore 1,000 cycles of reincarnation oath to the Azura Blood Sea. If he did not destroy the underworld god Hall, he would turn his soul into a malicious spirit, never to reincarnate, wandering the Blood Sea. Even if he died, he wanted to see the underworld god Hall destroyed. After the grey-clad old man finished speaking, Lord Mu's expression turned grave. This oath was extraordinarily heavy. It was no wonder that the assessment area he was in did not suspect his identity. The person who swore such a heavy oath had an irreconcilable relationship with the underworld god Hall. He would rather give up on reincarnation and turn into a malicious spirit to see the underworld god Hall destroyed. This is a troublesome character. Such a person has too much resentment. He might fall into the demonic Tao at any time. This is a double-edged sword. There should be people in the Heavenly Alliance who like such a character. They are good at killing. Lord Mu smiled self-mockingly. After some thought, he said, let's talk about Xiao Chen. I'm very curious. Would there be any problems with the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's disciple? Based on Lord Mu's tone, he seemed to be old friends with the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor and had a pretty good relationship. Clearly, the grey-clad old man knew this. He hesitated before saying, that is not a problem. However, in truth, he might be even more problematic than the one above. Oh. What do you mean? This Lin Feng was a flood dragon human who once joined the underworld god Hall. If he was not careful, he might fall into the demonic Tao. Could Xiao Chen's problem be greater than his? Lord Mu expressed his confusion. It's a long story. He is a demonic genius of the Divine Dragon Empire. He has shown his brilliance long ago and is extremely famous among the mixed-blood dragons. However, during the competition between the 7 outer palaces, Ancestor Dragon City's elders suspected that there was a problem with his bloodline. Then, he refused to accept it and refused to test his bloodline. He disobeyed the elders and used the Supreme Dragon Fist to defeat the Golden Dragon race's Qin Mu's Emperor Dragon Fist. Supreme Dragon Fist? Yes, that is the Supreme Dragon Fist. That is the Supreme Dragon Fist created by that strange genius of the Divine Dragon Empire, the Heaven Dragon Cultivator who once shook up the entire Great Thousand Realms. When Lord Mu heard this, he guessed the ending. The Supreme Dragon Fist defeated the Golden Dragon race's Emperor Dragon Fist. It would be strange if the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor could remain calm. Back then, that Heaven Dragon Cultivator nearly scared him to death. Now, how could there be another person who successfully practiced the Supreme Dragon Fist? As a member of the dragon race, how could he leave behind future trouble? Lord Mu also understood what the grey-robed elder was talking about. The Bushin Palace behind the 8 great empires was a righteous Dao faction like the Heavenly Alliance in name. Although they fought intensely, they were on the same side. If the purple gold dragon emperor used the Bushan Palace's name to ask for Lin Feng, things would be difficult. No matter what happened to Lin Feng, the underworld god hall would not dare to come to the Heavenly Alliance to ask for Lin Feng. At that time, if the purple gold dragon emperor heard that the Heavenly Alliance had sent its youngest member in history and learned that it was Xiao Qian, he would definitely not be able to remain calm. "My lord, what do you think?" Lord Mu raised his eyebrows and smiled faintly. "What do I think? Do you think I fear the purple gold dragon emperor? If the old ancestor of the golden dragon bloodline comes, I definitely cannot block him. However, he can forget about it. Even if he cannot sit still, he has to. I, Mu Qing, will protect this Xiao Qian." Chapter 21:17. Hence, one had to break the mundane. However, the fourth move's name was in the mortal realm, which contained profound Buddhist principles. In the current martial epoch, one could only cultivate to faux god at most. One could no longer cultivate to true god. The seemingly simple Buddhist gatha actually contained all sorts of methods. After comprehending it, one would be able to comprehend the true meaning of this move. Even with the immortal alloy warship speed, the group traveled only half the distance after traveling for 1 month. 2 months later, Nangong Feng said joyfully when he entered the room. Soon, 1 month had passed. Xiao Qian and the others were informed that they had traveled only half the distance. They saw a vast and boundless continent hovering in the dreamy starry heavens in the distance. The golden continent stretched endlessly into the starry heavens. The vast scene that Xiao Qian and the others saw was just the tip of the iceberg for the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. Time passed slowly. As Xiao Qian worked on his saber technique, the immortal alloy warship approached the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. The surroundings were densely packed with people moving around the huge cauldron, continuously transporting all sorts of materials. Then, more than 1,000 blacksmiths executed hand seals together, using the astral flame to forge secret treasures. Fortunately, Xiao Qian and the others were in their cultivation rooms, unaffected. Xiao Qian's talent and comprehension ability were worth the Heavenly Alliance protecting. Since Lord Mu already made up his mind, there was no need to say anything more. However, after thinking about it, Xiao Qian did not think much of it. Given his current strength, if he used his full power, he would be incredibly huge. There were huge cauldrons more than 30 kilometers tall. Occasionally, lights flickered on this incredibly vast golden continent. The many Grand Master-level alchemists and blacksmiths of the Heavenly Alliance worked anxiously. However, Xiao Qian did not find this too boring. He had already finished practicing the first 3 moves of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. He could make use of this time to study the middle 3 moves, in the mortal realm, 3 life flower, and colorless killing. The ceiling of the Great Hall was 10 kilometers tall. Complicated and profound formations covered it. Just looking at them made one dizzy. After some thought, Lord Mu said, "Find a time to let this grim reaper Lin Feng meet me. I want to test him." There were millions of medicinal cauldrons and artifact cauldrons. The immortal alloy warship seemed to jump through space in the boundless starry heavens, traveling through thousands of stars and heading for the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. At this moment, Xiao Qian glanced back and saw a starry sky outside the window. Fortunately, Xiao Qian had the Sarira left behind by the great limitless Buddha. After fusing with it, his Buddhist nature was already comparable to that of many senior monks and masters. "Everyone, step forward." Yun Fei and the others were somewhat surprised. They did not expect that they would have the opportunity to enter the faux god world to cultivate. The real gods that still existed were those who had survived the previous great war between the righteous path and the demonic path. Really? For the past 1 month, Xiao Qian had mainly studied in the mortal realm. This was a very interesting Buddhist saber technique. The first move of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique was breaking the mundane. There were many troubles in the mundane world, such as birth, aging, sickness, and death, love, hate, and separation. Unfortunately, the saber technique manuals were already scattered in the great 1,000 realms. It would be difficult to collect them all. The Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique had a total of 11 moves. It was derived from the first move of the primogenitor grade cultivation technique, the Gautama divine palm, and was incredibly mighty. It seemed like someone was refining stars and absorbing the flames of the stars to refine secret treasures. When facing Lord Mu, Xiao Qian and the other peak sovereign personages did not dare to say anything. Be it the might and pressure from Lord Mu or his position in the Heavenly Alliance, Xiao Qian and the others maintained a respectful attitude towards Lord Mu. Right after Lord Mu spoke, pillars of light shot down from the ceiling and encased these Heavenly Alliance newcomers. The many stars in the universe could not withstand his destruction. After all, they could not compare to the central great realm. That place was the center of the martial epoch. The entire world contained the epoch's power. It was practically impossible to destroy it. Originally, Lord Mu had grasped 3 moves. However, after exchanging with the little monk Yan Chen, he obtained another 3 moves. Nangong Feng smiled and said, "The 3 of you have been staying here for the past 2 months. How could you know? The newcomers in our batch definitely have people with strong backgrounds and are well informed. It would not be difficult to go to the taverns and find out about this." When everyone heard Nangong Feng's introduction, they found it incredibly mystical. This supercontinent was even larger than many stars. It was truly a little too shockingly large. In the mortal realm? The Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. That supercontinent was made up of 7 golden shards. When viewed from the starry heavens, this supercontinent flickered with golden light, looking like a star. Nangong Feng and the other 2 rushed over. As they looked at the floating golden continent in the distance, they felt shocked. Even for a sovereign emperor, the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique still possessed strong might. The Heavenly Alliance's headquarters is really ridiculously large. Xiao Qian felt somewhat shocked. He saw many stars floating above the headquarters, looking like mung beans dotting that boundless continent. It was a special space similar to the heavenly realm. However, it could not compare to the heavenly realm in the end. The gray-robed old man was not surprised by Lord Mu's decision. After all, he was the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's disciple. I, Mu Qing, will protect this Xiao Qian. Soon, an intense collision rang out, and the entire alloy warship shook intensely. Nangong Feng nodded and said, "It's true. Only the 8 super factions are qualified to send their new members to the foe god world to cultivate for 10 years. After these 10 years, if we want to enter the foe god world in the future, we will have to pay a huge price. Otherwise, we will have to advance to foe god realm to enter. Time flows very slowly in the foe god world, 10 to 1 compared to the outside world. That is to say, 10 years in there is actually only 1 year in the outside world." Xiao Qian discovered that the 110 new Heavenly Alliance members were in an empty hall, looking around curiously. The warship is preparing to descend on the headquarters. Everyone, please enter the cultivation rooms and do not make any strange movements. The foe god world? Lord Mu's voice rang out in Xiao Qian's ears. Then, he and the other 3 entered the cultivation rooms protected by formations and waited. If they went by themselves, it would take them more than 10 years to reach the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. Lord Mu looked at everyone and said, "According to tradition, the newcomers will be sent to the foe god world for 10 years of bitter cultivation. I hope that you will cherish these 10 years. It was not easy for the Heavenly Alliance to send you in. Remember to abide by the rules of the foe god world. After 10 years, when you come out, you will be official members of the Heavenly Alliance." From the alloy battle armor to the heavenly realm fragment before them, to the foe god world that they were about to enter, Xiao Qian felt that he had become a true member of the Heavenly Alliance. Chapter 21:18. This feeling. Enveloped by the light, Xiao Qian felt an indescribable pressure. It was very uncomfortable, and gradually, he even felt some pain. However, Xiao Qian was considered lucky. Among the 110 candidates present, there were already people screaming miserably. Their eyes were bloodshot, and blood seeped out. Lord Mu's expression was solemn, and he said nothing. The other elders beside him were not surprised either. So uncomfortable. My eyes. Ah, every realm had newcomers who would die in the process of heading to the Void God realm. The Void God realm and the Great Thousand realms they were currently in were two completely different material realms. The flow of time here was 10 times slower than in the Great Thousand realms. During the teleportation process, one's physical body had to endure the pressure. Lord Mu sincerely wished them good luck. He also hoped that he could help these people. However, there was no other way. Whether or not he could get through this, he could only rely on himself. Actually, a large part of the reason why the Heavenly Alliance's threshold was so high was because it lowered the threshold. Many people could not enter the faux God world, harming themselves instead. However, if one could not enter the faux God world, joining the Heavenly Alliance would be pointless. These 10 years in the faux God world were too crucial. The reason why a superpower could widen the gap between itself and the other powers was because of its core members. No other faction had the privilege of entering the faux God world before advancing to Sovereign Emperor. This was something that no other faction could do. Not to mention the various experiential training grounds in the Void God realm and the various secret techniques that were hard to find in the outside world, just the 10-to-1 ratio of time was enough to create a gap between them. Think about it, if you cultivated in the Great Thousand Worlds for a year, then I cultivated in the Void God world for 10 years. It went without saying who would be stronger. So. With a flash of light, Xiao Chen and the others disappeared from the spacious hall one by one. Lord Mu was slightly startled. How rare. This batch actually managed to smoothly enter the Void God realm. Not a single person's body exploded along the way. Among the 1 million sovereign personages, the 110 are indeed extraordinary. The grey-robed elder sighed softly. Lord Mu nodded slightly. You go to the headquarters to take over. I'll take them to the sanctuary to report. Yes, my lord. Lord Mu's body slowly turned incorporeal, and he vanished into thin air. In a daze, Xiao Chen opened his eyes. His face was pale, and he seemed to be in a bit of discomfort. Looking around, he realized that most of the others were clutching their heads and squatting on the ground. Fear was written all over their faces. Everything around him was a blur, filled with 7-colored streams of light. Xiao Chen knew that this was the reversal of time and space. Very good. I'm very happy. You've all made it. In the past, there would always be people who died while traveling. Lord Mu's figure reappeared in front of everyone. His words made everyone rejoice. In another 15 minutes, we will reach the Void God realm. Right now, come to my side and seize the time to rest. Remember, don't move. Space-time reversal is everywhere. If you enter, you will die unless you're a faux god. Mu Qing's expression was solemn. She formed a seal with her hands and ripples appeared under her feet. Xiao Chen and the others had no idea what was going on, but they still hurried over, not daring to hesitate. When everyone was close, Mu Qing crossed her hands and formed a seal. Light runes condensed into an energy ball that enveloped everyone. We're here. Lord Mu said softly. Immediately, Xiao Chen and the others perked up with curiosity. He arrived at the Void God realm. Through the energy ball, everyone hurriedly looked outside. Xiao Chen raised his head and saw the endless darkness of the drill. The air was filled with mysterious air currents. The airflow seeped into the energy ball and entered everyone's body, making everyone feel comfortable all over. The discomfort and fatigue from before were all gone. This is the power of the world, the most primitive and ancient power in the world. It forms the foundation of all living beings and non-living beings. Unfortunately, there is very little of it now. You don't need to deliberately absorb and refine this world energy. Your realms are not high enough to comprehend the power of the world. To you, it is like air. Lord Mu said calmly when he saw the joy on everyone's faces. Air? Xiao Chen took a deep breath and sighed in his heart. If this was really air, he really wanted to be able to absorb it forever. Xiao Chen looked into the distance. The sky was chaotic, and winds and clouds churned. Strange cracks appeared indistinctly in the sky. It was like the void god realm was not completely separated from heaven and earth. The entire world was gray and hazy, without much color. This place looked very primitive. Even the air felt ancient. Xiao Chen looked around. Occasionally, a bright light flashed in his eyes. This place was too mystical. The air of this place actually contained many primitive great Tao. Wind, fire, thunder, and lightning. The Tao of these great Tao merged completely with the air. It was like the primal chaos had yet to split apart. It was fragmented and complicated, very contradictory. However, as he breathed, he could feel the various Tao at any time. Xiao Chen had to admit that this was too mystical. The others discovered the various mysterious phenomena as well. Excitement appeared in their eyes. They were right to come to the Void God realm. Lord Mu is too awesome. How did this place form? How is this a heavenly realm ruin? It is clearly a treasure land. A member exclaimed excitedly. Mu Qing said indifferently, this is the primal chaos space. It has existed since the Great Desolate Aeon. During the immortal epoch, it was modified into the heavenly court. During the martial epoch, it became the heavenly deity world. Now, everyone is used to calling it the Void God realm. To us, this is indeed a treasure land. However, that might not be the case for ordinary people. This place is different from the main world. It cannot give birth to life. Due to the primal chaos, everything here is the most primitive. It is much easier for us to comprehend the great Tao here than in the great thousand realms. You can even see some of the laws of space and time and the circulation of great Tao energy with your naked eye. We are about to reach the holy domain. Lord Mu looked into the distance and said indifferently, the holy domain is the only continent that the Faux God realm opened in the primal chaos using the power of the world tree. In the future, you will cultivate and live in the holy domain. Remember to abide by the rules there. Who controls the holy domain? In Xiao Chen's memories, someone seemed to have mentioned the holy domain to him before. However, he had not expected it to be in the Void God realm. The master of the holy domain is a true god who managed to survive the previous great war between the righteous factions and demonic factions. However, they can only live in the Void God realm now. The flow of time in the outside world is too extravagant for their limited lifespans. Now, it is mainly managed by the 8 super factions. True gods still exist. Many people exclaimed in shock. True gods were the peak of the martial Tao. These were legendary existences. Don't make a big fuss. Otherwise, if you disturb some ancient existences, even I will not be able to save you. We have arrived. After Mu Qing finished speaking, she led the group to descend. A complete continent finally appeared in the hazy space. After everyone landed, they felt much more at ease. Earlier, they had been drifting in the air. Even with Lord Mu's protection, they had been on edge. This was the holy domain, the only complete continent in the Void God realm. However, what appeared in front of everyone was a seemingly substantial energy barrier that blocked everyone's line of sight, making it impossible to see the appearance of the sanctuary. Alright, I will send you off here. Later, a holy domain envoy will come to receive you. You will spend most of your 10 years in the Void God realm in the holy domain. Remember to abide by the rules here. After all, my heavenly alliance is not considered strong among the 8 super factions and cannot provide you much protection. If you cause trouble, no one will be able to save you. Lord Mu gave them his final instructions. Ah! Lord Mu, you are leaving. Many people were startled. Unexpectedly, Lord Mu was leaving. Lord Mu smiled faintly and said, it is just 10 years. 10 years is not long. After 10 years, you will be formal members of the Heavenly Alliance. I look forward to seeing how much you will improve in the next 10 years and whether there will be any changes to your previous ranking. As Lord Mu spoke, 3 figures passed through the barrier and appeared before everyone. The person in the middle arrived before Mu Qing. After the two exchanged a few words, Lord Mu quickly left. Come with me. Don't worry too much. You just need to cultivate in peace. The Holy Domain treats the members of the 8 super factions equally, the blue-clad Holy Domain envoy said softly. The blue-robed Sacred Domain emissary said softly and pointed with his finger. A mark appeared on everyone's forehead. When they opened their eyes in a daze, they discovered that the earlier barrier had vanished. The magnificent Saint Domain was immediately presented in front of everyone. Chapter 21:19. A group of people blocked the entrance and looked at Shaoqin coldly. However big the sacred region was, this city was as big as it was. Shaoqin could not be bothered with them. Although the physical pressure was somewhat great, it was still within the acceptable range of his blue dragon divine body. Shaoqin shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Then, he prepared to head for the 100,000 steps. Many cities that were hundreds of times smaller than the divine capital hovered in the sky. Many faux gods discussed in soft voices as they watched Shaoqin's group from these floating cities. Along the way, several cultivators who came down guessed Shaoqin's identity when they saw his alloy gloves. They all smiled coldly. Soon, the Heavenly Alliance's 100-odd people scattered and started to choose their own houses. Incredible! Even the geniuses of the Universe Origin sect, Bushin Palace, and the other super factions are only at this age. After the Holy Domain envoys took their leave, Shaoqin, Yunfei, Qiunying, and Nangong Feng gathered together, feeling incredibly excited. They could also sense the faux god world's existence and enter it with their own strength. Alright, that's all that needs to be said. I've also told you some of the rules. Now, I'll repeat myself. The true God Palace is a forbidden land. Do not approach. If you disturb the true God, the organizations you are in will be affected. After sorting out his strength, Shaoqin made his preparations. The divine capital had all sorts of facilities. When one cultivated here, one could practically find everything one wanted. Soon, Shaoqin found a courtyard. There was a dim door plate outside. When Shaoqin infused his soul energy, the door plate flickered with a bright light, revealing Shaoqin's name. A ruthless person. That's right. Rather than paying attention to this person, it is better to pay attention to this generation's Lin Feng. I heard that this person comprehended the Death Dao domain. Back then, he destroyed his demonic Dao cultivation technique. Now, he forcefully recultivated. After stepping on it, Shaoqin felt somewhat strange. A formless force pressed down on his physical body. With every step he took, his physical body felt a little uncomfortable. Fortunately, it was still within an acceptable range. This is the Dao Comprehension Platform. There are many praying mats used by true gods. Comprehending the Dao here will definitely yield twice the results with half the effort, and the effects will be remarkable. However, you have to walk up these 100,000 steps one step at a time. If your physical body isn't strong, don't try it. From today onwards, I will live here for 10 years. The immortal capital is too big. I don't even know where to start. Yunfei said excitedly. If one was not a faux god, even a sovereign emperor would find it extremely difficult to enter this place. Unless one had a good relationship with one of the 8 great powers, or was originally a member of one of the 8 great powers, they could only pay a certain price and enter the void god realm to cultivate. Soaring into the air, Shaoqin flew towards the enlightenment platform in the divine capital. Back then, in the Kunlun realm, Shaoqin and Shaoqin underwent their emperor's tribulation at the same time. The emperor's road that they took was somewhat similar to the 100,000 steps before them. This was a majestic city. The 2 words divine capital intimidated everyone. Divine capital. That is the trial tower, the one that the divine master personally built. If you want to obtain faux god coins, you can go to the trial tower. Ha! We are going off topic. The Heavenly Alliance has never been famous for nurturing geniuses and outstanding talents. Although we call them geniuses and outstanding talents, they are only comparable to the Heavenly Alliance itself. They are still far from comparable to the other super factions. This is the Faux God Plaza, where the inner city and outer city intersect. The divine ranking is there. Many Faux Gods seniors have limited energy and can't be bothered to deal with some minor matters, so they post the ranking here. Aside from this, if something major happens, it will also be posted on the divine ranking. If you have nothing to do, you can come and take a look. Feeling somewhat rueful, Xiaoqin suddenly thought of Diwok. The city was much livelier than everyone expected. As long as one was a Faux God, even if one did not belong to one of the 8 super factions, one would be able to enter the city. Ancient words were written at the bottom of the city walls. This city was called the Divine Capital. What are Faux God coins? The currency in the Holy Domain's Divine Capital is Faux God coins. As long as one has enough Faux God coins, one can exchange for any resource. There are so few people, only 100 odd. I heard that they have the youngest newcomer in history, only 47 years old. Xiao Chen and the others only raised their heads to take one more look before finding it somewhat unbearable. The world spun around them, and they saw stars, feeling drowsy. Compared to Yun Fei, who was at a loss, Xiao Chen was very meticulous. He had already made preparations for his plan. There are many empty houses in the Divine Capital, aside from the ones in the sky. As for the other empty houses, you can choose to use them as your residences for the next 10 years. Whoosh! However, these true gods rarely showed themselves. The True God Palace was also a forbidden land of the Holy Domain's Divine Capital. No one could get close. The Holy Domain's Divine Capital was such a city where all the Faux Gods of the entire martial epoch gathered. The courtyard was very large and had an average-sized lake, somewhat similar to Xiao Chen's Cold Moon Cave residence in the Heaven Dragon Palace. Xiao Chen said calmly, "Let's find an empty house to stay in first. We can use the Medallion of Interest to contact each other at any time. Let's disperse for now." The barrier vanished, and a 30-kilometer-tall city wall appeared before Xiao Chen and the others. This is an arena. You can fight with people or challenge faux beasts. Of course, you need to pay in Faux God coins. Plop! Xiao Chen immediately knelt on the ground, nearly shattering his knees. The Holy Domain envoys were very responsible, leading the group around the Divine Capital and explaining the rules of the Divine Capital. It's a little strange. Further out were the inner city and outer city, as well as the many houses and buildings outside the city. As for Xiao Chen and the others, these were the privileges of the super factions. These were the disciples of the other super factions. They had already been cultivating in the Divine Capital for a long time and could easily deal with the 100,000 steps. The entire Divine Capital was divided into 5 layers. The core was the True God Hall. The true gods who managed to survive the previous great war between the righteous factions and demonic factions lived there. Aside from the core True God Hall, the Faux God Pavilion was next. It was like the Divine Capital's City Lord's residence, managed by the Faux Gods of the 8 super factions. When the true gods did not appear, the Faux God Pavilion could be considered the core of the Divine Capital, managing the Holy Domain's Divine Capital. The various super factions had a limited number of slots for their newcomers to enter the Faux God world to cultivate. The most important thing right now is to successfully practice the Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber Technique's 4th move in the human realm. After that, I can stabilize my Thunder Dao domain. I'll go to the comprehension platform first. As Xiao Chen stood in the pavilion in the courtyard, he looked into the distance. He could see some other cultivators cultivating in their respective pavilions. Aside from the Heavenly Alliance's people, there were also members of the other super factions. Some of them seemed to have been here for a long time already. The Heavenly Alliance? Ha! Interesting. To think that they dare to come to the comprehension platform on their first day. The Holy Domain Envoy's introduction greatly broadened Xiao Chen's horizons. This place satisfied all the cultivation requirements of a cultivator. Sorry, My profound heaven Holy Land has reserved the comprehension platform for today. Come back tomorrow. However, there is only one. It is far from comparable to the other super factions. The Holy Domain envoy did not find this strange. He said indifferently, the Divine Master wrote these 2 words. Just take a look and don't act rashly. Come with me into the city. I will bring you around to familiarize you with the Holy Domain's divine capital. You will be living here for a long time in the future. The Heavenly Alliance's newcomers are here as well. How unfortunate, Xiaoqin soared into the air, preparing to look for a remote house. The faux god world was the only continent that the true gods carved out of the remnant world. The Holy Domain was both a continent and a majestic city that Xiaoqin and the others had never seen before. Definitely. Xiaoqin gently drifted down and landed firmly on the ground. As he stood below, he looked at the 100,000 steps in the distance. It looked like an endless road. Lord Mu was right. Do not be arrogant. Here, you are nothing. If one did not pay attention, they would run into faux god experts. Even if they did not purposely release their auras, one would still find it hard to beat them. The comprehension platform was a 30-kilometer tall platform with 100,000 steps. At the summit was the comprehension platform with the prayer mat for the true body. Xiaoqin felt some pressure. In this holy domain, it made one feel insignificant. The Heavenly Alliance's group moved majestically. As they walked on the street, they immediately attracted attention. Yes, these 10 years are very crucial. If you don't grasp it well, you'll be doomed. If we do not grasp it, we might fall behind others for life. I hope that everyone will not fall behind. Everyone here was a peak sovereign personage. All of them were proud and arrogant people. However, in this place, they had to tuck their tails between their legs. Just as Xiaoqin finished climbing the 100,000 steps and was about to reach the comprehension platform, there was someone who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth, using his own aura to compete with the words, divine capital. If one looked down from the sky, the 5 layers would appear orderly. They intersected with each other in an indescribable pattern, eventually gathering at the true God Hall. Chapter 21-20. The profound Heaven Holy Land was one of the 8 super factions, a colossus that controlled the Xinwu dynasty. The profound Heaven Holy Land possessed deep accumulations, having existed for many years before the previous Great War between the righteous factions and demonic factions. If Xiaoqin recalled correctly, the Heavenly Alliance's sword venerate, Gongzi Lan, seemed to be from the Xinwu dynasty. The tall platform had 100,000 steps. At this point, the surroundings were already shrouded in clouds. A sea of clouds churned, making the place look like an immortal realm. The 100,000 steps were not easy to walk. Anyone would feel upset if they were suddenly told that they had reserved the entire place. Naturally, Xiaoqin was no exception. A total of 4 people blocked him, all of them peak sovereign personages. Xiaoqin could tell that these people had been in the Holy Domain's divine capital for some time. Their auras were exceptionally dense. Their cultivations felt as heavy as a mountain and as vast as the sea. When the 4 stood together, their auras flourished. Xiaoqin looked behind him and discovered that there was no one else on the true God prayer mats on the comprehension platform. It seemed like only one person was comprehending the Tao. What are you looking at? Quickly scram. When the person in the middle saw that Xiaoqin had no intention of leaving, he felt somewhat enraged. He stepped forward and pressed down with his aura. There were 100,000 steps, and every step was filled with immense pressure. The person standing on top of the steps would be able to press down with the momentum of the steps, giving him a huge advantage. Bang! Without saying anything, that person looked down from above and punched at Xiaoqin. A mysterious profound seal flickered in the fist light. This was the profound Heaven Holy Land's strong martial technique, the profound Heaven Fist. The profound seal light spread out, materializing a 100-meter wide light wave between the fist light. Many 9 profound seals flowed in the light wave. When that person punched, it was like a small world pressing towards Xiaoqin. Senior brother Hong Tao's profound heaven fist is becoming increasingly exquisite. With one punch, 9 profound seals appear. The newcomer dares to be arrogant. He overestimates himself. The profound heaven Holy Land disciples at the side smiled coldly. In their minds, their senior brother Hong Tao would knock Xiao Chen into the air in the next moment. After that, Xiao Chen would roll down the 100,000 steps in a sorry state. Dang! However, something unexpected happened. Xiao Chen threw a punch and clashed with it. He, who was at the bottom, took the punch head-on. However, he was like a mountain, not moving an inch. The hazy 10,000 dragons picture appeared indistinctly behind Xiao Chen. Dragon roars came from the 10,000 dragons picture, perfectly blocking this punch. You want to compete with me in fist arts? Xiao Chen smiled coldly, and the hazy 10,000 dragons picture behind him suddenly lit up. Supreme Dragon Fist, Leaderless Dragons. The 10,000 dragons behind him roared out in rage, turning into streaks of fist light that smashed into the 9 seal light. Kacha kacha. In just a moment, the fist aura, which was like a world of 9 seals, shattered. Hong Tao staggered and almost fell. He's from the Dragon Clan. How strong! What fist technique is this? Its offensive might is nearly on par with Bushin Palace's Qin Ming's Emperor Dragon Fist. The other few people were greatly startled. They did not think that under Xiao Chen's punch, it actually forced senior brother Hong Tao back. This was a newcomer to the Void God realm. Hong Tao's expression turned somewhat unsightly. He roared as he looked at Xiao Chen, and his aura surged out. Hong Tao's long hair fluttered as he shouted coldly and pressed towards Xiao Chen again. A profound seal appeared on his forehead, and the might of this punch was several times stronger than the previous one. Xiao Chen felt slightly stunned. The Faux God realm was indeed incredible. However, he arrived a few years earlier, and this person's strength already rivaled that of the Heavenly Alliance's 4 heaven-defying sovereign personages. However, since you are proficient in fist techniques, you are destined to lose this battle. The vast and mighty group of dragons roams the world, entering the sky and the sea. Who is honored? The group of dragons is leaderless in the 4 seas and 8 directions. The world is unfair, and the evil dragons rule. Who is honored? Commanding the group of dragons. Without even thinking, Xiao Chen executed the Supreme Dragon Fist's second move. A tyrannical aura that made the group of dragons submit to him appeared in his fist light. Bang! After forcefully receiving the other party's punch, Xiao Chen grunted but did not take a step back. Regretless Heaven Dragon. Xiao Chen executed the Supreme Dragon Fist's third move again. A terrifying offensive aura surged out from Xiao Chen. The boundless aura turned into lofty aspirations, gathering in Xiao Chen's punch. When he punched, it was like a regretless heaven dragon. It carried a sense of determination and self-sacrifice as it pressed forward, not retreating but advancing instead. Damn it, what fist technique is this? It is so tyrannical. Hong Tao cursed in his heart. His fist technique clearly surpassed the other parties. His cultivation also firmly suppressed the other parties. However, the offensive aura of the other party's fist technique forcibly suppressed his fist's momentum, forcing him to retreat. Bang! 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 After another 3 punches, Xiao Chen stepped onto the tall platform. As 10,000 dragons roared, he knocked the other party back. Plop! Hong Tao fell to the ground, and blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. Hong Tao looked at Xiao Chen in horror, confusion filling his eyes. To think that he lost to the other party's fist technique. Senior brother Hong Tao. The others were greatly startled. They quickly went over and helped Hong Tao up. At the same time, Hong Tao looked at Xiao Chen and raged, "What a fellow! You just arrived, and yet you dare to injure the people of our profound heaven holy land. Don't you know that this comprehension platform is the territory of our profound heaven holy land? Letting you come tomorrow is already giving face to a newcomer like you." Xiao Chen smiled coldly in his heart. He retorted indifferently, giving face. Never mind. My face is too thin, and I can't take it. The Holy Domain Envoy did not tell me that I have to give face to your profound heaven holy land when I come to the comprehension platform to cultivate. The Supreme Dragon Fist truly lives up to its reputation. However, this is not a place for you to behave atrociously. A person comprehending the Tao suddenly opened his eyes. His voice contained the sound of the great Tao. At first, Xiaoqin did not care. Then, it gradually became deafening like a great bell, dong dong dong, accompanied by the rumbling great Tao, surging and roaring like a surging river. It was just one sentence, but it made Xiaoqian's qi and blood surge. He vaguely felt cracks appear in his internal organs. As his qi and blood surged, his face flushed, and his throat tasted sweet. He could not help vomiting a mouthful of blood. The Tao voice spread out, scattering the clouds in the surroundings and spreading throughout the entire divine capital. In an instant, many cultivators cultivating in their caves opened their eyes and looked towards the comprehension platform. They were all surprised. Isn't Mu Yunzhu coming out of closed-door cultivation tomorrow? Something's not right. It seems like someone interrupted him. I wonder who it is. Interesting, Mu Yunzhu seems to have gained a lot from this comprehending. Let's go and take a look. Several super faction members felt somewhat curious. They either went to the highest floors of their residences or flew over, wanting to see what was going on. Pu Ci. In the end, Xiaoqin could not hold back and vomited a mouthful of blood. As Xiaoqin knelt on one knee, the Tao voice lingered in his ears, lingering for a long time. The other party's great Tao directly merged with his soul energy and entered deep into Xiaoqian's soul pool. With just one sentence, it achieved the effect of Xiaoqian's candle dragon eyes. Senior Brother Mu. Seeing this person open his eyes, the other profound Heaven Holy Land disciples quickly knelt in horror. We are useless. Someone interrupted Senior Brother Mu's comprehension. Senior Brother, please punish us. Hong Tao showed a horrified expression, not daring to look. He really should not have done this. Had he known, he would have attacked together and directly chased this trash away. Hong Tao only hated himself for underestimating the other party. Unexpectedly, a Heavenly Alliance newcomer grasped such a terrifying fist technique. Stand up and speak. Kneeling before an outsider is unbecoming, Mu Yunzhu said indifferently as he slowly stood up. Mu Yunzhu said indifferently as he slowly stood up. He wore profound robes of alternating blue and white. Mu Yunzhu's expression was stern, and he gave off a frightening sharpness. So, it is a Heavenly Alliance newcomer. It's over. He just arrived, and he already obtained the profound Heaven Holy Land's Mu Yunzhu. This Mu Yunzhu ranks third among the 200-odd people of the profound Heaven Holy Land. He is terrifyingly strong. How can a newcomer who just entered the faux god world block him? Some of the onlookers sighed after seeing from afar. Mu Yunzhu looked around and fixed his gaze on Xiaoqin, who knelt on one knee. His expression turned cold, and disgust flashed in his eyes. Where did this dog come from? How ignorant! Scram! Mu Yunzhu, try and touch him if you dare. Just as Mu Yunzhu prepared to attack, a melodious, pleasing voice rang out from the 100,000 steps. Her voice was pleasing to the ear, but the anger and killing intent in her voice caused one to tremble in fear and tremble all over. Mu Yunzhu's expression changed slightly, and his movements paused. Doubt flashed in his eyes. Why is this person from the Bushan Palace suddenly interfering in the profound Heaven Holy Land's matters? Chapter 21-21. The first thing to appear on the 100,000 steps was a small bird covered in feathers that looked like burning flames, glistening with golden light. The moment this bird appeared, the profound Heaven Holy Land disciples on the comprehension platform retreated in horror. Even Mu Yunzhu's expression changed slightly. However, he did not move back. Soon after, the main character appeared. It was a petite girl with an impressive figure and a youthful face. The person who arrived was the Golden Crow Empire's solar divine daughter, Ao Jiao. Ao Jiao glanced at Mu Yunzhu and said coldly, "You'd best pray that nothing happens to him." While Mu Yunzhu spoke, Ao Jiao strode over to Xiao Chen's side to check on Xiao Chen's condition. The other party's Dao voice invaded Xiao Chen's soul pool, causing his soul to be shaken. It was somewhat difficult to treat, but it was not a fatal injury. After resting for a while, Xiao Chen was fine. Unexpectedly, when we meet again, it would be in such a situation. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly. Upon hearing Ao Jiao's voice, Xiao Chen knew that the other party had arrived. He felt somewhat embarrassed, letting the other party see his weak side. However, such thoughts only existed for an instant. Xiao Chen's joy at seeing Ao Jiao again diluted it. Seeing that Xiao Chen was fine, Ao Jiao's worried heart immediately relaxed. She glared at Xiao Chen and said, "Idiot, what are you saying? If I were one step later, you would have fallen off these 100,000 steps. That would be very painful." A scene of him rolling down the 100,000 steps and falling to the ground appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. Xiao Chen rolled down 100,000 steps and fell to the ground. Before he could get up, Ao Jiao happened to see this scene. Xiao Chen immediately smiled faintly. In comparison, his current situation was much better. "How did you get here?" Xiao Chen asked out of curiosity. Being able to see Ao Jiao in the faux god world was truly a pleasant surprise. Ao Jiao's lips curled up as she said, "Don't you know? The 8 great empires are backed by the Bushin Palace. After I met the requirements, I naturally could enter." Xiao Chen suddenly understood. Actually, as long as he thought about it carefully, he would be able to figure it out. He hadn't seen Ao Jiao for a long time, and his brain wasn't working well. The disciples of the super forces who were watching from the outside were all stunned. They had never expected that the Bushin Palace's Ao Jiao would stand up for a newcomer from the Sky Alliance. Damn, what's the background of this newcomer? The Sun Goddess seems to have known him for a long time. It can't be. My goddess is gone just like that. It's hard to say. Judging from their words and actions, they clearly have a close relationship. Many disciples of the super forces looked at the Enlightenment platform with envy and confusion. "I say, are the two of you done being intimate?" Mu Yunzhu's expression turned somewhat unsightly. It was already bad enough that Ao Jiao stopped him from making a move. However, after she arrived, she completely ignored his existence. When Ao Jiao heard that, she turned around and said, "Mu Yunzhu, since you are done comprehending, don't occupy the comprehension platform. Earlier, everyone gave you face and did not want to disturb your comprehension. Don't think that this comprehension platform really belongs to your profound heaven holy land. What if I don't leave?" Mu Yunzhu's lips curled up slightly as he smiled coldly. "You interrupted my comprehension, and you want to chase me away. Ao Jiao, do you really think that I, Mu Yunzhu, fear you?" Whoosh! Before Ao Jiao could say anything, Little Yellow Feather gently spread its wings. Immediately, rings of resplendent solar true flame flew towards the profound heaven holy land's people. Whoosh! 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 A strong wind blew, and the solar true flame containing divine might spread out, surging over with vast divine might. Mu Yunzhu threw a palm strike and scattered most of the solar true flame. However, he was still forced back several steps. While Mu Yunzhu was fine, the other profound heaven holy land disciples found this somewhat unbearable, forced into a dead end. "Come back." Ao Jiao called out softly. Little Yellow Feather circled around and landed on Ao Jiao's shoulder. Golden Crow. Mu Yunzhu stared at Little Yellow Feather, his eyes filled with dissatisfaction. How hateful. To think that such a pure-blooded holy beast actually appeared in the martial epoch. Furthermore, it was tamed by someone. Although it was still young, with the help of this Golden Crow, they would not be able to gain any advantage against Ao Jiao. "Let's go," Mu Yunzhu said coldly. Mu Yunzhu said coldly. When he passed by Xiao Chen, his body paused slightly. Then, he said indifferently, "Trash. If not for hiding behind a woman, I would be able to destroy you with one hand. Xiaoqin said softly, is that so? In that case, try and pinch me. Mu Yunzhu immediately smiled coldly in his heart. I was just waiting for you to say that. Then, he turned around and kicked up a strong wind at Xiaoqian, making it hard for Xiaoqian to open his eyes. If you dare to exchange one move with me, I will only need one move. If I cannot defeat you, I will give you 1,000 faux god coins. When Ao Jiao heard that, she raised her eyebrows but did not say anything. She understood Xiaoqian. He had always been calm and would not make a rash decision. She asked softly, are you confident? Right now, I am indeed not as strong as him. However, I should have no problem receiving one move from him. Ao Jiao nodded slightly and moved to the side without saying anything more. This was trust, the tacit understanding and trust that came from living together in the Kunlun realm for 20-odd years, going through life and death together. Is he seeking death? What is this? Mu Yunzhu has been in the faux god world for 4 years already. His light Dao domain has reached the 2nd layer, and his profound heaven art has reached the 3rd layer. Among the profound heaven Holy Land disciples, his strength is firmly within the top 5. Young people still cannot take the provocation. With the golden crow around, this Mu Yunzhu cannot touch him at all. To think that he took the initiative to jump out. When the many watching super faction disciples saw this scene, they all felt it strange. Even if it was just one move, if the difference in strength was too great, even if one could not kill in the divine capital, it would still be sufficient to make Xiaoqian bedridden for a year and a half. Xiaoqian had wasted a lot of cultivation time. In the faux god world, the most valuable thing for everyone was time. Xiaoqian looked at Mu Yunzhu and asked, how do we decide victory with one move? Mu Yunzhu smiled coldly and said, whoever retreats loses. If you lose, I do not need you to do anything. If you do not retreat, consider it my loss. I will give you 1,000 faux god coins. Mu Yunzhu's words were filled with absolute confidence. He did not believe that Xiaoqian could win at all. As long as Xiaoqian dared to receive a palm strike from him, Mu Yunzhu was confident of severely injuring the other party to vent the hatred in his heart. It would be worth it. Xiaoqian said indifferently, I don't want your faux god coins. If you lose, you will roll off these 100,000 steps. Unfortunately, I can't lose. You simply don't know how big the gap between us is. Mu Yunzhu laughed maniacally and directly attacked. Whoosh! A resplendent light burst out of Mu Yunzhu's body. The comprehension platform gave off a light as dazzling as the sun. Everyone within 5,000 kilometers could feel the piercing light. At the same time, a terrifying Dao might erupted from Mu Yunzhu's body. Before Mu Yunzhu made a move, his Dao might was sufficient to knock many ordinary sovereign personages into the air. Light Dao domain, peak 2nd layer. No wonder. No wonder Mu Yunzhu was so angry. It turns out that he was trying to break through to the Dao domain's 3rd layer on the comprehension platform. In the end, Xiaoqian interrupted him. You can't speak carelessly. Even if he was not interrupted, he might not be able to reach the Dao domain's 3rd layer. However, it looks like this Heavenly Alliance newcomer will definitely lose. Look at his Dao domain. He has not even stabilized the 1st layer yet. The difference is too great. Before Mu Yunzhu made a move, the strong Dao might coming from him already made everyone think that Xiaoqian had already lost. I'll show you the true profound heaven fist, 100 seal opening. Mu Yunzhu roared. Then, he punched with his 2nd layer light Dao domain. 100 profound seals formed a wave of light on the fist light and ferociously punched at Xiaoqian. Wherever the fist light passed, a small world was formed, and it swept through everything before it. Even space itself was slightly warped and rippled like water. Terrifying. This punch allowed everyone to witness Mu Yunzhu's strong strength again. They now knew that while this person was arrogant, he did have the capital to be arrogant. Idiot master, don't let him injure you. When Ao Jiao saw the situation, she frowned heavily. She could not help worrying for Xiao Chen, afraid that he would get careless. Great Desolate Aeon Bloodline, Alloy Battle Armor, only I am supreme. Xiao Chen did not dare to be careless. He instantly activated his various trump cards. He instantly activated his Great Desolate Aeon Bloodline, and the Alloy Battle Armor covered his entire body. In an instant, Silver Battle Armor covered Xiao Chen's entire body. After that, without even thinking, Xiao Chen stepped forward and used offense as defense. Supreme Dragon Fist, only I am supreme. The 10,000 dragons picture appeared behind Xiao Chen. Then, he used the Supreme Dragon Fist's strongest killing move to clash. It was not over yet. Martial and soul as one. The instant Xiao Chen attacked, he entered the state of martial and soul as one. The fist light that burst out immediately made the world pale. Aside from Xiao Chen's fist light, only black and white remained on the comprehension platform. Bang! The two fists clashed, and a thunderous sound shook the surroundings. A terrifying light wave radiated in all directions. The ancient comprehension platform seemed to tremble slightly. Martial and soul as one. Be it the Alloy Battle Armor or the Great Desolate Aeon Bloodline, they were not shocking. This was because everyone could feel the Great Desolate Aeon Bloodline in Xiao Chen. Naturally, the people of the Heavenly Alliance would have Alloy Battle Armor. Mu Yunzhu must have taken all this into account. However, be it Mu Yunzhu or the watching Super Faction disciples, none of them expected Xiao Chen to have comprehended martial and soul as one. This was a state that even sovereign emperors dreamed of. A resplendent light erupted from the comprehension platform. It was too piercing and eye-catching, preventing people from seeing the situation inside. Who lost? After Xiao Chen entered the state of martial and soul as one, the crowd felt that something unexpected might happen in the originally one-sided situation. However, at this crucial moment, they could not see the situation inside. This immediately made them anxious. Chapter 21-22. When the light scattered, Xiao Chen's and Mu Yunzhu's figures slowly appeared before everyone's eyes on the comprehension platform. Xiao Chen retreated. However, the one who retreated was not Xiao Chen but Mu Yunzhu. One move to decide the victor. If Xiao Chen could receive one move and not retreat, it would be Xiao Chen's victory. However, no one expected Xiao Chen to use offense as defense. He wore the Alloy Battle Armor, activated his Great Desolate Aeon Bloodline, and used the Supreme Dragon Fist's strongest killing move under martial and soul as one to force Mu Yunzhu back. To think that Mu Yunzhu got knocked back. Mu Yunzhu paled on the comprehension platform. He had anticipated everything. He had even anticipated the horrifying eruption of the Supreme Dragon Fist. However, he had not expected Xiao Chen to grasp the mysteries of martial and soul as one, perfectly merging the will of soul and the martial Tao. The will of the martial Tao was boundlessly ethereal. Only cultivators with an extremely high mental state, able to discern their true self at all times, could sense it. Many people cultivated their entire lives, only knowing how to get stronger. They might not even sense their own will of the martial Tao when they died. It was already extremely rare for one to sense one's own will of the martial Tao. Furthermore, one could perfectly merge it with the will of soul. This was a level that anyone would be envious of. Whoosh! A golden light flowed in Xiao Chen's eyes as he withdrew his move and moved back. A trace of his will appeared at the corner of his lips. Honestly speaking, Mu Yunzhu's injuries were even more severe than the other parties. This was how offensive techniques worked. After continuously receiving injuries, one's aura would always be stronger than the other parties. Injuring the enemy by 1,000 while injuring oneself by 800 was unrivaled within the same cultivation realm. If the other party's cultivation was much higher than his, he might not be able to last before the other party died. Mu Yunzhu, it is already clear who won and who lost. You can scram now. Ao Jiao walked over. Her eyes narrowed as she smiled into crescent moons, her youthful face filled with mischief. Mu Yunzhu gritted his teeth, showing an uncertain expression. Getting off before everyone was a great humiliation. How could he, Mu Yunju, do such an embarrassing thing? However, he was the one who suggested this bet. If he did not do it, no one would believe him in the future. He would not be able to survive in the faux god world. Senior brother, I'll scram for you. Hong Tao, who was at the side, felt anxious. Mu Yunju was one of the faces of the profound Heaven Holy Land. If he left, the profound Heaven Holy Land would lose a lot of face. Without waiting for Mu Yunju's reply, Hong Tao rolled on the ground and landed on the 100,000 steps. Come back. Mu Yunju shouted and forcibly grabbed Hong Tao. Then, he said, I'll scram by myself. After that, Mu Yunju looked coldly at Xiao Chen and said sullenly, Today, you made me scram down these 100,000 steps. Next time, I, Mu Yunju, will make you kneel down step by step on these 100,000 steps. Looking at the grievances he had suffered, his face was filled with unwillingness, and he wanted to work hard. Xiao Chen could not bear to watch this any longer. He said indifferently, Interesting. You have two mouths, but you have already said everything. Even if you admit defeat, you still have to gnash your teeth in anger. Who was it that thought that my cultivation was low and wanted to provoke me into a bet to teach me a lesson? Isn't it you, Mu Yunju? Who was it that monopolized the comprehension platform, acting tyrannically and wanting to teach someone a lesson after coming to take a look? Now, you dug a hole for yourself, and you still want to take revenge on me. Mu Yunju, this is all you are capable of. Quickly scram. Have you not embarrassed yourself enough? You. Mu Yunju felt ashamed of himself. His face flushed red, appearing flustered and exasperated. You are not convinced? Do you think that I only won against you with martial and soul as one? You only won against me because you came to the faux god world a few years earlier. Give me half a year, and I will be able to defeat you. Xiao Chen believed that he would have no problem defeating such a narrow-minded person who dragged his feet in half a year. If Mu Yunju had immediately scrammed off without saying anything else, Xiao Chen would have a higher opinion of him and remind him to be careful of this person in the future. Now that Mu Yunju acted like this, he could not even afford to lose. How could he be magnanimous? Very well. I, Mu Yunju, will give you half a year. After half a year, I will definitely wash away today's humiliation. Dong! 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 Mu Yunju felt extremely sullen. Right after he spoke, he did not say anything more, just scramming off with a sullen expression. Senior brother. The profound Heaven Holy Land's people immediately panicked. They looked at Xiao Chen and said, You are dead for sure. This girl has less than half a year left in the faux god world. Let's see what you will do then. After glaring at Xiao Chen, these people quickly chased after Mu Yunju. When Xiao Chen heard that, he felt slightly stunned. Then, he looked at Ao Jiao and said, You are leaving in half a year. Is that half a year in the outside world or half a year in the faux god world? During the half a year in the faux god world, the members of the other super factions can enter the faux god world. As long as they meet the requirements, they can enter. There are many slots. There is no need to be like the Heavenly Alliance, which uses up all the slots for the next 500 years. Now that I think about it, I have been here for a long time already. Ao Jiao revealed a smile as she explained to Xiao Chen. Unfortunately, they managed to meet each other after so much difficulty. To think that they could only interact for half a year. Hee. Actually, there is no need to find it unfortunate. After you leave, you can come to the Golden Crow Empire to look for me at any time. I only need to wait for you in the outside world for 1 year. Oh, right, Lu Ryue came to the faux god world as well. However, she does not seem to remember anything. She has no impression of me at all. Ao Jiao said with wide eyes, finding it strange. Xiao Chen felt excited. He had not expected Lu Ryue to come to the faux god world as well. However, after thinking about it, the 8 great empires all relied on the Bushin Palace. If nothing unexpected happened, Xiao Chen would enter the Bushin Palace as well. Perhaps he would enter the faux god world through the Bushin Palace. It would not be strange for Lu Ryue to come. What's wrong with you? Why are you so calm after hearing that Lu Ryue is here? Ao Jiao asked with a smile as she blinked. Xiaochen recovered his wits and said somewhat dispiritedly, I already met her. The White Dragon King sealed her memories, so she does not have much of an impression of me. I do not know how to face her either. I can only help her recover her memories after I grow stronger. You are really silly. I heard that she is still single and has rejected countless suitors. How could it be that easy to forget her memories of Qingyan Peak? There are definitely some unforgettable feelings in there. Can't you try to get her back? She is still single now, but what if she gets abducted before she recovers her memories? You won't even be able to cry then. Ao Jiao scolded Xiaochen, rendering him speechless. Xiaochen entered deep thought. It made sense. However, he was not very good at this. I'll slow down first. Since the comprehension platform is empty, I'll comprehend my Tao first. Xiaochen did not have any good ideas for now. He could only make a mental note and finish what he was doing first. Seeing Xiaochen sitting cross-legged on a true god prayer mat, Ao Jiao sighed helplessly. However, when she saw little yellow feather flying over, she smiled happily. What a fool. He is still as silly as before. Little yellow feather, don't you think so? Xiaochen was indeed silly, a silly, clumsy blockhead. However, he was still him. He was still the trashy master that made Ao Jiao worry for him, helpless, and heartbroken. Little yellow feather's disdainful voice rang out in Ao Jiao's mind. He is definitely stupid, but not necessarily silly. Back then, if not for this little brother fanning the flames, who knows when this foolish fellow would have arrived on the island. Fortunately, he did something in the end. He is not hopelessly stupid. When Ao Jiao heard that, she immediately blushed slightly. She said bashfully, if you keep speaking nonsense, I'll hit you. Ha ha ha. I'm not speaking nonsense. It's the truth. Ha. The young woman and the golden crow happily played around on the comprehension platform. After a while, Ao Jiao grabbed little yellow feather and said, that's enough. Don't be noisy. Xiaochen is comprehending. Alright, I won't be noisy, I won't be noisy. G.A. 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 Just at this moment, a strange cry rang out. A scarlet light appeared on Xiaochen's body. The demon blood vulture appeared with bloodshot eyes. Then, it flew towards the golden crow excitedly, G.A. 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 Ao Jiao frowned slightly. This should be Xiaochen's demonic pet. However, why does it feel somewhat silly? Golden crow. Golden crow. The demon blood vulture was a mutated demonic pet with a trace of a divine beast's bloodline. It immediately felt the pure divine might from the golden crow and could not control its excitement. This situation was like a human cultivator seeing an idol that they worshipped for a long time. Who are you? Big brother, I'm the demon blood vulture. When the demon blood vulture saw that the golden crow actually responded to it, it immediately became even more excited. That's not right. I should call you Bird King. Golden Feather Great King, I'll follow you. Ha ha ha. That's easy, that's easy. Your master used to follow me as well. You have good eyes. I'll take in this little brother. Little Yellow Feather cackled. Chapter 21-23. Tao Comprehension Platform. Xiaochen sat cross-legged on the true god praying mat. Soon, he felt the Tao rhyme contained within the praying mat, which spread out in front of him like an ocean. It was like he was sitting cross-legged in a sea formed by the Tao, forgetting himself and the world. He opened his mind, and all he could see were the Tao marks left behind by the various experts and seniors, and they formed a myriad of phenomena and worlds. The thousands of Taos appeared incredibly complicated. Xiaochen calmed his heart and sought the Tao. In this world, he materialized the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique in the mortal realm. In an instant, the myriad of phenomena disappeared, leaving only Shao Chen's phenomenon in the human world. With the nurturing of the Grand Tao Ocean, Shao Chen was able to develop all sorts of thoughts in his heart to the limit. It was truly boundlessly profound, causing one to click one's tongue in wonder and forget everything as they immersed themselves within it. After a while, he turned into a Buddha. His face was expressionless as he looked around coldly. Who is in the human world? Buddha is in the human world. He used the swastika Buddhist seal to summon the supreme killing Buddha to descend into the world. With the might of the Buddha, he shocked the world and stabilized the seas and 8 desolate lands. A moment later, killing intent filled the sky and gathered at the swastika on his forehead. Who is in the human world? I am in the human world. The Buddha is me, and I am the Buddha. With the saber in my hand, I walk the world on behalf of the Buddha, subduing demons and vanquishing demons. As the mysterious phenomena materialized became more and more varied, Shao Chen gradually came to a realization. So that's how it is. Whether Buddha is in the human world or I am in the human world, it doesn't matter. The Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique's fourth move, in the mortal realm, depended on how one comprehended it and what to choose. On the other hand, the Buddha in the human world was inclined towards defense and deterrence. It summoned the killing Buddha to defend against attacks from all directions and deterred the small evils in the human world. When I am in the mortal world, my murderous intent is even heavier. I am walking the mortal world on behalf of Buddha. I am Buddha, and Buddha is me. The saber in my hand can start a massacre. Those who do not respect me are all evil demons. How domineering! After Shao Chen understood this, he was somewhat astonished. He did not expect that the Buddhist sect, which was known for its benevolence and virtue, would have such a tyrannical martial technique. But on second thought, there was no need to make a fuss about it. Only the strong could be merciful, because only the unrivaled could make a merciful choice. The weak couldn't even survive themselves, so how could they be merciful? How could they pity others? The phrase, Buddha is merciful, was actually the truth of Buddhism. The strong were invincible and compassionate, the weak were useless and begged for their lives. Shao Chen didn't want to think too deeply about such profound principles. Right now, he had 2 choices in front of him. Am I in the human world, or is Buddha in the human world? One was attacking while the other was defending. After pondering for a while, Shao Chen made a choice. He chose to guard the Buddha in the human world. Xiao. After making his choice, the mysterious phenomena that he had conjured all disappeared, leaving only a single one. It was an unparalleled killing Buddha. It turned into a strand of Buddhist light and entered the space between Shao Chen's brows. The true meaning of being in the mortal realm was comprehended at this point. Shao Chen opened his eyes and looked around. There were already many people sitting on the prayer mats beside him. Looking around, Ao Jiao and the blonde had already disappeared from the enlightenment platform. After capturing someone, Shao Chen asked, "This brother, do you know how long I have been comprehending on this enlightenment platform?" The Heavenly Alliance's Shao Chen. That person initially appeared somewhat impatient. However, when he saw Shao Chen's appearance, he asked uncertainly. "That is me." "So, it is you. 1 month has already passed since your conflict with Mu Yunzhu. You are really something. You just arrived, and you already made Mu Yunzhu roll off the enlightenment platform. You ended up benefiting us. However, speaking of which, you have to be careful. Mu Yunzhu already said that he would come and look for you half a year later." It turned out that 1 month had already passed. This made sense. On the Enlightenment Sea, Shao Chen materialized the various mysterious phenomena in the human world to their limits. Finally, he confirmed the 2 correct choices. Immersed in it, Shao Chen forgot about the flow of time. "Many thanks." Shao Chen expressed his thanks and left alone. After 1 month, Ao Jiao should have returned already. In the Void God realm, everyone only had 10 years of time. Time was limited, and no one could waste it. Without thinking too much, Xiaoqin headed back to his residence. Xiaoqin had started practicing the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique's fourth move, in the mortal realm, in the drill ground of his residence. He had already comprehended the true meaning of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique on the comprehension platform. Xiaoqin executed it in one go without any hindrance. He had chosen Buddha in the world, so it was destined that this move would not be able to cause too much damage. It was more focused on defense and deterrence. However, this effect was what Xiaoqin wanted. In terms of killing, the might of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique's third move, entering hell, was already sufficient as a powerful killing move. The various saber moves of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber techniques did not differ in strength. Each move had its own specialties, suitable for specific environments. There was no difference in strength. Every move was a killer move that could be used as a trump card. As he became more familiar with the mortal realm, Xiaoqin sheathed his saber and entered deep thought. Each move of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique could be a killing move. However, one could not directly use a killing move in a regular fight. Furthermore, one could not keep up with the expenditure. In the past, Xiaoqin had the 1,000 army break to make up for this. However, now that he was a sovereign personage, the 1,000 army break clearly could not keep up with his cultivation. In the Holy Domain's divine capital, one could obtain cultivation techniques, martial techniques, divine weapons, and any other resources one wanted. Of course, one needed faux god coins. Whoosh! Just at this moment, Xiaoqin saw a figure approaching from afar, flying towards him. It was Ao Jiao. When Xiaoqin saw the other party, he waved his hand and removed the restriction around his residence. Congratulations! Those who can last 1 month on the comprehension platform must have gained something, Xiaoqin said with a smile. After Ao Jiao landed, she said with a smile. Little Yellow Feather and the demon Blood Vulture chased after her in the air. Xiaoqin took a look and fixed his gaze on Ao Jiao. Then, he smiled softly and said, "Fortunately, I comprehended the true meaning of a killing move. I did not waste 1 month." Ao Jiao suggested to Xiaoqin, "Let's go. Let's go to the trial tower." Most newcomers would go to the trial tower first after familiarizing themselves with it. Firstly, they could verify their strength and secondly, earn faux god coins. Should I go after some time? I still have room for improvement. The Holy Domain envoy once introduced the trial tower to Xiaoqin. It was the first way for newcomers to earn faux god coins. However, Xiaoqin feared that the faux god world had a limit. If he was not strong enough, he would be wasting this opportunity. It's fine. The trial tower does not have a limit. We can go at any time. Let's go, then. After chatting for a while, the two arrived before the trial tower in the divine capital. The Tower of Trials was situated in the middle of the largest lake in the divine capital. A small path paved with bamboo and wood led directly to the Tower of Trials. This was a pagoda made of jade. It had a total of 81 floors, looking like a sword piercing the clouds. The trial tower had not opened yet, so many cultivators gathered at the entrance. Most of them were from the Heavenly Alliance, waiting in line. As Xiaoqin sized up the trial tower, he asked out of curiosity, "How do I earn faux god coins?" Ao Jiao explained, "You will obtain the corresponding faux god coins by breaking through the corresponding floor. Everyone has only one chance. This is the basic faux god coins. On top of this, if one performs well, there will be additional rewards." Perform well? Yes. The time taken to clear each floor is recorded. If you can enter the top 10, it will be considered an outstanding performance. If you can break the record, it will be incredible. You will obtain a large number of faux god coins. You might even attract the attention of the older generation faux gods, who will give you pointers behind closed doors in the faux god world. So, that was the case. The trial tower really had many benefits. Not only could one test one's strength, but one could also obtain faux god coins. If one performed well, one could even attract the attention of faux god powerhouses. Xiao Qin. Several people from the Heavenly Alliance recognized Xiao Qin. They had gotten to know each other on the way here. When they saw Xiao Qin arrive, they greeted him. Xiao Qin nodded slightly and responded to all of them. Suddenly, Xiao Qin noticed a stone stele in front of the trial tower. Many people were looking at it. This is the glory stele. The names of the record holders of each floor are recorded there. Xiao Qin went over and looked from top to bottom. The top row was empty. There was no record of anyone clearing the 81st floor. Xiao Qin continued looking, and a familiar yet unfamiliar name entered his eyes. The record holder of the 80th floor, the Universe Origin Sect's Chu Chaoyun. Xiao Qin was stunned for a while. Then, he muttered, "Is this the Chu Chaoyun I know?" Chapter 21-24. Chu Chaoyun. Is that the Chu Chaoyun I know? Ordinary people could not come into contact with the 8 super factions. They only knew of their existence on the surface. The Universe Origin Sect's faction on the surface was the Tianwu dynasty of the 3 dynasties, a major faction that ruled the Central Great Realm. The person who broke the Trial Tower's 80th floor record was the Universe Origin Sect's Chu Chaoyun. That was to say, if Xiao Chen's guess was right, he should be from the Tianwu dynasty. He might be the Chu Chaoyun that Xiao Chen knew. The one who used the divine item that the Tianwu Emperor left behind to come to the Great Thousand Realms from the Kunlun realm was Chu Chaoyun. Ao Jiao gave Xiao Chen a definite answer. Then, she said softly, "That's right. It is that Chu Chaoyun that you know. I met him once 5 years ago. However, he caught the eye of a powerhouse in the faux god world long ago and received closed-door guidance. It is hard to say whether he is still in the faux god world or not. It really is him." Xiao Qin could not help recalling. After a while, he asked, "Why do you say that it is hard to say whether he is still in the faux god world or not?" Ao Jiao explained, according to the rules of the faux god world, after one becomes a divine Vane Realm's sovereign emperor, one has to leave even before the 10 years are up. Chu Chaoyun possesses outstanding talent, but I am not sure. Furthermore, he received closed-door guidance from a powerhouse in the faux god world. He might have already become a divine Vane Realm's sovereign emperor. When Xiao Qin heard that, he felt stunned. Ao Jiao's words immediately shocked him. After not meeting for so many years, Chu Chaoyun has actually become so strong already. If that was really the case, there was only one possibility. Chu Chaoyun should have come into contact with the Tianwu dynasty's royal court. In the past few years, Chu Chaoyun had been enjoying the resources of the royal court. Then, he entered the Universe Origin sect and was sent to the faux god world. This put some pressure on Xiao Qin, but he did not feel too anxious. Xiao Qin had an acquired divine body and a grade 8 blue dragon bloodline. His cultivation would definitely improve slower than others. If Xiao Qin had the same physical body as the others, he would have reached peak sovereign personage long ago. Right now, he was neither in a rush nor too slow. If he continued walking down his own path, he would eventually be able to achieve what he wanted. Xiao Qin was full of confidence in himself. These 10 years in the faux god realm would be the most crucial time for him to climb to the peak. As Xiao Qin continued to read on the honor stele, he discovered that the fastest record for many levels was Chu Chaoyun. This guy. I really want to meet him. Xiao Qin was slightly shocked and said softly. The other Heavenly Alliance members were similarly shocked at this name that appeared many times, appearing somewhat envious. Indeed, the other super factions have deeper accumulations. There is no one from my Heavenly Alliance on this record stele. I heard that you can't use alloy battle armor in the trial tower. You can choose your own weapon, but all other treasures are prohibited. However, we have 4 heaven-defying sovereign personages in our batch. Perhaps we can change things. I hope so. As the crowd discussed, an old man with white eyebrows and a beard walked out of the trial tower. He looked at the crowd and said with a smile, "So, the Heavenly Alliance's newcomers have arrived. No wonder there are so many people here this time. Clearly, the white-bearded old man was the person in charge of the trial tower. After explaining the rules to the crowd, he said, "This trial tower can only allow a maximum of 5 people to enter at a time. Remember not to use any secret treasures aside from weapons after you enter. I will not say anything else. Do as you please." Right after the white-bearded old man spoke, 5 people immediately stepped forward and entered the trial tower, appearing very confident. However, in less than 15 minutes, the first person to be eliminated appeared with an unsightly expression. He was eliminated on the first floor. Time passed slowly. At first, everyone was eager to try. However, their expressions slowly turned grave. 4 hours later, most people were stuck on the first floor. Only 2 or 3 people managed to break through to the second floor. However, no one managed to break through to the third floor. The difficulty surpassed everyone's expectations. The white-bearded old man smiled and said, "Don't be shocked. There is a small hurdle every 3 floors of the trial tower, and a large hurdle every 9 floors. Most newcomers stop at the 3rd floor. If you can break through to the 3rd floor on your first attempt, that would already be extremely incredible. So, that is the case. Then, what will happen if I break through to the 6th floor on my first attempt? Ha! If you break through to the 6th floor on your first attempt, then all the faux god powerhouses in the entire holy domain will fight to recruit you." The old man stroked his beard and laughed softly. Clearly, he did not believe that anyone could break through to the 6th floor on their first attempt. As Xiao Chen looked at the trial tower, he entered deep thought. Is it really that difficult? Look, someone broke through to the 3rd floor. It must be Saber Demon Wu Meng. A spot of light flickered on the trial tower's 4th floor. Of the 5 people in there, only Saber Demon Wu Meng possessed such strength. 4th floor, 5th floor, 6th floor. Saber Demon Wu Meng moved like a hot knife through butter. After breaking through to the 3rd floor, he continued on to the 2nd floor. However, he did not last long on the 6th floor before being defeated. Whoosh! Wu Meng appeared somewhat fatigued. However, he could not hide the excitement in his eyes as he said, "Great." The white-bearded old man's expression changed slightly, and his eyes lit up as well. Even in the other super factions, people who managed to make it to the 6th floor on their first attempt were rare. Spear Sovereign Mo and Sword Venerate Gongzilan entered the trial tower one after another. The two did not disappoint, making it to the 6th floor. However, they also did not last long before being defeated. Of the Heavenly Alliance's 4 heaven-defying sovereign personages, only Grim Reaper Lin Feng remained. Lin Feng showed an indifferent expression. His eyes were dull and lifeless, devoid of color. No one dared to look at him. Whoosh! Without any warning, Zhang Xian entered the trial tower without a sound or warning. The white-bearded old man felt slightly startled. His eyelids twitched as he exclaimed, "Death Dao Domain." After Lin Feng entered the trial tower, the many faux god powerhouses in closed-door cultivation in the floating palaces in the sky of the divine capital opened their eyes. Before Grim Reaper Lin Feng entered the faux god world, many holy domain faux gods already knew his name. Many people thought highly of him, a descendant who could comprehend the Death Dao Domain. Such a person would definitely become a sovereign emperor. If he could light up his divine flame in the future and advance to faux god, he would immediately soar. Lin Feng was a rare good sapling. Whether it was taking him in as a disciple or as a nominal disciple, it would be extremely beneficial to them. Ao Jiao said after some thought, "How strong. To think that a demonic genius appeared in your heavenly alliance. I believe that as long as he makes it to the 6th floor, a faux god will definitely appear and give him closed-door guidance." A faux god's time was very precious. In the Holy Domain's divine capital, being able to receive a faux god's closed-door guidance was an extremely high honor and rare. Xiao Chen said softly, "This person is indeed very strong. However, his character is somewhat strange. I have practically never seen him speak. The murderous aura on his body is even more terrifying, but there seems to be an aura on him that I'm very familiar with. A very familiar aura? Yes. However, there is no need to look into this. Let's see how many floors he can make it to. Before everyone's anticipation, Lin Feng, who was known as the Grim Reaper, fought steadily, living up to everyone's expectations. He broke through the first floor, the second floor, the third floor, the fourth floor, and the fifth floor. Soon, he arrived at the crucial sixth floor. Saber Demon Wu Meng, Spear Sovereign Mou, and Sword Venerate Gongzi Lan all looked somewhat nervous. Previously, the four had been equally famous. The three of them had been eliminated on the sixth floor. If Lin Feng passed the sixth level, it would undoubtedly mean that Lin Feng's strength was a level higher than theirs. The proud and arrogant people would definitely find this hard to accept. Time passed slowly. Soon, Lin Feng lasted longer than Saber Demon Wu Meng and the others on the sixth floor. Is this fellow really going to break through to the sixth floor? Saber Demon Wu Meng said with a frown. He had personally experienced the horrors of the sixth floor and naturally knew. Whoosh! Just as Wu Meng, Mou, and Sword Venerate Gongzi Lan felt uncertain, a light flashed in the trial tower, and a spot of light appeared on the seventh floor. Lin Feng broke through. Xiao Chen muttered to himself, he really broke through to the sixth floor. Entering the Holy Domain's divine capital with such a person placed a mountain of pressure on them. After breaking through to the sixth floor, Lin Feng remained on the seventh floor for several times longer than on the sixth floor. Clearly, he was already a spent force. However, Lin Feng forcefully broke through again and charged to the eighth floor. Then, before everyone's shocked gazes, he stepped onto the ninth floor. Even the jaws of the disciples of the other super factions nearly fell off in shock. This was Lin Feng's first time entering the trial tower, and he already charged to the ninth floor. This was truly horrifying. However, the miracle ended here. Lin Feng failed on the ninth floor. The instant Lin Feng was sent out of the trial tower, four god experts descended from the sky. After they appeared, they extended invitations to him. The strong auras of foe gods pressured others to the point of suffocation. However, the four foe gods before Lin Feng had smiles on their faces. They withdrew their auras and walked over. Ha! I say, there is no need for the four of us to fight here. That's true. This is not a good place to talk. Little friend Lin Feng, are you willing to move to another place to talk? Some hesitation flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. Then, he nodded silently. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, these foe gods and Lin Feng vanished from everyone's sight. Damn! To think that four foe gods took a fancy to him at the same time. When the disciples of the other super factions saw this scene, they felt somewhat envious and went crazy. Compared to the people who came to the Heavenly Alliance in the beginning, they knew very well what kind of honor it was to be favored by a foe god expert. The benefits of being able to get a foe god expert to give up their precious time to provide closed-door guidance were endless. Only geniuses among geniuses were qualified to be favored by a foe god expert and willing to spend time to give pointers. Under normal circumstances, foe gods would not even be willing to spare a few more glances at a sovereign personage that they looked down on. Saber Demon Wu Meng, Gongzi Lan, and the other two felt somewhat helpless as they watched the four foe god experts invite Lin Feng away. Gongzi Lan said somewhat unhappily, I can already condense divine energy in advance. Why are no foe god experts interested in me? Wu Meng smiled mockingly and said, save it. Your little tricks are nothing before a divine Vane Realm sovereign emperor, what more a foe god expert? Humph. I will prove it to everyone. Gongzi Lan snorted coldly and turned to leave. His pride must have suffered a huge blow. Chapter 21-25. On his first attempt, he managed to clear the trial tower's sixth floor in one go, attracting the attention of four foe god experts. The main reason why Lin Feng could attract four foe god experts at once was not because he had broken through to the sixth layer, but because his name had already spread in some circles of the foe god world before he came. High-level Great Daos were existences that were much stronger than elemental Great Daos. Very few foe gods could comprehend high-level Great Dao. However, once they did, it would be incredible. Without exception, they were definitely the top few foe gods, existences so strong that they were suffocating. For a seedling like Lin Feng, he was still far from becoming a foe god. However, once he became a foe god, he would immediately surpass many older foe gods, and his status would rise infinitely. This was equivalent to a commoner in the secular world who had the fate of the Son of Heaven. Roping them in and building a good relationship with them would only bring benefits and no harm. Coupled with his outstanding talent, foe god experts were naturally willing to spend time to guide such a person. If you put yourself in his shoes, you would understand. However, even if they understood this, the Heavenly Alliance members and a few members of the other super factions still felt shocked. Xiao Chen, what do you think? Ao Jiao looked at Xiao Chen mischievously. In the Sky Dome realm and the Kunlun realm, it was the others who looked up to Xiao Chen. Anyone who lived in the same era as him would feel great pressure, forever seeing Xiao Chen's back. After arriving in the foe god world, Xiao Chen became one of the many people, watching the backs of others like everyone else. Xiao Chen understood the meaning behind Ao Jiao's words and said, I'm used to it. After coming to the boundless world, I've had too many similar experiences. The other monstrous geniuses of the Great Thousand Realms had given Xiao Chen many surprises and shocks. He was already used to it. There was no need to be envious or jealous of others. If Xiao Chen exposed the state of cycle in the Heavenly Alliance's test, he would receive the same amount of attention as Grim Reaper Lin Feng. But there was no need. Many years ago, Xiao Chen understood that people had to live for themselves. Xiao Chen had only just comprehended the state of cycle. He was far from being able to bring it out. He just had to follow his own rhythm and walk step by step. He couldn't let mundane matters mess up his state of mind. Ao Jiao smiled and did not mention it. She said in a deep voice, how many rounds do you think you can pass this time? Xiao Chen entered deep thought. After thinking seriously for a while, he said, not counting some trump cards, my strength is weaker than Gongzi Lan, Mou, and Saber Demon Wu Meng. If nothing unexpected happens, I should stop at the 6th layer. Breaking through the 3rd layer shouldn't be a problem. Most people would not be able to pass the 3rd level of the trial tower on their first attempt. Of the 100-odd people in the Heavenly Alliance, only 4 or 5 managed to clear the 3rd floor. Aside from Lin Feng, only Gongzi Lan's group of 3 managed to make it to the 6th floor. White-robed Xiao Chen, why aren't you going to challenge the trial? As the two chatted, Xiao Chen saw Spear King Mou and Saber Demon Wu Meng walking over. The one who spoke was Saber Demon Wu Meng. He was a rather strong and forthright man. However, the two had not interacted before. Now that Saber Demon Wu Meng took the initiative to come over, Xiao Chen was somewhat surprised. Xiao Chen nodded slightly and said, there's no rush. I made a bet with Mou that you could make it to the 6th floor. He did not believe it and looked down on you. Saber Demon Wu Meng smiled. He radiated a strong murderous qi, looking ferocious. Although this smile was meant to express friendliness, it still looked very scary. Mou, who carried a spear on his back, showed an indifferent expression, his gaze cold. His aura was similar to Lin Feng's. However, there was still a fundamental difference. Mou cultivated the Ice Great Dao, so his character was naturally like this, unlike Mou, who had no color in his eyes. Mou said coldly, don't try to drive a wedge between us. In my eyes, Xiao Chen is an opponent on the same level as Lin Feng. However, he still lacks some time. Wu Meng smiled and said, ha ha ha. I don't care about that. In any case, you might not believe that Xiao Chen can make it to the 6th floor, but I do. Xiao Chen, don't disappoint me. We made a bet of 100 foe god coins. Clearly, being thought highly of by an expert like Wu Meng was something to be happy about. Xiao Chen said, I'll do my best. Not many people from the Heavenly Alliance had yet to enter the trial tower. After greeting the two, Xiao Chen headed for the trial tower. Xiao Chen. I heard that he was the one who forced Mu Yunzhu down 100,000 steps 1 month ago. Cut it out. Senior brother Mu was just careless. If not for the solar divine daughter of Bushan Palace relying on the golden crow holy beast, senior brother Mu would have been more than enough to suppress him with one hand. Senior brother Mu would have been more than enough to suppress him with one hand. I heard that he is only 47 years old this year. He is like the geniuses of the Universe Origin sect and Bushan Palace, possessing boundless potential. Xiao Chen's appearance caused a huge commotion. It was unavoidable to mention what happened on the comprehension platform 1 month ago. Many of the profound Heaven Holy Land disciples immediately felt upset and started retorting. At the same time, at a palace high in the sky of the Holy Domain's divine capital, suddenly, an old man with an aged expression descended. This old man exuded a strong aura, and a vast saber intent radiated from his forehead. The old man walked out of the palace and smiled softly. Shimu, you are here. Shimu nodded and replied softly, I heard that 2 excellent bladesman saplings came from the Heavenly Alliance's batch of newcomers. It seems that they are here for the trial tower's opening this time. You are here to find an inheritor. I'm already old. I don't want the saber techniques that I spent so much effort on to not have an inheritor. Finding an inheritor is really difficult. You old fogey, aren't your standards too high? In the past few centuries, how many seedlings have we, your old friends, introduced to you? Even if there are not 10,000, there are at least 8 or 9,000 outstanding talents who want to inherit your legacy. However, you still look down on them. It was clear that the 2 old men had a good relationship. They did not hold back as they joked. Faux God Shimu shook his head slightly and said, it is better to go without than to find someone suitable. They might as well stop me. Have they started yet? Wu Meng already came out. However, I've already recorded the entire process of him clearing the trial for you. The other one just entered. After the old man finished speaking, he handed a jade strip to Shimu. Shimu received the jade strip and gave it a cursory look. Then, his eyes lit up. The other old man smiled and said, this person is known as the Saber Demon in the Heavenly Alliance. When he executed his saber techniques, he was like a mad demon. His killing chi surged everywhere, and he did not hold back when he used it. However, he did not fall into the demonic Tao. Clearly, he could control it very well, showing finesse despite the coarseness. He is a rare genius in the saber technique. Not bad, not bad. This kind of crazed demonic energy is rare. He is a true bladesman with the heart of a bladesman. Shimu put away the jade strip and nodded in praise. However, he did not say anything. He asked, what about the other person? The other person is equally incredible. He entered the Heavenly Alliance at the age of 47. He is known as the White-Robed Bladesman. Although he is young, his saber techniques are experienced and steady. He walks his own saber Tao, which is different from the various schools of saber techniques. When introducing Xiao Chen, this old man was not stingy with his praise. Creating his own saber Tao. He is merely 47, and he wants to create his own saber Tao. He overestimates himself and is too boastful. Shimu frowned slightly when he heard that, feeling dissatisfied. Don't jump to conclusions too early. Coincidentally, he just entered the trial tower. How about we watch first? The other old man suggested. Shimu nodded and said, let's watch. Many of the youths nowadays are proud and arrogant. They refuse to submit to anyone and want to reach the sky in one step. They look down on all the senior powerhouses, thinking that they can create a Tao that surpasses the predecessors. In reality, they are just people who look at the sky from the bottom of a well. By the time they regret it, it will already be too late. The other old man's heart skipped a beat. My old friend, Shimu, hates people who bite off more than they can chew. It looks like it will be difficult for this Xiao Chen to gain Shimu's favor. Saber Demon Wu Meng's hopes were much higher. Inside the trial tower, Xiaoqin showed a calm expression as he entered the first floor. He did not know that two faux god experts were paying attention to his every move. Xiaoqin curiously sized up his surroundings. When he entered the first floor, a small light figure that looked like a realm spirit appeared before him. Heavenly Alliance's Xiaoqin, welcome to the trial tower. I am the item spirit responsible for maintaining the trial tower. As this is your first time challenging the trial tower, you do not have many privileges. Right now, you only have one privilege. You can choose the location of the first floor, desolate plains, desert, or grassland. Anything else? You only have these three privileges for now. Xiaoqin entered deep thought. The three locations were about the same. None of them suited his attributes. So, he could only choose one randomly. Desert. Alright. The first floor's trial begins now. Good luck. Right after the trial tower's item spirit spoke, the scene before Xiaoqin suddenly changed. In the next moment, he found himself in a vast sea of sand. Chapter 21-26. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, and yellow sand covered the ground. The boundless sand dunes looked like a golden sea. The content of the trial? As Xiaoqin stood in the sea of sand, he cautiously looked around. He thought about how to proceed in the upcoming trial, not daring to lower his guard. Although Xiaoqin was fully confident of clearing the third floor, many people in the Heavenly Alliance had fallen on the first floor. However, many people in the Heavenly Alliance fell on the first floor as well. Xiaoqin could not be careless. Whoosh! Suddenly, a black-clad cultivator carrying two sabers on his back appeared from the sand behind Xiaoqin. Only his eyes were exposed as he charged at Xiaoqin. Amid rumbling sounds, a boundless sea of sand surged up like a tsunami behind the black-clad cultivator. This clearly showed the black-clad cultivator's aura. The instant the black-clad cultivator drew his sabers and chopped down, a terrifying mysterious phenomenon materialized. The sky for 5,000 kilometers around instantly turned pitch black. The vast saber might contain terrifying pressure. The black-clad cultivator turned around and drew his saber, instantly spreading out his Thunder Dao domain. After blocking the other party's saber might, Xiaoqin easily blocked the other party's sabers with his tyrant saber. The sand under his feet did not move at all. Dang! 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 The black-clad masked cultivator did not stop at all after missing his first strike. The two sabers danced as he launched a frenzied attack in the air. Thunderclouds instantly covered the sky. Every move Xiaoqin made carried the power of lightning. This black-clad cultivator's attacks were very ferocious, catching others off guard. His saber techniques were exquisite, showing no obvious openings. Xiaoqin felt slightly stunned. He had not expected the other party to have a Thunder Dao domain as well. The usage of the two sabers also made his eyes light up. This is interesting. Xiaoqin revealed a smile as he temporarily dodged the attacks. As he retreated, he calmly analyzed his opponent's strength. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged more than 100 moves. Xiaoqin dealt with the moves as they came, not flustered at all. The two clashed with their Thunder Dao domains and their saber techniques, starting an intense battle in the vast yellow sand for 5,000 kilometers around. The other party's cultivation is higher than mine, and he has rich combat experience. He grasps the same Thunder Dao domain as me. He does not fear pain. It seems like the damage I inflicted on him does not affect him at all. Why does it feel like this matter is somewhat familiar? As Xiaoqin analyzed his opponent's strength, he was surprised to find the other party very familiar. The black and white eggs were combat puppets. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Xiaoqin's mind. The masked, black-clad cultivator before Xiaoqin seemed very similar to the black and white eggs. Could it be that the opponents he had to challenge in this experiential training were black and white eggs? Combat puppets similar to the black and white eggs? If that was the case, it was understandable why some people couldn't even pass the first trial. After all, 4 years ago, Xiao Chen had been mistreated by the black and white eggs for 4 years. Although the black-clad masked cultivator before Xiao Chen was much weaker than the black and white eggs and did not have the intelligence of the black and white eggs, he did not possess the strength of a faux god. However, it was normal for others to be defeated in the first round if they were unable to adapt quickly. If it's really as I guessed, then I've gained quite a bit of advantage from this trial. After all, Xiao Chen had fought the black and white eggs for 4 years and was very familiar with such combat puppets. It was like he had been on the trial for 4 years. Compared to the other rookies, he had a huge advantage. Don't worry, I'll take it slow, Xiao Chen thought of a possibility. This might be a huge opportunity before him, so he had to grasp it properly. Outside the trial tower, the many Heavenly Alliance members and the disciples of the other super factions watched Xiao Chen's trial. After all, Xiao Chen was the youngest member in the history of the Heavenly Alliance and caused a huge commotion 1 month ago. If Xiao Chen did not have any results in the trial, he would definitely be mocked by others. This was especially so for the profound Heaven Holy Lands people. They hoped that Xiao Chen would be eliminated on the first floor. In the palace in the sky, the old man across from faux god Shimu said indifferently, "It looks like this Xiao Chen is only so. He conforms to the norm and does not stand out at all." Unlike the people below, faux gods could directly see the situation inside the trial tower. The 2 faux gods could see Xiao Chen's every move. Not a single detail escaped their eyes. Shimu shook his head and said, "That's not it. You have to look at his eyes. They are clean and pure. From the start until now, they have been like an ancient well, rippling endlessly. Clearly, his mental state is extraordinary. The saber techniques he executed are even more exquisite." Exquisite? The old man across felt confused. Although he did not know much about the saber technique, he could tell that Xiao Chen's saber technique did not stand out at all. Shimu smiled faintly and said, "Yes, very exquisite." He was testing the strength of this combat puppet. However, while he was testing it, his saber technique not only stabilized the other party's attack, but he also grasped his strength perfectly. His control of strength was just right, not a bit more, not a bit less, not a bit more, not a bit less, not a bit wasted. It looks ordinary and unremarkable, but in reality, it is impossible without a solid foundation. Shimu was a faux god famed for his saber techniques, after all. His eyes were sharp and precise. At this point, Shimu already understood that his earlier evaluation of Xiao Chen was wrong. This Xiao Chen before him was definitely not an arrogant and overbearing person who bit off more than he could chew. However, this is the faux god world, where all the outstanding talents of the world gather. He is pretty good now, but that is all. This is far from enough in the faux god world. Shimu, who set his sights very high, changed the topic and said indifferently. His meaning was clear. Xiao Chen was pretty good, but he was still too inexperienced. To others, he could be considered an outstanding talent. In Shimu's opinion, Xiao Chen was still somewhat lacking, not meeting the requirements to inherit his legacy. The old man across smiled faintly. It looked like the lucky person to inherit fiendish saber Shimu's legacy would be the Heavenly Alliance's Wu Meng. Trial Tower, amid the yellow sand for 5,000 kilometers, it is almost as I guessed. My opponents in this trial tower are the weakened versions of the black and white eggs. Since that is the case, there is no need to continue playing with them. With this thought, Xiao Chen's aura suddenly changed. The flawless Tao used the body as a saber, objects as a saber, and thoughts as a saber. In that instant, saber lights appeared all over Xiao Chen's body. His white clothes were sabers, his fine black hair was sabers, and the yellow sand filling the air was sabers. Everything was a saber. Ka Xie. One saber strike. Just one saber strike. Thousands of saber lights instantly stabbed the black-clad cultivator to death. Thousands of holes appeared on the black-clad cultivator's body. Blazing saber lights burst out of every hole. Ka Xie. The black-clad cultivator shattered into a pile of scrap. Indeed, it was a combat puppet. Inside the palace, the two foe gods watching Xiao Chen were indescribably shocked. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Chen destroyed the combat puppet with one saber strike. Just one moment ago, Xiao Chen was still a refined and elegant man, unperturbed. In the next moment, his saber intent soared into the clouds, appearing incredulous. Thunder roared again. The sand sea churned like a huge wave crashing over. The sea of sand surged like a huge wave. Another two battle dolls appeared. Good timing. Xiao Chen's fighting spirit soared. He smiled and did not hold anything back, continuing to execute his flawless saber dao. Dragon subduing stance, breaking stance, cloud soaring stance. A hazy saber intent immediately spread out in the vast desert. The desert became like a real sea, churning under Xiao Chen's feet. 3 moves. In just 3 moves, Xiao Chen chopped the 2 combat puppets into pieces, displaying his tyranny. The 2 foe god old men were flabbergasted. This was not like a newcomer at all. Xiao Chen understood the combat puppets' weaknesses and openings like the back of his hand. His self-created saber dao made their eyes light up and sigh in amazement. However, Xiao Chen did not feel cocky at all. After being tortured by the black and white eggs for several years, if he did not improve at all, he might as well kill himself. 2 combat puppets were destroyed. Then, 3 combat puppets appeared. Then, 4 more appeared. This cycle progressed. When 9 combat puppets appeared before Xiao Chen, the trial tower's item spirit's voice rang out in his ears. Trial taker Xiao Chen, the final wave of attacks is about to arrive. If you can kill all your opponents, you will pass the test. It's the final wave already. In that case, let's end it in one go. After consecutive victories, Xiao Chen's aura soared. He had already reached his peak and was still climbing. The saber intent blazing on his body and the thunderclouds spreading in the sky swallowed everything, appearing unstoppable. Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique, entering hell. In the final wave of attacks, Xiao Chen directly executed his strongest killing move, the move with the heaviest baleful aura and killing chi of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. The Buddha said, "If I do not enter hell, who will?" Saber lights flashed in the desert for 500,000 kilometers. Winds blew, ghosts cried, and wolves howled. An indistinct azura hell appeared. The howling saber wind made the desert churn like waves, not resting for even a moment. Azura hell appeared completely, surrounding Xiao Chen in layers. Thousands of malicious spirits and countless aggrieved spirits appeared. It was like Xiao Chen had absorbed the entire hell into his body. If he was not careful, he would turn into a demon lord of hell. Intense flames covered Xiao Chen's entire body, burning fiercely. He looked deranged, his expression sinister and terrifying. Only his eyes remained as calm as still water. A Buddhist swastika appeared on Xiao Chen's forehead. The instant the Buddhist swastika appeared, the various evil karma, aggrieved spirits, and azura hell in Xiao Chen's body were all drawn into the saber. Immediately, it seemed like Xiao Chen was no longer holding a saber but an evil dragon from hell that wanted to destroy the world. Xiao Chen felt that the saber in his hand could even pierce through the sky at this moment. The saber contained a strong force. The strong energy contained in the saber made Xiao Chen's entire body tremble. The moment the 9 combat puppets arrived before him, Xiao Chen roared and swung the saber in his hand. Light exploded. Before the 9 combat puppets could react, this energy blasted them into dust. Then, the shock waves blasted them into nothing. When the light scattered and the storm calmed, aside from the hum of the saber in Xiao Chen's hand, everything was quiet in the desert. Outside the trial tower, everyone chatted leisurely. They were not worried about whether Xiao Chen could clear the first floor or not. Of course, there was always a group of people who wished for Xiao Chen to be eliminated on the first floor. Humph! Don't get eliminated on the first floor. At that time, you will become a big joke. A profound Heaven Holy Land disciple said maliciously as he looked at the trial tower. Rumble. Suddenly, the entire ground shook violently. A terrifying might rushed out from the Tower of Trials. Aside from Xiao Chen, all the disciples in the trial tower were forced out one by one. What's going on? My trial is not over yet. The group felt confused, not knowing what was going on. The Heavenly Alliance's people and the people of the other super factions also felt confused, not knowing what was going on. Whoosh! Suddenly, the glory steel gave off a bright light that was even more dazzling than the sun, illuminating the entire divine city. When the light scattered, a name on the glory steel changed. Trial Taker Xiao Chen, congratulations on breaking the record of the Trial Tower's first floor. This record has not been broken for close to 1,000 years. The Heavenly Alliance's Xiao Chen is hereby rewarded with 10,000 faux god coins. Then, a resonant voice resounded in every corner of the Holy Domain's divine capital. The Heavenly Alliance disciples and the members of the other super factions outside the Trial Tower were all stupefied, flabbergasted. Several disciples in closed-door cultivation opened their eyes and looked in the direction of the Trial Tower. Many faux gods also appeared in the palaces where faux gods resided and looked over. How did he break the record? Is that true? Saber Demon Wu Meng and Spear Sovereign Mo Yu were both stupefied. This was something they never expected. Trial Taker Xiao Chen, congratulations on breaking the record of the Trial Tower's first floor. This record has not been broken for close to 1,000 years. The Heavenly Alliance's Xiao Chen is hereby rewarded with 10,000 faux god coins. The resonant voice rang out again, repeating 3 times in the sky above the divine capital. The voice lingered, reverberating endlessly, telling everyone that it was true. The record of the first level has finally been broken by someone. Outside the trial tower, the white-bearded old man overseeing the situation showed a complicated expression as he sighed. Chapter 21-27. Trial Taker Xiao Chen, congratulations. This is your reward, the little light figure said as it looked at Xiao Chen. The desert environment disappeared, and Xiao Chen reappeared in the trial tower. The trial tower's item spirit said to him. Whoosh! A treasure chest fell, and Xiao Chen reached out to catch it. When he opened it, he saw stacks of faux god coins neatly arranged inside. With a cursory glance, Xiao Chen was surprised to discover a total of 13,100 faux god coins. 10,000 was the reward for breaking the record. 100 was the basic reward that anyone who cleared the level could obtain. Where did the remaining 3,000 come from? Xiao Chen looked at the item spirit in confusion. The little light figure smiled and said, there are 2 ways to break a record. One is to try many times, and the other is to break the record on the first try. If it is the latter, there will be a hidden reward. The hidden reward for the first floor is 3,000 faux god coins. Xiao Chen felt enlightened. As he looked at the faux god coins, he grabbed a handful with his right hand and let it slide out. Breaking the record. After figuring out that the black-clad cultivators were simplified combat puppets, Xiao Chen felt that his chance to break the record had arrived. At first, he held back. After figuring out the other party's strength, he erupted in one go, even easily unleashing his strongest killing move, all for this moment. Grim Reaper Lin Feng charged to the 9th floor on his first attempt, attracting 4 faux god experts to descend at the same time, shocking the world. However, Lin Feng failed to break the record. Perhaps he might be able to break the records of the other upper floors after many attempts. However, he would not be able to break the record on the first try like Xiao Chen did. The record for the first floor looks simple, but in reality, it is very difficult to break. This is because the trial tower has a rule. After you clear the first floor, you cannot challenge it a second time. No matter which floor you are defeated in, you will have to try again. The little light figure said after some thought, hence, no one has broken this record for more than 1,000 years. The reward is 10,000 faux god coins. However, the record for the second floor is not that long. Someone broke it 100 years ago, and the reward is only 3,000 faux god coins. So, that is the case. The longer the record remained unbroken, the greater the reward. Of course, if you broke a high-level record, such as the record after the 20th level, the rewards would also be great. Because of the increase in difficulty, the corresponding basic rewards would also be increased. You now have a special privilege. You can freely choose the location of the second floor's trial. At the same time, you can understand the contents of the second floor's trial. So good. But this didn't seem fair to the others. However, there didn't seem to be anything unfair about it. The privilege was something he had fought for with his strength. Others could also have it if they had the strength. Tell me the details of the second trial first. The content of the second floor is the same as the first floor. It's all battle puppets. Compared to the first floor's 9 waves of attacks, the second floor has a total of 18 waves of attacks. Its strength had increased by quite a bit, more than doubling. It was truly terrifying. However, if it were a combat puppet, even if its strength surpassed that of the black and white eggs, Xiaoqin felt that he could still break the record. This was because he had 4 more years of experience than the others. He had 4 more years of experience fighting virtual god-level combat puppets. Now, it was time to think about where to fight. Xiaoqin pondered for a moment and chose the snowfield as the location. It was a land of ice and snow. Why not a place like a Thunder Marsh? It was because his opponent also had a Thunder Dao domain. If he could strengthen his opponent, he could strengthen his opponent as well. Although Xiaoqin did not grasp an Ice Dao domain, his Ice Great Dao was sufficient for him to gain an advantage in the snowfield. Are you sure it is a land of ice and snow? The little light figure asked. I'm sure. Trial taker Xiaoqin, I wish you good luck. The little light figure gave its blessings before sending Xiaoqin to the trial tower's second floor. As he expected, heavy snow fell before him, a vast and boundless snowfield. Unlike Xiaoqin's calmness after breaking the record, the Heavenly Alliance disciples and the disciples of the other super factions outside the trial tower still felt stupefied. Miss Ao Jiao, how come no one has broken the first floor in the past 1,000 years? Wu Meng and Mo Yu still felt excited and incredulous. They could not help asking Ao Jiao, who was beside them. Ao Jiao replied after some thought, it's not just that no one has broken it in the past 1,000 years. Since the trial tower's existence, this first floor's record has only been broken 3 times. Including Xiaoqin, that is 4 times. Wu Meng and Mo Yu felt slightly startled. They had not expected someone to break the seemingly simple first floor's record only 4 times. However, when they thought about it, when they first entered the trial tower and faced the first stage, they were inexperienced. They were caught off guard and nearly lost. By the time they stabilized themselves, they had already wasted a lot of time. The time he spent was several times longer than Xiaoqin's. The others were probably the same as the 2 of them or even worse. How did this fellow break the first floor's record? This won't do. I have to inform Senior Brother Mu. Horror flashed in the eyes of a profound Heaven Holy Land disciple. After some thought, he said, stand guard here and see how many floors this fellow can clear. I'll go and inform Senior Brother. All right. This person was rushing out, but there were even more cultivators flying over from all directions. These people saw the profound light illuminating the divine city. When they heard that someone broke the record, they all rushed over to take a look. In a certain faux god palace in the air, fiendish saber Shimu and the old man across him remained silent for a long time. Old fellow, what do you think? The old man across Shimu asked with a grave expression. Originally, Shimu did not think highly of Xiaoqin. He felt that Xiaoqin was too inexperienced, lacking compared to saber demon Wu Meng. Unexpectedly, Xiaoqin broke the first floor's record in one go. This was not the main point. The main point was Xiaoqin's final move, the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber techniques entering hell. Shimu thought for a long time before sighing, he is rather strong. The other old man was mildly startled. Shimu's evaluation was not too high. He said that Xiaoqin was rather strong. Shimu was definitely not talking about Xiaoqin's strength but his cultivation in the saber Dao. Shimu was known as the fiendish saber and had lived for a long time. In terms of blades men, he could be said to be one of the strongest in the faux god world, aside from that person. Right now, Shao Qin was only a sovereign personage. To think that his skills with the saber caught Shimu's attention and even praised him. To think that the Heavenly Alliance produced two incredible geniuses in this batch, the old man said softly. The other person was naturally Grim Reaper Lin Feng. At this moment, in the two's eyes, Shao Qin was already on the same level as Lin Feng. Due to Shao Qian's youth, his potential was even greater. In an underground secret room in a desolate courtyard in the Holy Domain's divine capital, Senior Brother Mu, this is incredible, this was where Mu Yunzhu was in closed-door cultivation. After he gained something on the comprehension platform, he had been in closed-door cultivation, digesting what he gained. Mu Yunzhu slowly opened his eyes and said indifferently, I said before, do not disturb me if there is nothing urgent. If you have something to say it quickly. Senior brother, the fellow you told us to keep an eye on, he broke the record today. He broke the record for the trial tower's first floor. What? The first floor's record? Is that true? It's true. Mu Yunzhu suddenly stood up, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. If Shao Qin had broken the record for the other floors, he would not have found it so strange. The reason for this was that Mu Yunzhu's name was also on the glory stele outside the trial tower. Mu Yunzhu was also a genius outstanding talent who had broken the trial tower's record before, more than once. However, no one had broken the first floor's record for the past 1,000 years. Back then, even the universe origin sect's Chu Chaoyun, who caused everyone to despair, could not break the first floor's record. To think that Shao Qin did so. What did this mean? It meant that Shao Qin was now even stronger than when they first came to the faux god world. Such an opponent's future potential was scary just thinking about it. In reality, Mu Yunzhu was overthinking. Right now, Shao Qin was not much stronger than when they first came to the faux god world. Aside from Shao Qian's outstanding strength, he had fought the black and white eggs for 4 years to break the record. However, Mu Yunzhu did not know about all this. He, who was in closed-door cultivation, felt somewhat restless. No, I have to go and take a look. Is his strength really that terrifying? Why did I not see it back then? Mu Yunzhu did not say anything. He showed a sullen expression as he quickly left. After the two left the underground secret room, they arrived at the courtyard's gates. Before they could step out, a bright light suddenly appeared before the two. The profound Heaven Holy Land disciple who came to deliver the news found the light piercing and had to use his sleeves to cover his eyes. Trial taker Shao Qin, congratulations on breaking the trial tower's second floor's record for 100 years. The Heavenly Alliance's Shao Qin is hereby rewarded with 3,000 faux god coins. When the light faded, a resonant voice rang out in the two's ears. Mu Yunzhu felt stunned, somewhat flabbergasted. Shao Qin broke through 2 floors in a row, breaking another record. Chapter 1928. Xiao Gu wanted to say more, but Madame of Bones forcefully locked him in place. Then, a light came from Madame of Bones' body, passing from her hand to Xiao Gu. In the next moment, Xiao Gu's aura started to skyrocket. 6th rank Great Saint, 7th rank Great Saint, in the end, it stopped at 8th rank Great Saint. Even Madame of Bones did not expect this scene. I didn't expect your 1,000 bones physique to be so heaven-defying. You only slightly refined your natal bone source, and it rose to this level. I estimate that your current strength is probably no weaker than your father's. Madame of Bones said with relief. If she had known this earlier, she would have passed her natal bone source to Xiao Gu long ago. She would not have waited until today. Xiao Gu sensed it and found that it was countless times stronger than Jiqiang. However, this was not attractive to her. Mother, what about you? Xiao Gu asked. I will live in seclusion on White Bone Mountain. Madame of Bones said, I guess that your father became like this because he listened to that woman too much. So, I only have one wish. If there is a chance in the future, capture that woman for me. Mother, You mean Madame Thousand Spider? Xiao Gu asked. Madame of Bones nodded and said, that's right. With your current cultivation level, it is enough to deal with her. It would be best if you could bring her to me. I have a way to torture her. If it was the previous Xiao Gu, she would definitely not agree. However, she had seen her father fight against her mother with her own eyes. Her heart was filled with hatred. Okay, I will go capture her now and let mother punish her. Xiao Gu said. There's no rush. Wait until you refine my natal bone source. Although your father is heavily injured, he is on Thousand Spider Mountain. You lack battle experience, so you probably can't do it. You should find a place to completely refine your natal bone source. At that time, you should be able to break through to 9th rank Great Saint. Only by reaching this level will you be qualified to go to Thousand Spider Mountain. Madame of Bones said. Okay, then I will find a place to cultivate in seclusion first. Xiao Gu nodded in agreement. Go, don't worry about me. Although my natal bone source is gone, and my cultivation level has dropped to 8th rank Great Saint, I won't let him go on the mountain next time. Madame of Bones said. Mother, I will send you back, Xiao Gu said. After that, Xiao Gu sent Madame of Bones back to the mountain before returning. You want to go to the Thousand Spider Mountain? Yi Xian couldn't help but ask when he saw Xiao Gu come down. Father must have been instigated by Madame Thousand Spider, and that's why he came to ask for his natal bone source from mother. I'll definitely make that woman pay the price. Xiao Gu said. Just in time. I also have something to ask your father. Let's go together. Yi Xian said with a smile. All right. Xiao Gu nodded. In her memories, Madame Thousand Spider was also an 8th rank Great Saint. Now that she had obtained her natal bone source, she had also broken through to the 8th grade Great Saint. Although she hadn't fought Lady Thousand Spider yet, she felt that her strength should be above Lady Thousand Spider. At that moment, Yi Xian and Xiao Gu headed for the Thousand Spider Mountain together. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. Host is now a 9th stage half-saint. Ding! Yan Ming Ghostly Lord, Wei Zhentian, and Heaven-Breaking Ape God have broken through. Currently rank 4 saint. On the way back to Thousand Spiders Mountain, Yi Xian and Heaven-Breaker's cultivation levels increased again. Now, Yi Xian was confident that Heaven-Breaking Great Saint would be able to defeat him. After all, Heaven-Breaking Great Saint was heavily injured, and he still had the Myriad Beast's portrait as a trump card. Soon, Yi Xian and Xiao Gu returned to Thousand Spider Mountain. According to the Death Hunt warrant, Heaven-Breaking Great Saint is at the center of Thousand Spider Mountain. It seems that he is in seclusion to heal his injuries, Yi Xian thought. Although Heaven-Breaking Great Saint was heavily injured, he wouldn't die. Therefore, Yi Xian decided to help Xiao Gu capture Madame Thousand Spider first. After arriving at Thousand Spider Mountain, Yi Xian and Xiao Gu took a shortcut and arrived at the peak of the mountain. At this time, those people were still waiting outside the Thousand Spider Mountain. They didn't know that Heaven-Breaking Great Saint had returned. Madame Thousand Spider should be in the Thousand Spider Mountain. However, this is her territory. If we make a move now, I'm afraid we will be surrounded. Xiao Gu looked at the Thousand Spider Mountain and said softly. When he heard this, Yi Xian had a new evaluation of Xiao Gu. Although the latter was very angry, he still maintained his rationality. Indeed, if they made a move now, Madame Thousand Spider would control those saint beasts to attack them. Moreover, those experts outside the Thousand Spider Mountain might help Madame Thousand Spider as well. Then what do you think we should do? Yi Xian asked. Mother told me that father is using these people to refine the Heaven-Breaking Rod seed. After that, he will secretly kill these people and obtain the Heaven-Breaking Rod seed to increase the might of the Heaven-Breaking Rod technique. Xiao Gu paused for a moment and said, So, I want to mobilize these people to help us deal with Madame Thousand Spider. That's right. That's a good idea. Yi Xian nodded with satisfaction. He had thought of this before, so he had prepared evidence. The evidence he spoke of was the floating image crystal that Wei Zhentian had extracted from his memories on the way back to Thousand Spider Mountain. This floating image crystal recorded the conversation between Madame Whitebones and Heaven-Breaking Great Saint. Once this was exposed, Heaven-Breaking Great Saint's glorious image would immediately crumble. In order to break through, he had to kill the goose that laid the golden eggs. In order to increase the might of the heaven-breaking rod technique, he had to borrow the strength of others to refine the heaven-breaking rod seed. These 2 points were enough to sentence Heaven-Breaking Great Saint to death. At that moment, Yi Xian took out the floating image crystal and directly enlarged it. "Old monkey, we've been husband and wife for many years. Today, you want to take my natal bone source. How cruel. With your natal bone source, I will be able to break through to the saint spirit realm. Then, I will help you recover your cultivation. I didn't expect you to say something like that. You clearly know that there is an 80% chance that I will die if I forcibly extract my natal bone source. It's only an 80% chance. After all these years, I've escaped death so many times, but haven't I still managed to survive? Cut the crap. I won't give you my natal bone source. If you want it, then come and kill me. You think I won't dare? Good, you are very good. If I don't die in a few days, the fact that you used those people to condense the heaven-shocking rod seed, and then killed them to refine the heaven-shocking rod seed to improve yourself will definitely be known to everyone. If that's the case, then you must die today." The conversation in the sky above Whitebone Mountain fell into the ears of this group of people. These people who had come to see Heaven-Breaking Great Saint were all stunned when they saw the floating image. What? Heaven-Breaking Great Saint is so deranged that he even wants to kill his own wife? Heavens, he's using us to improve his heaven-breaking rod technique. Bastard, we were all fooled by them. Chapter 1929. All of a sudden, the group of great saints stood up angrily. Some of them even attacked the Thousand Spiders' palace. Rumble. The Thousand Spiders' palace rumbled under the attack. The door of the Thousand Spiders' palace opened and a woman walked out. Who dares to be so presumptuous in the Thousand Spiders' mountain? This woman wasn't Madame Thousand Spiders, but her disciple. Unfortunately, she was only a 7th-rank great saint. As soon as she appeared, she was surrounded by 2 8th-rank great saints and was captured alive. "Madame Thousand Spiders, get the hell out here." The voice was deafening and resounded through the sky. In the next moment, many experts rushed out of the Thousand Spiders' palace. They were Madame Thousand Spiders' subordinates. "What are you doing?" The disciple of the great saint Startling Heaven also came out. He couldn't help but ask when he saw the group of people acting arrogantly. "What are we doing?" "See for yourself." The young man's face darkened when he saw it. Even he didn't know about this. He thought that the great saint Startling Heaven was a virtuous person who taught the Startling Heaven staff technique to strangers. Now, it seemed that the great saint Startling Heaven staff technique had ulterior motives. If that was the case, his disciple was also in danger. Before he could react, he was captured by an 8th-rank great saint nearby. Kill. Kill our way into the Thousand Spiders' palace and capture Madame Thousand Spiders. In an instant, the group of experts rushed into the Thousand Spiders' palace and started a great battle. At this time, Yi Xian and Xiao Gu, who triggered the battle, were watching from afar. These people were already used as cannon fodder. Yi Xian planned to let these people fight Madame Thousand Spiders first, then lure the great saint Startling Heaven out. Yi Xian wasn't interested in Madame Thousand Spiders at all. However, the great saint Startling Heaven was Xiao Gu's father, so Yi Xian had to be merciful when the time came to kill him. "Xiao Gu, don't transform into your true form in the battle later," reminded Yi Xian. "Why?" asked Xiao Gu, puzzled. "Watch this." After saying that, Yi Xian summoned Wei Zhentian. Myriad Beasts Diagram, suppress. In the next moment, those Zooists' true bodies directly lose 70% of their power. Even though there are also Zooists on the subjugator's side, almost all of them in the Thousand Spiders' palace are Zooists. Moreover, there are also holy beasts. Therefore, as soon as the myriad beasts diagram starts to suppress the Zooists, the subjugator's side immediately gains an advantage. The Thousand Spiders Palace had suffered heavy casualties. How dare you! At this time, a terrifying aura suddenly spread out, and a woman in black appeared. With a wave of her hand, a huge white spider web fell down, directly trapping the Crusaders. Madame Thousand Spider had finally appeared. Lady Thousand Spiders, you are in cahoots with the heaven-startling great sage. Today, I will eliminate this evil for the people. A middle-aged man shouted as he raised his saber and charged towards Madame Thousand Spiders. He was the only 9th grade great saint, one level higher than Madame Thousand Spiders. Madame Thousand Spiders still did not understand the situation. She did not understand why the people outside would suddenly go berserk and charge into the Thousand Spiders Palace. However, since the people in front of her were already here, she had no choice but to act. Bang! She exchanged a single blow with her opponent, and both of them were knocked back. 9th grade great saint. The middle-aged man was shocked. He did not expect Madame Thousand Spiders to have broken through to the 9th grade great saint. This was troublesome. You all deserve to die. Madame Thousand Spiders' eyes shone brightly as she let out a sharp scream. The next moment, the Thousand Spiders Mountain began to tremble. She was the master of the Thousand Spiders Mountain, and all the saint beasts were under her control. Be careful, she is summoning those saint beasts. The middle-aged man reminded. This was the terrifying thing about the Thousand Spiders Mountain. If all the saint beasts came, not many of them would be able to escape. After all, there were still flying thunder spiders in the sky. No, those flying thunder spiders were the first batch to charge into the Thousand Spiders Palace. Quick, capture Madame Thousand Spiders, or everyone will die. Everyone rushed towards Madame Thousand Spiders. At this time, in a corner of the Thousand Spiders Palace. This woman, we can't let her die like this. Xiaogu snorted coldly and prepared to attack. Don't be anxious. She has broken through to the 9th grade great saint, and she has the help of so many saint beasts. She won't die so easily. Moreover, everyone just wants to capture her. Don't be in a hurry to attack, Yi Xian reminded them. Then what should we do? Just watch. Xiaogu asked. Let's kill all these saint beasts first. Otherwise, when all these people are dead, it will be troublesome. Yi Xian said. Okay. Xiaogu had no objections and attacked directly. With the myriad beasts diagram, these saint beasts were no match for Xiaogu at all. Originally, Yi Xian wanted Heaven Breaker to attack. However, Wei Zhentian had transformed into the myriad beasts diagram to suppress the saint beasts, so he could no longer transform into the mystic divine armor. In this case, Heaven Breaker might not even be able to defeat Madame Thousand Spiders, so Yi Xian did not let him come out so early. He was afraid that he would run out of energy and need to return to the planting space to sleep. Yi Xian could not participate in a battle of this level, and so could Black Horn. Therefore, Yi Xian could only watch. Without the myriad beasts diagram, the subjugation party would definitely be besieged to death. However, with the myriad beasts diagram, those saint beasts were no longer a threat and were killed directly. This way, they would be besieging Madame Thousand Spiders. Stupid monkey, those who came to learn the heaven-startling staff technique from you have all gone crazy. Why don't you come out now? Madame Thousand Spiders felt that she could not control herself and hurriedly transmitted her voice. What's going on? Startling Sky, who was hiding in the center of Thousand Spiders Mountain to recuperate, heard this and hurriedly asked. How would I know? Madame Thousand Spiders raised her eyebrows. They said that you used them to improve your heaven-startling staff technique, so they attacked. Damn it, that old witch actually said it. Startling Sky cursed angrily. Come quickly, I can't hold on much longer. Madame Thousand Spiders shouted. In the next moment, she transformed into her true form. However, as soon as her true form appeared, she was directly affected by the myriad beasts diagram and had 70% of her strength suppressed. In the blink of an eye, she was heavily injured by the middle-aged man and 3 8th rank great saints. If she was not still useful, she would probably be dead. Madam Thousand Spiders, where is Startling Sky? The 9th rank great saint middle-aged man could not help but ask. Don't worry, he will come out soon. When that time comes, none of you will be able to escape. Madam Thousand Spiders snorted coldly. However, what she did not know was that Startling Sky had been seriously injured in the battle with Madam of Bones, and his combat strength had decreased greatly. Even if Startling Sky was powerful, he could not stop so many experts. The situation was set. Everyone waited for a while, but they did not see Startling Sky. They could not help but feel strange. Don't wait anymore. Startling Sky was seriously injured in the battle with Madam of Bones. He should be recuperating in seclusion somewhere in Thousand Spiders Mountain. Someone suddenly said. Chapter 1930. What? He's seriously injured? Madam Thousand Spiders' expression changed drastically when she heard that. This meant that Great Sage Startling Heaven might not come to save her. Stupid monkey, come out now. Madam Thousand Spider immediately transmitted her voice, but she did not get any response. Her expression finally sank to the bottom of the valley. What a heartless bastard. Madam Thousand Spider cursed. I'll bring you all down. When everyone heard that, they understood that Madam Thousand Spider had also been taken away by Great Sage Startling Heaven. Madam Thousand Spider led everyone to a hidden place in Thousand Spider Mountain. Then, she opened a secret door that led to the center of Thousand Spider Mountain. However, Xiao Gu and Yi Xian left immediately. This was because Yi Xian sensed that Great Sage Startling Heaven was leaving Thousand Spider Mountain. After all, he had a death warrant on him. Madam Bones had wanted Xiao Gu to capture Madam Thousand Spider, but Xiao Gu decided that it would be better to capture his father and bring him to the Church of Repentance. Thus, Xiao Gu left Thousand Spider Mountain with Yi Xian and chased after Great Sage Startling Heaven. Great Sage Startling Heaven was seriously injured, so his speed was not very fast. Yi Xian put on Xiao Gu's immortal ascension steps and quickly caught up. Father! Xiao Gu could not help but call out when he saw Great Sage Startling Heaven. Great Sage Startling Heaven sensed the aura of an 8th rank Great Sage. He originally wanted to kill him, but when he saw that it was Xiao Gu, he stopped. Why are you here? Great Sage Startling Heaven asked in shock. Of course, what surprised him even more was that Xiao Gu had broken through to the 8th rank Great Sage. How was that possible? Father, come back to White Bone Mountain with me. Xiao Gu said. I see. Great Sage Startling Heaven immediately understood. He guessed that Madam Bones had not used her natal bone source before and had given it to Xiao Gu. Only then did Xiao Gu break through to the 8th rank Great Sage. He was thinking that if he could extract the natal bone source from Xiao Gu, his injuries might be healed and he might even break through. After all, his injuries were caused by Madam Bones. Xiao Gu, come with me. Great Sage Startling Heaven said. Xiao Gu narrowed his eyes. Father, you've been bewitched by Madam Thousand Spider. It seems like you won't go back with me so easily. What are you trying to do? Startling Great Sage was stunned. In the next instant, Xiao Gu condensed a bone sword. When the Great Sage saw this, he said in shock, Stupid girl, you dare to attack me? Father, I'm sorry for the offense. Xiao Gu didn't say anything further, and directly charged toward Great Sage Startling Heaven. Humph. Do you think you can contend against me just because you've broken through to 8th grade Great Saint? Great Sage Startling Heaven snorted coldly. But in the next moment, his expression changed. He felt that his strength had dropped again. Myriad Beasts Diagram, suppress. Originally, Great Sage Jingtian was already heavily injured, and his strength was greatly reduced. Now that he was suppressed by the Myriad Beasts diagram, he was like an elephant that had shrunk into a puppy. If it was before, he still had some confidence, but after seeing Xiao Gu's strength, he did not have the slightest confidence. In the blink of an eye, the heaven-shocking great sage was like a ball, being hit back and forth by Xiao Gu. He was already heavily injured, and now that his injuries had worsened, he would probably die if he continued to fight. Damned girl, you want to beat your father to death? Why aren't you stopping? The heaven-startling great sage shouted. However, Xiao Gu didn't stop because of this. She continued to attack. Seeing this, Yi Xian hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Xiao Gu. Xiao Gu, that's enough. Restrain your father. I'm going to take him in. The heaven-startling great sage, who was on the verge of death, was restrained by Xiao Gu, and had almost no ability to resist. Yi Xian summoned Black Horn, and then directly devoured the heaven-startling great sage, who was no longer able to resist. Now that he was in the planting space, the heaven-startling great sage couldn't die even if he wanted to. I'm going to take that Madam Thousand Spiders in too. Xiao Gu reminded him. Are you using it as a prison? Yi Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I'm just borrowing it for a while. Immediately, Yi Xian broke through the void and returned to Thousand Spiders Mountain. At this time, the group of great sages was still searching for the heaven-startling great sage, and had turned Thousand Spiders Mountain upside down. Madam Thousand Spiders, tell me, where is the heaven-startling great sage? The middle-aged man saw that the heaven-startling great sage had disappeared, and asked loudly. He has been in seclusion in Thousand Spiders Mountain. Just now, I sent a voice transmission to him, but then there was no sound, Madam Thousand Spiders said. She understood that she had also been taken by the heaven-startling great sage, so there was no need to protect him now. Humph, it seems that the heaven-startling great sage's character is extremely bad. The middle-aged man snorted coldly. In that case, why don't we kill her and then go down the mountain? The heaven-startling great sage probably won't come back. Someone at the side said. That's right. This time, we also obtained a lot of good things. Let's divide it up. This trip is not in vain. Kill her. Madam Thousand Spiders trembled in fear when she heard that. Back then, she was the queen of Thousand Spiders Mountain. If she wanted to, even a 9th stage great sage wouldn't be able to reach the peak of the mountain. But now, she had become someone else's prisoner, and was in danger of dying. Since that was the case, why not risk her life? You bunch of trash want to kill me. Madam Thousand Spiders shouted loudly and transformed into her black spider form again. Humph, you're seriously injured, and you still want to resist? You're courting death. The middle-aged man snorted coldly. However, this time, Madam Thousand Spiders was determined to die. She raised her head and let out a sharp shriek, and her body began to rapidly expand. Bang! With a muffled sound, the giant black spider suddenly exploded, and black venom and poisonous fog spread out. Oh no! The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically, and he quickly turned around and left. Madam Thousand Spiders self-destructed, and before she died, she dragged many people down with her, including 2 8th stage great sages. This attack killed 2/3 of the subjugation team, and even the 9th stage great sage middle-aged man was injured. However, he wouldn't die yet. Humph, she poisoned many people to death before she died. Now we can get more. After the survivors heaved a deep sigh of relief, they smiled. Coincidentally, Yi Xian and Xiao Gu, who had hurried back, saw this scene. Madam Thousand Spiders self-destructed. It seems that we can't capture her, muttered Yi Xian. She's really lucky. Since that's the case, let's go. Xiao Gu snorted softly. Let's go back to White Bone Mountain. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he broke through the void again. After a few times, he arrived at the foot of White Bone Mountain. Under Xiao Gu's lead, Yi Xian easily reached the peak of the mountain and saw Madam White Bones. When Madam White Bones saw Xiao Gu, she asked in surprise, Xiao Gu, why are you back? Mother, I've brought father back. Xiao Gu said directly. What? Madame Whitebones was shocked. What was going on? Chapter 1931. Of course, Yi Xian had Wei Zhintian search Great Sage's soul after he was sucked into the plant dimension. At first, the Great Sage tried to resist, but the soul-absorbing bell turned into a soul attack. Yi Xian tortured him for a while before the Great Sage finally succumbed to the soul-absorbing bell and was forcibly searched. Thus, Yi Xian already knew what he wanted to know, so the Great Sage was of no use to him. Madame of Bones would deal with the rest herself. Xiao Gu, I still have something to do, so I'll take my leave first. Yi Xian suddenly transmitted to Xiao Gu. Aren't you going to stay here for a few days? Xiao Gu asked. Although she hadn't known Yi Xian for long, they had already become friends. This time, it was all thanks to Yi Xian. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to succeed so quickly. No, I already know what I want to know. There's a friend waiting for me to save. Until next time. Yi Xian shook his head. After tossing a transmission token to Xiao Gu, he turned around and left. Oh, we'll meet again if fate wills it. The Great Sage was beaten to the brink of death. His cultivation had also fallen to the 8th rank of the Great Sage. As long as Madame of Bones restricted his healing, the Great Sage shouldn't be able to cause any big waves. Moreover, Xiao Gu was a powerful fighter. Yi Xian had seen the battle between Xiao Gu and the Great Sage. He felt that Xiao Gu's strength had already surpassed the 9th rank of the Great Sage and was infinitely close to the Holy Spirit realm. If Xiao Gu wasn't a Zuyuist, Yi Xian would have considered subduing her. Unfortunately, Xiao Gu was a Zuyuist, so Yi Xian gave up on this idea. I'll come back and take a look after finding the world-destroying ghost dragon. Yi Xian thought to himself as he flew north. Previously, when Wei Zhintian searched the soul of the Great Sage of Heaven Shaking, Yi Xian found out that the Great Sage of Heaven Shaking was a monkey soldier of the Divine Monkey Palace. Before the upheaval in the 12 Divine Beasts Palace, he almost became a monkey general. After the 12 Divine Beast Palaces changed, the Divine Monkey Palace fought a great battle with their enemies. Some died, while others fled. Then, the heaven-shocking Great Sage also left, coming to this remote place to establish himself as the king. According to his memories, the 12 Divine Beast Palaces were located in the northeast of the Thousand Spider Mountain. As for the Immortal Treasure Mountain, it was near the old site of the 12 Divine Beast Palaces. In that battle back then, because the enemy could not kill the palace master of the Divine Monkey Palace, who had a strong defense, they chose to seal him. Great Sage Heaven-Shocking's ring of interspatial rings contained many more heaven-shocking staff types, Yang Qi said. After refining them, Heaven Breaker was able to reach the 9 heaven-shocking staff strikes of the 36 heaven-shocking. Yi Xian couldn't help but think as he hurried along. In addition, Yi Xian plucked all of Great Sage Shockheaven's Animadestiny monkey hairs for Heaven Breaker to refine. This time, Yi Xian spent more than 10 days on the journey. He did not expect the Immortal Treasure Mountain to be so close. However, there was no Immortal Treasure Mountain on the map, only an Immortal Treasure City. This Immortal Treasure City was built at the foot of the Immortal Treasure Mountain. At this moment, Yi Xian had already entered the Immortal Treasure City. I heard that the Immortal Treasure Mountain has been sealed by an expert. If you want to enter to search for treasures, you have to win a spot. Yi Xian thought to himself. There was an auction in the Immortal Treasure City. If you want to enter, you have to report first and bid for a spot in the auction. After asking around, Yi Xian went to find the auction. However, just as he was about to reach Pahang, a sudden shout entered his ears. Hey, how dare you steal in broad daylight? This shout attracted Yi Xian's attention. Out of curiosity, he strode over. What year was it now? How could someone steal things? How was this possible? After all, everyone had an interspatial ring, which was usually worn on their hands. How could someone steal? When Yi Xian arrived, he saw a group of people in front of him. In the middle of the crowd, there were 2 figures. Of these 2 figures, One was a burly man, while the other was a short, middle-aged man with a shifty-eyed appearance. At this moment, the short, middle-aged man was lifted up by the burly man, as if he was carrying a chicken or a duck. "How dare a mere great saint try to steal from me? Do you want to die?" the burly man scolded. As he spoke, his saliva flew and sprayed on the short, middle-aged man's face. The short, middle-aged man swallowed his saliva and said, "My lord, you know that I'm only a great saint. How dare I steal from you?" This burly man was a saint spirit that surpassed the great saint. He was a second-grade saint spirit. Naturally, he could see the short, middle-aged man's realm at a glance. Just now, he clearly felt the short, middle-aged man's hand slide across the back of his hand. At the same time, the interspatial ring loosened a little. If he had not reacted quickly, the interspatial ring might have been lost. Crack. Hearing this, the burly man did not say much. He directly clenched his big fist and punched the short, middle-aged man's face. In an instant, the short, middle-aged man's nose was broken, and 2 streams of blood flowed out from his nose. "My lord, I really didn't want to steal from your interspatial ring. I just accidentally touched it when I was passing by," said the short, middle-aged man timidly. But in the next moment, he suffered again. Slap. The burly man directly slapped the short, middle-aged man's nose and face were bruised and swollen. "My lord, slap." The burly man slapped the short, middle-aged man again. This interspatial ring contained all his belongings. If it was stolen, all his hard work over the years would be in vain. So, he did not listen to the short, middle-aged man at all. He raised his hand and slapped the short, middle-aged man again. Slap. At this moment, a man with a sense of justice suddenly stood up and said, "Stop it. He's just passing by. He's only a 9th grade great saint, and you're a 2nd grade saint spirit. Even if you're asleep, he can't steal it." Hearing someone speaking for the short, middle-aged man, the burly man immediately glared at him and said, "What do you know? This man's height is very different from mine. My shoulder is much taller than his head. How can he touch my hand when he's walking?" His words and his unreasonable manner made many passers-by feel disgusted. However, the burly man's words made some sense. The burly man was a head taller than the short, middle-aged man. Logically speaking, it was impossible for their hands to touch. As soon as the burly man said this, the others fell silent. Even the man who had just stood up did the same. It was better to have less trouble than more trouble. "How dare you steal from me? See if I don't kill you." Seeing that no one stood up for the short, middle-aged man, the burly man continued to slap the short, middle-aged man's face. A series of crisp slaps were heard. "Stop hitting him. The city guards will be here soon." Suddenly, someone reminded him. "Cut the crap. Are you his accomplice?" The burly man suddenly turned his head and asked. Chapter 1932. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation, then shut up. "I'm from the Yi clan. Let's see who dares to meddle in my business." The strong man's words stunned the surrounding people. Although he was only a 2nd-grade saint spirit, he was from the Yi clan in the Immortal Treasure City. He was not someone the surrounding people could afford to offend. In the Immortal Treasure City, the Yi clan was one of the 3 major clans. Almost all of the weapon shops in the Immortal Treasure City belonged to the Yi clan. If the forces in the Immortal Treasure City were to be ranked, the Wang clan of the City Lord Manor would be ranked first, followed by the Yi clan and the Lin clan. Then, the 2 people silently retreated into the crowd and watched the short middle-aged man spurting blood. Slap. 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 The strong man slapped the short middle-aged man 3 more times before throwing him to the ground. Looking at the short middle-aged man's swollen face, he could not help but say, "I'm in a good mood today, so I'll spare your life. Get lost." When the short middle-aged man heard this, he did not bother to wipe the blood off his face and quickly squeezed out of the crowd. The surrounding people were secretly cursing the strong man for using the Yi clan's background as an accomplice. At this moment, a scream suddenly rang out. My Qian Kun ring is gone. This scream entered everyone's ears. When they heard it, they did not immediately turn their heads away. Instead, they subconsciously touched their fingers. Ah, where's my Qian Kun ring? Impossible, I always have my Qian Kun ring with me. How could it be gone? Damn it, who stole it? Screams continued to ring out. Without exception, the surrounding people's Qian Kun rings were stolen. Immediately, the crowd was in an uproar. Ha ha ha, you bunch of idiots, I told you he's a thief. My Qian Kun ring. Before the strong man could finish his words, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. He saw that his hands were empty. The Qian Kun ring on his hand was also gone. Bastard, that person must be a bait to gather us here and then take the opportunity to steal the Qian Kun ring with his accomplices. Damn it, did anyone see where he went? Go after him, that's all my Qian Kun ring. We must find him. Yi Xian shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry as he listened to the roars of the people in front of him. To be able to steal so many people's cosmos rings under the watchful eyes of so many people, this gang of thieves was very sharp. He subconsciously glanced at his hand, only to find that the interspatial ring on his hand had disappeared. What? Mine is gone too. Yi Xian was extremely shocked. However, he was only a rank 2 saint, which was a very low rank. Even a second-rank Holy Spirit had his interspatial ring stolen, so it was normal that he did not notice. Forget it. The interspatial ring is just a decoration anyway. Thinking of this, Yi Xian shook his head. He was not angry. Instead, he was gloating. The group of people began to discuss countermeasures, but no one noticed the short middle-aged man's whereabouts, so they could only organize and report to the city lord's mansion to arrest the short middle-aged man. This was just a small episode that did not harm Yi Xian's interests, so Yi Xian could not be bothered to turn back time to find out who stole from him and these people. Then, he directly left and went to the entrance of the Immortal Treasure Auction House. What a coincidence. Tomorrow is the annual auction. I'll come and take a look then, Yi Xian thought to himself. However, to enter the auction, one needed a ticket. Although the ticket was not expensive, even an advanced great saint might not be able to afford it. Moreover, those who wanted to enter the Immortal Treasure Mountain to search for treasures were at least in the Holy Spirit realm. It was impossible for a great saint to compete with them for a spot. If he missed this auction, he would have to wait another year. After all, the Immortal Treasure Mountain only opened once a year. Yi Xian went to buy a ticket to the auction house and then left. The attendant at the auction house was a little surprised. Yi Xian was only a rank 2 saint, but he was able to buy a ticket. Could he be a disciple of a big family? Very soon, a day had passed. The next day, Yi Xian arrived at the auction house and directly entered the venue. He only bought an ordinary ticket, which was one of the 10,000 low-level seats in the auction house. Above that, there were intermediate, superior, and various levels of private rooms. The audience entered one after another, and the seats were quickly filled. Yi Xian could not help but sigh. It was so easy to make money. Just the ticket alone could make him a lot of money. However, the strength of the Immortal Treasure City's city lord was extraordinary. The money might be a drop in the ocean in his eyes. The auction begins. The treasures that were being auctioned were nothing more than sacred artifacts, martial arts, heaven and earth treasures, so Yi Xian was not interested in the first few items at all. Many people were like Yi Xian, quietly watching. They were only there to broaden their horizons. About half a day later. Alright, I'm sure everyone can't wait any longer. Next, let's start the auction for the Immortal Treasure Mountain spots. An old man suddenly walked up to the auction stage. As soon as he said that, the entire auction house was in an uproar. Was it finally time to start the auction for the Immortal Treasure Mountain spots? As usual, the first round of 50 spots. The starting price is 1 million saint stones, and each bid must be at least 10,000 saint stones. Begin. As soon as the old man finished speaking, someone immediately raised the price. 1,500,000. Only one of the three great families of the Immortal Treasure City, the Yi family, could be so generous. They immediately raised the price by half. The price of 1,500,000 for 50 spots was equivalent to 30,000 saint stones per spot, which was considered a normal price. In the past, most of the spots were sold at this price. Alright, let's begin the second round of the auction. There are 40 spots, and the starting price is 800,000. Old Wang, don't say so much. 1,200,000. An old voice came from a treasure chest. It was the representative of the Lin family, one of the three great families of the Immortal Treasure City. The unit price was also 30,000 saint stones per chest, which was about the same as the Wang family. In the previous auctions, it had become a tradition. The first two spots were for the Yi family and the Lin family. Although there were many external forces, they had all heard of the saying that a strong dragon could not suppress a snake in its own territory. Next, there were 30 spots, 20 spots, and 10 spots. The first two spots were priced at around 30,000 saint stones, but the later spots were priced at 35,000, 40,000, and even 50,000 saint stones. One spot cost 50,000 saint stones. Even a second-grade saint spirit would not be able to take out that much easily. However, if Yi Xian pooled together, he could still take out that much. Immediately, Yi Xian began to raise the price. In the end, he won a spot for the Immortal Treasure Mountain at a price of 53,000 saint stones. Chapter 1933. There were about 500 slots in this auction, and they were won by all kinds of people. Yi Xian was one of them. In about a week, the Immortal Treasure City would organize people to escort them into the Immortal Treasure Mountain, and then they would begin to search for treasures. Soon, all the slots were won. Then, it was time for other things. Everyone, don't be in a hurry to leave. The slots in the Immortal Treasure Mountain are not the last auction item. At this time, the auctioneer's old man suddenly said. Many people wanted to get up and leave, but after hearing this sentence, they sat back down. Over the years, the slots were always auctioned last, but now there was a final auction item. What was it? After everyone sat down, the old man went over and brought a plate up. This plate was covered with a layer of red cloth, and no one knew what was under it. However, many people felt that this auction item was probably not the same as the ones they had seen before. Its aura made many people's hearts palpitate. What is that? I feel that it should be a magic treasure. What kind of item would be the final auction item? Tisk, TSK, TSK, this ticket is not a loss. The audience looked on excitedly, but the old man did not remove the red cloth, deliberately keeping people in suspense. Everyone can't wait, right? Well, I'll show it to everyone. After the old man finished speaking, he removed the red cloth. What entered everyone's eyes was a pair of gloves. This pair of gloves was obtained when the Immortal Treasure Mountain opened last time. It is a sage ruler weapon, but it seems to be a little damaged. However, it is also the most precious auction item in the history of the auction. The old man said slowly. When these words came out, everyone was shocked. Sage ruler weapon. It was actually a sage ruler weapon. Heavens, someone actually found a sage ruler weapon, how lucky is this? A sage ruler weapon is a weapon used by a sage ruler expert. If I can get it, I can definitely kill enemies above my level. Such a good item, why didn't the city lord keep it for himself? Nonsense, the city lord uses a sword, why would he need a pair of gloves? The audience was in an uproar. Although it was a little damaged, it was still a sage ruler weapon, which was much better than a spiritual saint weapon. This was no longer something that an ordinary person could touch. The city master has already evaluated it. This king-class saint weapon is about 80% damaged, so the price won't be as high as you think. However, it's still more valuable than a top-quality spirit-class saint weapon, said the old man. He couldn't help but glance at the clans. Only these big shots could afford such a thing. Alright, the starting bid for this king-grade saint artifact is 50 million saint stones. Each bid must be at least 1 million saint stones. Begin. Surprisingly, none of the great clans and powers present made a bid. The entire place suddenly fell silent. This was a pair of gauntlets. It was considered a relatively common weapon, so it should be quite popular. However, the reason why the various clans did not increase the price at this time was because they knew that this auction would be very intense. A king-grade saint weapon could greatly increase a person's strength. If it fell into the hands of a leader of a great force, it would definitely be able to lead a force. Those people were calculating how many saint stones they could afford and how high the price of the king-grade saint weapon would be. Since no one is willing to make the first bid, let me do it, said an old voice. It was the person in charge of the Yi clan. 100 million saint stones. The Yi clan was very generous. They immediately doubled the starting bid of the king-grade saint weapon. If 100 million saint stones were used to buy a place to enter the celestial treasure mountain, they could buy at least 300 places. This was already a lot. After all, even great clans like the Yi clan and the Lin clan might not be able to enter the celestial treasure mountain every year. The Yi clan leader is very generous. However, I am also a martial artist. This king-grade saint weapon, I can't give it away. 150 million. The person who spoke was the Lin clan leader. Since that's the case, the highest bidder will get it. 200 million. 250 million. 300 million. The Yi clan and the Lin clan began to fight. Everyone knew that the Yi clan leader and the Lin clan leader must have received news of the king-grade saint weapon in advance for them to appear here. In the past, they would at most send someone to participate in the auction. The clan leader would never appear. Therefore, everyone began to watch the show one after another. In the blink of an eye, the price had risen to 500 million. It was a very terrifying number. TSK, TSK, TSK. It was not easy for me to spend 50,000 to buy a place, but they just casually offered 500 million. It's so infuriating to compare oneself to others. Yi Xian thought to himself. The difference between 50,000 and 500 million was 10,000 times. However, he was only a second-grade saint. The Yi clan leader and the Lin clan leader had hopes of breaking through to an advanced sacred spirit in their lifetime. Of course, he could not compare. In terms of wealth, the Lin clan could not compare to the Yi clan. However, the Lin clan leader happened to have a weapon that he liked this time. Even if he had to go bankrupt, he had to buy it. 700 million. The Lin clan leader reluctantly shouted the price. When the Yi clan leader heard this, he hesitated. He mainly cultivated his sword skills. The king-grade saint weapon was for others to use. Therefore, the Yi clan leader was a little reluctant to part with it. Yi clan leader, are you giving up? The auctioneer could not help but ask. If the Yi clan gave up, no one would bid against the Lin clan. Then, the auctioneer would earn less money. If this king-grade saint tool was a sword-type weapon, I would have raised the price to the maximum. Unfortunately, it is a pair of gloves, so I will give it to the Lin family head, said the Yi family head, trying to give himself a way out. Ha, thank you, Yi clan leader, the Lin clan leader said with a smile. In this way, the king-grade saint weapon would belong to the Lin clan. However, at this moment, boom! Suddenly, an earth-shattering loud sound attracted everyone's attention. Everyone turned around and saw that a big hole had been blasted in one of the walls of the auctioneer's booth. Who was the one who did this? Who dared to do this in the auctioneer's booth? Didn't they know that it was owned by the city governor? However, this was just a pretense. The real show was yet to come. While everyone's attention was on the big hole, a strong wind blew on the auctioneer's booth. A black figure rushed up quickly. His target was the king-grade saint weapon. How dare you steal from my auction house? Chapter 1934. However, what happened next was something that even he did not expect. The black shadow was very fast, and when it got close to the old man, it suddenly burst out and snatched the gauntlet from the old man's hand. What? The old man was shocked. By the time he reacted, the glove was already in the hands of the black shadow. Since the glove was an auction item, there was an array on it that prevented it from being put into an interspatial ring. After all, the hardness of a king-grade saint artifact was much higher than an interspatial ring. However, no one expected that someone would snatch the king-grade saint artifact on the spot and put it on. If the glove was lost, it would be a great loss to the auction house. After all, they had bid 700 million saint stones for it. Most importantly, the glove was still in the hands of the auction house. They had not sold it to the Lin family yet. If the glove was lost, the Lin family would not be able to pay for it. You are courting death. The old man was furious. He threw a punch at the black shadow. However, the black shadow's combat strength increased tremendously after he put on the king-grade saint artifact. Bang! One punch. With just one punch, the old man, a 5th-grade saint spirit, was sent flying. So powerful. The crowd trembled. They could feel that the black shadow was only a 3rd-grade saint spirit. However, after he put on the king-grade saint artifact, he was able to send a 5th-grade saint spirit flying with one punch. Everyone was shocked. Was this the power of a king-grade saint artifact? Even if it was only 80% damaged, it was still much more powerful than a spiritual grade saint artifact. After the black shadow sent the old man flying, he quickly turned around and left at lightning speed. Stay here. The Lin family head had to make a move. He had his eyes on the king-grade saint artifact. If the black shadow took it away, where could he buy it? However, the black shadow was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the auction house. There was no sign of him at all. Who on earth was that? Bastard! Search him! The old man spat out a mouthful of blood and shouted angrily. Who on earth dared to steal the glove in front of a group of experts? Who had the guts? However, this was not the most shocking thing. Ah! Where is my interspatial ring? What? My interspatial ring is gone too. Damn it! Someone stole my interspatial ring. The entire venue was in an uproar again. Since the start of the shoot, there had been people leaving one after another, but at that time, there had been no abnormalities. Now, the king-grade saint artifact had been snatched away on the spot. Then, more than 1,000 people discovered that they had lost their interspatial rings. This was definitely a premeditated incident. Who was it? Waiters, it's those waiters, the people who pour tea for us. Someone finally reacted. Unfortunately, they reacted too slowly. Not a single one of those attendants remained, all of them leaving. The old man realized the importance of this matter and immediately took out a communication token to inform the Immortal Treasure City's city lord. At this moment, Yi Xian, who was hidden in the crowd, narrowed his eyes slightly. The person who had stolen the king-grade saint artifact had already been issued a death hunt order by the old man when he had clashed with him. Simply put, he could find that person. His opponent now had a king-grade saint artifact. With Heavenbreaker's current strength, he definitely wouldn't be able to defeat the old man who had sent a 5th-stage Holy Spirit flying with a single punch. However, he could give that person's position to the City Lord's mansion. He believed that the City Lord's mansion would definitely reward him handsomely. Let's go take a look first. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and left the auction house. He was only a 2nd-stage saint, so no one would notice him. According to the Death Hunt Order's reaction, the other party's speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived at the city gate and left the Immortal Treasure City. When the city lord heard about this, he immediately ordered the city gate to be closed. Unfortunately, he was still one step too late. When Yi Xian arrived at the city gate, he realized that the city gate was already closed. However, this didn't affect him from leaving the city. Swoosh! The void gate opened and Yi Xian directly passed through it, arriving outside the immortal treasure city. There must be a tracking mark on that king-grade saint artifact, and it couldn't be stored in an interspatial ring. That thief had to break the seal, otherwise, he would definitely be caught. Therefore, he quickly left the immortal treasure city. About a day later, the thief broke the seal and stored the king-grade saint artifact in his interspatial ring. This way, the city lord's mansion wouldn't be able to catch up with him. However, what he didn't know was that there was another person following in his footsteps. The seal is finally broken. I didn't expect to find the palace master of the purple gold palace's weapon. The heavens are really helping me. In a mountain some distance away from the immortal treasure city, a young man played with the gloves in his hands with a complacent look. He was the person who had stolen the king-grade saint artifact from the auction house. However, what he didn't know was that there was a hidden person nearby who heard his words. This person was Yi Xian, who wore the flowing light invisibility cloak and the death hunt order. The palace master of the purple gold palace? After Yi Xian heard this, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. Among the 12 divine beast palaces, the divine monkey palace's palace master was called the palace master of the broken sky palace, and the demon rat palace's palace master was called the palace master of the purple gold palace. Could it be that this young man in front of him was related to the demon rat palace? Thinking of this, Yi Xian had the urge to test it out. Anyway, he had the time reversal skill. Sir, is the palace master of the purple gold palace the one from the 12 divine beast palaces? Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice fell into the young man's ears. Who is it? When the young man heard this, his body trembled violently. He was a third-grade saint spirit, but he didn't notice someone approaching him. What was going on? At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly pulled off the flowing light invisibility cloak and revealed his true appearance. A second-grade saint? The young man was very surprised. A second-grade saint could actually approach him silently. This was impossible, so there was only one explanation. This person's cultivation level was higher than his. Who are you? This time, the young man didn't run away immediately because Yi Xian said something that piqued his interest. Who I am is not important. What's important is the palace master of the purple gold palace the palace master of the demon rat palace of the 12 divine beast palaces? Yi Xian said. He knows about the 12 divine beast palaces. The young man was a little surprised because the 12 divine beast palaces had been destroyed a long time ago. He glanced at Yi Xian and said, "What does it have to do with you?" Of course it has to do with me. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he directly summoned Padian and said, "It has the bloodline of the heaven-splitting divine ape." The bloodline of the heaven-splitting divine ape. The young man was naturally familiar with this bloodline because the palace master of the divine monkey palace was a heaven-splitting divine ape. In that case, this little monkey was the son of the palace master of the heaven-splitting divine ape? I remember that in that battle, the people of the divine monkey palace were scattered. Some even fled to other realms in order to survive. The young man thought to himself. Chapter 1935. Then what do you want to do? The youth asked. Do you know that the palace master of Shattering Heaven Palace is sealed in the Celestial Treasure Mountain? That's why I came here this time to rescue the palace master of Shattering Heaven Palace. I do know that Shattered Heaven Palace master is sealed in the Immortal Treasure Mountain, but you want to break the seal? You're making me laugh. The youth suddenly laughed. What? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Although he was a second-rank saint, Shattered Heaven's strength had already reached the Holy Spirit realm. Do you know that the person who sealed Shattered Heaven Palace master is a saint king? You want to break the seal? The youth snorted. Then do you know that 20 years ago I wasn't even an immortal? Yi Xian retorted. As soon as he said this, the young man was stunned. 20 years ago he wasn't even an immortal, but 20 years later he was already a saint. How was this possible? If you don't believe me, then take a look. Yi Xian said and took out an age-testing crystal. Less than 100 years old. The youth suddenly didn't know what to say. After a long time, he said, if that's the case, you might be able to become a saint king. 20 years ago he wasn't even an immortal, and there were more than 30 realms between immortal and saint. It was impossible to go from an immortal to a saint in 20 years. However, Yi Xian was indeed less than 100 years old, which was even more inconceivable. In the current world, even 10,000 years old was considered young, let alone 30 years old. Since that's the case, then let's join forces. Yi Xian said. Join forces? The current you doesn't have the qualifications to join forces with me. The youth shook his head. Then forget it. Yi Xian didn't plan to say anything more to this youth because he could see that the youth didn't take him seriously. If that was the case, he might as well act alone. The 12 divine beast palaces weren't so harmonious back then. The demonic dragon palace, demonic rat palace, demonic snake palace, demonic ox palace, and demonic tiger palace didn't have a good relationship with the other 7 palaces. Thus, when the bull-horned middle-aged man saw the heaven-breaking divine ape, he did not choose to take it away. However, due to the fact that Shattered Heaven Palace's palace master was once a member of the 12 divine beasts palaces, the other party told Yi Xian some things. Later on, Yi Xian searched Great Sage Startling Heaven and learned more about the 12 god beast palaces. At this moment, the young man in front of him was already someone from the demon rat palace, so he had the speed of the wind. Moreover, what he used should be the demon rat palace's demon shadow hand. Back then, the palace master of the Palace of Purple Gold's demonic shadow hand was extremely powerful. He could unleash dozens of punches in an instant. His battle prowess could be ranked in the top 3 of the 12 divine beast palaces. Seeing Yi Xian turn around and leave, the young man quickly thought for a moment and reminded him, you should find a place to cultivate. Come find me when you break through to the Holy Spirit realm. I can't wait that long. I'll be entering the Immortal Treasure Mountain in a few days, said Yi Xian. With your level, you're really courting death if you go in. The young man snorted. This time, Yi Xian did not answer. He directly put on the flowing light invisibility cloak, then broke through the void and left. It seemed that this time he had misjudged. If the other party was someone from the other 6 palaces, it would be great. At that time, they could definitely join forces. Unfortunately, this young man was from the Demon Rat Palace and did not seem to have much interest in breaking the seal on Shattered Heaven Palace's palace master. Soon, Yi Xian returned to the Immortal Treasure City. At this time, the Immortal Treasure City was already in an uproar. Many city guards were patrolling, trying to find the person who stole the King Grade Saint tool. However, at that time, the young man was wearing a cloak, and his speed was very fast. The patrolman did not see the young man's face clearly. Now, it was not so easy to find him. This search took several days. Today was the opening day of the Immortal Treasure Mountain. Although a series of events had happened before, that was the patrolman's own business, so it could not be delayed. Yi Xian had an entry token, but this time, the one entering the Immortal Treasure Mountain was not him. Although he had broken through to the 3rd grade saint realm in these few days, his realm was very low. After all, even a 3rd grade great saint would not dare to enter. Therefore, while waiting, he used the soul-absorbing bell to forcibly capture a 9th grade great saint, using it to deceive others. At that time, this 9th grade great saint would enter the Immortal Treasure Mountain with the entry token and Wei Zhentian. Wei Zhentian could carry out a special void positioning. At that time, Yi Xian could break through the void and enter the Immortal Treasure Mountain. At this time, this 9th grade great saint had already entered the Immortal Treasure Mountain on the City Lord's Mansion's mount. Everyone, from today onwards, you can move freely in the Immortal Treasure Mountain for the next 30 days. After 30 days, the Immortal Treasure Mountain will be in chaos. At that time, it will be very dangerous. Even high-level holy spirits may not be able to survive. Therefore, you should take advantage of the situation to leave the Immortal Treasure Mountain with the entry token. An expert from the City Lord's mansion said loudly. Every time, the Immortal Treasure Mountain could only be explored for 1 month. After 1 month, something terrible would happen. This was the experience of countless years. As for why this was the case, no one knew. Soon, these 500 people left together. Previously, there were 500 spots in the auction, but that didn't mean that only 500 people could enter. After all, there were still experts from the City Lord's mansion. The City Lord's mansion was the power that controlled the Immortal Treasure Mountain, so they didn't need a spot to enter. However, they couldn't enter at any time. After all, there were 4 seasons in a year. Only this month would be like this, and the other 11 months would be in a state of chaos. The 9th grade Great Saint controlled by Yi Xian quickly left the team. Then, Yi Xian broke through the void and sneaked in. Palace Master Patian is sealed in the Immortal Treasure Mountain, but I don't know where the seal is. I still have to find it slowly. After thinking about this, Yi Xian began to explore the Immortal Treasure Mountain with the 9th grade Great Saint and Patian. There were many holy beasts in the Immortal Treasure Mountain, and even high-level holy beasts, so it was very dangerous. In every exploration team, less than 1/5 of them could leave alive. In other words, there would be a lot of people dying every time. One must know that these people who entered were at least Holy Spirit realm, and the stronger ones were 5th grade Holy Spirits. So, the probability of dying was too high. Roar! Yi Xian hadn't gone far when a tiger-type holy beast pounced on him. 2nd grade Holy Spirit. In this case, the effect of using the Myriad Beasts diagram wasn't as good as using the Mystic Divine Battle Armor. So, Yi Xian directly let Patian wear the Mystic Divine Battle Armor. Heaven's startling 9 stick strikes. 9 stick shadows fell on the holy beast's head, instantly smashing it into meat paste. Instant kill. Chapter 1936. However, every time Heaven Breaker attacked, he would go back to sleep for a while. Fortunately, he had the planting space, so Heaven Breaker quickly recovered and reappeared. Next, Yi Xian killed everyone he saw. However, they were still near the foot of the Immortal Treasure Mountain. If they continued to climb, they would encounter even more powerful sacred beasts. I still have a month to explore, but I'm not strong enough now. Why don't I kill some sacred beasts near the foot of the mountain? Yi Xian thought to himself. His current strength was very awkward. Heaven Breaker could fight a 3rd-rank sacred spirit at most. It was not enough to survive in this place. Therefore, Yi Xian decided to use half a month to improve his cultivation before climbing the mountain. At the same time, Wei Zhentian had a magic treasure called the 1000 Beast Cauldron. This magic treasure could refine beast corpses into beast cores. This beast core was a great tonic for Zooists. Yi Xian did not lack cultivation resources now, so he did not need to devour beast corpses to level up. These corpses were all refined into beast cores by the 1000 Beast Cauldron for Blackhorn and Luoluo to break through. Blackhorn and Luoluo's realms began to improve rapidly. About 10 days later, Blackhorn and Luoluo both reached the high Great Saint level. Yi Xian himself was a 5th-rank saint, and Heaven Breaker was a 9th-rank saint, only 1 step away from the Great Saint level. Their current strength was enough to survive in the Immortal Treasure Mountain. There are more than 10 days left. Let's start climbing. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He began to move toward the peak of the Immortal Treasure Mountain. The higher he went, the stronger the sacred beasts were. Wei Zhentian could not split himself, so he could not use the Myriad Beasts diagram and the Mystic Divine Armor at the same time. Otherwise, their survival ability would be greatly improved. Hey, there's a 5th-rank Saint Brat here. How did he get in? A discordant voice sounded. Yi Xian took a look and found that it was a low-level sacred spirit. Not to mention other things, just calling Yi Xian a brat was enough to kill him several times. Before he could continue, an aura appeared out of thin air nearby. It was Blackhorn's. You dare to scold my boss? You're courting death. Blackhorn didn't say anything. He turned into a stream of light and killed him instantly. Although Blackhorn had not transformed into his true form, he had the support of the mystic divine armor. Moreover, he was a 7th grade great saint. It was too easy for him to deal with a low-level Holy Spirit. After this person died, Yi Xian quickly went over and collected his interspatial ring. Ha! It's actually someone from the Yi clan. Yi Xian was slightly surprised. The Yi clan was one of the 3 great clans of the Immortal Treasure City. They were also the most generous one, directly obtaining 50 spots for the Immortal Treasure Mountain. However, there were only 49 left. However, what Yi Xian did not know was that the members of the Yi family were rather united. They could even sense the direction of their own people. When that person died, the other 49 people immediately knew. Yi Beihuang is dead. What happened? Let's go and take a look. Yi Beihuang was the one we were searching for at the foot of the mountain. There shouldn't be anyone who could threaten him there. How did he die? Immediately, the people of the Yi clan at the mountainside and the foot of the mountain rushed in the direction of Yi Beihuang's death. At this time, Yi Xian was moving toward the mountainside. It was inevitable that he would encounter the people of the Yi clan. Strange, why is there a saint here? Something is wrong. One of the people who encountered Yi Xian could not help but think. After all, those who entered were at least holy spirits. Yi Xian was just a saint. He was not even a great saint. How did he enter? Most people would be astonished. Immediately, the expert of the Yi clan charged toward Yi Xian, ready to capture Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian had already discovered him. Kill. Yi Xian did not give the opponent time to talk nonsense. He directly ordered Blackhorn to kill him. Among the 50 people of the Yi clan who entered this time, most of them were 3rd-grade holy spirits. There were not many mid-grade holy spirits. Yi Xian now had the ability to contend with mid-grade holy spirits, so he was not afraid at all. Then, the people of the Yi clan came to their deaths one by one. Yi Xian took them all. These people had also killed many holy beasts. Once they died, all their belongings fell into Yi Xian's hands. I got a lot of Dharma treasures. Although they are all broken, they are not bad. Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction. He knew that these people thought that there was something fishy about him because of his cultivation level. They all wanted to capture him and search his soul. However, they did not expect that he would kill them all. From the beginning until now, he had killed more than 10 people of the Yi clan. In addition to the others, he had killed about 25 people. However, the mass death of the Yi clan's experts attracted the attention of the mid-grade holy spirits. What's going on? They all died on the same path. Did someone deliberately kill them? One of the mid-grade holy spirits wondered, then rushed in the same direction. At this time, Yi Xian was almost at the mountainside of the Immortal Treasure Mountain. He heard that there was a safe zone there that was opened up by the city lord of the Immortal Treasure City. There were several high-level Holy Spirit-level puppets, and no one was allowed to make a move there, even the people from the city lord's mansion. This place was originally meant for others to rest, but it was hard to say what would happen next. Yi Xian soon arrived at the safe zone. However, his appearance attracted the attention of everyone in the safe zone. More than 50 people. Yi Xian looked at the people in the safe zone and narrowed his eyes. The safe zone was established between the foot and mountainside of the mountain. Most people would search around here and would not move to the mountaintop. After all, high-level Holy Spirit sacred beasts were entrenched there. It was very dangerous. However, the appearance of this saint, Yi Xian, was a bit strange. Strange. Why is there a Holy Spirit here? I'm not sure. The hundreds of people who came in were all Holy Spirits. There can't be a Holy Spirit here. Does that mean he was originally in the Immortal Treasure Mountain? Quick, catch him. He might know something. Immediately, many people rushed out of the safe zone and rushed toward Yi Xian. Blackhorn, Luo Luo, it's time for you to show your skills. Yi Xian snorted. In the next moment, Luo Luo, who was wearing the mystic divine armor, and Black Horn, who was in his original form, appeared together. Their current strength had already surpassed that of a low-level Holy Spirit, reaching the level of a rank 4 Holy Spirit. These people were not to be feared at all. Suddenly, there was a bloody storm outside the safe zone. Countless severed limbs flew, and the living people were killed one by one, turning into corpses. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the people nearby were killed. Even the corpses were taken by Yi Xian. Chapter 1937. However, there were still a few 4th-grade sacred spirits in the safe zone. They also felt that Yi Xian was very strange, so they walked out after looking at each other. The Lin family and the Wang family of the city lord's mansion. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He had searched many people's souls before, so he knew about the hundreds of people who had entered the celestial treasure mountain this time. Luo Luo and Black Horn's combat power were equivalent to 4th-grade sacred spirits, but they were going to face 4 4th-grade sacred spirits. They were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. In this case, they could only ask Heaven Breaker for help. Another little monkey has appeared. The group of people was very surprised when they saw Heaven Breaker. Whether it was Yi Xian, Black Horn, or Luo Luo, they were all very strange. Now that another little monkey had appeared, they had to be more cautious. Go! Suddenly, an expert from the Wang family of the city lord's mansion shouted in a low voice and immediately charged toward Yi Xian. The other 3 people heard him and immediately attacked. 4 4th-grade sacred spirits together were enough to contend with a 5th-grade sacred spirit. Unfortunately, Heaven Breaker's current strength was extraordinary. Heaven's startling 9 stick strikes. Heaven Breaker turned into a golden stream of light and instantly flashed to the side. Then, he attacked with lightning speed. 9 stick shadows fell, and all of them hit a person's body. Bang! The Wang family expert who led the group was directly hit in the head and killed on the spot. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. A system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Everyone was shocked. A monkey that wasn't even a great sage had killed a 4th-stage Holy Spirit in an instant. They must be dreaming. However, while they were still in shock, Heaven Breaker attacked again. Heaven's startling 9 stick strikes. Boom! Another stick strike, and another person died. At this time, only 2 of the 4 4th-grade sacred spirits were left. Retreat! The other 2 were scared half to death. They quickly turned around and tried to rush into the safe zone. However, Wei Xintian's attack was too fast, and another person was killed. However, the last one escaped into the safe zone. This time, 3 4th-grade sacred spirits' bodies were a good harvest. There are quite a few Saint Beast corpses. Yi Xian grinned and glanced at the people in the safe zone. When the group of people saw Yi Xian looking at them like this, they immediately felt their hair stand on end. They suspected that Yi Xian should be the son of some powerful sacred beast from the immortal treasure mountain. Otherwise, how could he be so sharp? Who are you? The remaining 4th-stage Saint Spirit couldn't help but ask. You don't need to know that, Yi Xian said as he walked towards the safe zone. Don't come any closer. There are 2 puppets in golden armor over there. Do you see them? Those are 7th-rank Holy Spirit puppets. You'll be killed as soon as you enter. The Wang family expert reminded Huang Xiaolong. As long as we don't fight in the safe zone, they won't attack me. Yi Xian smiled as he stepped into the safe zone. As expected, the 2 puppets did not attack. These 2 puppets were obtained by the city lord of the immortal treasure city in a fortuitous encounter. They were extremely powerful. At that time, he had obtained a total of 5 puppets. 3 of them were in the city lord mansion, while the other 2 were in the immortal treasure mountain. However, only the city lord of the immortal treasure city could control them. Even the Wang family couldn't. That was why Yi Xian could enter the safe zone unharmed. Who are you? The Wang family expert couldn't help but ask. Cut the crap. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. Heaven Breaker had attacked just now, so he took him back into the plantation space to rest. During this time, he would first stay in the safe zone. The Wang family expert hurriedly notified the 5th stage Saint Spirit of the City Lord Mansion. Not only that, but the others also did the same. Yi Xian's strange appearance in the Immortal Treasure Mountain meant that he was very likely to have some secrets on him. Therefore, everyone rushed to the safe zone. However, Yi Xian had the plantation space. Before he arrived, Heaven Breaker would definitely recover. What's more, Yi Xian was still in the safe zone. Heaven Breaker recovered quickly. When Yi Xian summoned him, the others in the safe zone couldn't help but shrink to the side. In fact, if Yi Xian had ordered Heaven Breaker to attack, the 4th stage Saint Spirit and the others probably wouldn't have been able to escape. After all, Yi Xian wanted Heaven Breaker to use a suicidal method to kill everyone. After all, Heaven Breaker was also a treasure with the ability to resurrect infinitely. However, Yi Xian didn't order Heaven Breaker to do that because many experts would arrive soon. As expected, a powerful aura descended in less than half a day. It was a 5th stage Saint Spirit. The first to arrive wasn't from the Wang family, but the Yi family. Uncle, it should be him. In the safe zone, a Yi family expert pointed at Yi Xian. During this time, the Yi family experts had fallen one after another. Yi Xian probably had something to do with it. After all, even a 4th stage Saint Spirit had died at Yi Xian's feet. You're the one. The Yi family's 5th grade Holy Spirit walked into the safe zone and asked Yi Xian. Unexpectedly, Yi Xian had no intention of answering his question. There were 2 golden armored puppets on each side of the safe zone. If the 5th stage Saint Spirit attacked, he would be attacked by 2 golden armored puppets. At that time, even a 6th stage Saint Spirit wouldn't be able to escape death, let alone a 5th stage Saint Spirit. However, after so many years, only a few people dared to attack in the safe zone. Once they did, the 2 golden armored puppets would chase them to the ends of the earth. When that time came, the safe zone would no longer be a safe zone. The 5th stage Saint Spirit was thinking that when the other 5th stage Saint Spirit arrived, they might be able to lure the 2 golden armored puppets away first. Then, the other person would capture Yi Xian. However, before the other person arrived, he didn't dare to do anything. Another half a day passed. The second 5th stage Saint Spirit to arrive was a member of the Lin family. Although the Yi family and the Lin family didn't have a good relationship, they could still work together in this situation. At most, they could share the information. However, there was another problem. Luring the 2 golden armored puppets away was a very dangerous task. Who would be willing to do it? Therefore, they hesitated again. At this time, in the safe zone, Yi Xian looked at the 2 5th stage Saint Spirits and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. They were biding their time, but he was also biding his time. Finally, on the 3rd day after he entered the safe zone, the 5th stage Saint Spirits from the Wang family, the Yi family, and the Lin family all arrived. There were 2 from each family, so there were 6 of them in total. 6 5th stage Saint Spirits. Even a 6th stage Saint Spirit could defeat 6 of them. This kid might be carrying the secret of the Celestial Treasure Mountain. We must capture him. A Wang family expert said telepathically. But how do we deal with the 2 golden armored puppets? If no one trusts him, why don't we each send one person to lure the golden armored puppets away and leave one behind? That's a good idea. Chapter 1938. The 3 parties immediately came up with a plan. The 3 rank 5 sacred spirits, who were relatively faster, would lure the 2 golden armored puppets away. At this point, the 3 of them had already left the safe zone and were ready to act. TSK. Are they going to attack? Yi Xian grinned. He, too, was already prepared. Attack. At this time, an expert from the Wang family shouted. In the next moment, the three people outside the safe zone all attacked Yi Xian. With their skills, there was no need to capture Yi Xian alive. They could just kill him. Whoosh! 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 3 bursts of sword chi attacked Yi Xian. When the 3 bursts of sword chi entered the safe zone, the 2 golden armored puppets finally moved. Fighting was not allowed in the safe zone. Even if they were outside the safe zone, as long as they entered the safe zone, it was still not allowed. The 2 golden armored puppets would analyze the sacred power and find the owner. Bang! Bang! The 2 golden armored puppets moved out and charged toward the 3 5th rank holy spirits. The 3 of them were already prepared for this, and they immediately started running. However, just as they turned around, they heard a muffled sound behind them. Boom! The other 3 people, as well as the others in the safe zone, were shocked. The 3 bursts of powerful sword chi were actually dispersed by the little monkey. How powerful! Since Patian was passively defending, the 2 golden armored puppets still attacked the 3 people after identifying them. In the blink of an eye, the 2 golden armored puppets were lured away. Attack! When the other 3 saw the 2 golden armored puppets leave, they immediately attacked Yi Xian. Leave no one alive. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He released Black Horn and Luo Luo. After a few days of cultivation, Black Horn and Luo Luo's strength had improved. After all, they had obtained a large number of sacred beast corpses. As for Patian, he was 1 level higher than before. It was not difficult for him to block 3 rank 5 sacred spirits. Heaven's startling 9-rod strikes. Patian, who was wearing the mystic divine armor, attacked the 3 people violently. On the other side, Black Horn and Luo Luo were killing the rest of the people. They had originally thought that Yi Xian would die when the 3 great families gathered. Little did they know that Yi Xian was also waiting for them to gather. That way, he could catch them all in one fell swoop, saving him the trouble of looking for them. Rumble! A series of loud noises rang out. However, one had to admit that the strength of these 3 5th grade holy spirits was still relatively strong compared to the 4th grade holy spirits from before. Previously, the 4 4th stage holy spirits had been beaten to a pulp by Heavenbreaker, a 9th stage saint. 3 had died and 1 had fled. Now that Heavenbreaker had broken through to the 1st grade Great Saint realm, he was facing 3 5th grade saint spirits, but he couldn't kill one of them in an instant. These 3 people were worthy of being the top experts of the 3 great clans. They still had some ability. But so what? Even when facing 3 people, Heavenbreaker still looked like he was handling a butcher's cleaver with ease. Every time he attacked, his opponents didn't dare to receive and could only dodge. As long as Black Horn and Luo Luo finished off the other group of people and joined the battle with Heavenbreaker, these 3 people would definitely die. The 3 great clans are restraining each other. If only 2 people lured away the golden armored puppets, and 4 of them stayed behind to deal with Heavenbreaker, things wouldn't be so simple. Yi Xian thought to himself. However, what he thought came true. The 2 golden armored puppets were indeed lured away, but there were only 2 golden armored puppets, so one of them would be very relaxed. After the battle had progressed to a certain extent, the 3rd person who lured away the golden armored puppets actually turned back. This person was an expert from the Wang clan of the City Lord Manor of Immortal Treasure City. Although he couldn't control the 2 golden armored puppets, he had a way to stop them from chasing after him. That was why he could turn back. In short, he had tricked the Yi and Lin clans. Come and help! Another Wang clan expert hurriedly shouted. In an instant, the 5th grade holy spirit who had turned back joined the battle. Now, it was 4 5th grade holy spirits against Heavenbreaker, a 1st grade great saint. Chapter 1939. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. A system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Then, he saw Heavenbreaker return with 2 corpses. I didn't expect you to be here too, Yi Xian could not help but say after seeing the youth. I didn't expect you to be able to come in either. What method did you use? The youth asked. This is a piece of cake for me. But why did you do it? Yi Xian asked. Faced with this question, the youth paused for a moment, then said, At first, I thought you were just a person with high aptitude. But after seeing its strength just now, I realized that what you said was not empty talk. You mean to rescue the temple master of the divine monkey palace? Yi Xian asked. That's right. The youth nodded and said, I'm Wei Jin. What about you? Yi Xian. Yi Xian answered. The fact that the other party could reveal his name meant that he had already received the other party's approval. After seeing your strength, I decided to help you rescue the temple master of the divine monkey palace. Wei Jin said. Then do you know where he is sealed? Yi Xian asked curiously. If he wanted to rescue the temple master of the divine monkey palace, then he had to know the location of the seal. But now, he had no clue at all and was still searching blindly. Of course. Wei Jin nodded and said, The foot of the mountain and the mountainside have been explored countless times by the people of the Immortal Treasure City. Although they can find new treasures every time, the location of the seal is definitely not here. So, it can only be at the peak or the center of the Immortal Treasure Mountain. When he said this, Yi Xian helplessly rolled his eyes. He could also guess this kind of thing. Was there a need to say it? However, under normal circumstances, even if you reach the peak, you probably won't be able to find the location of the seal, Wei Jin suddenly said. Why? Yi Xian asked in surprise. Under normal circumstances, it refers to the current situation, which is when the Immortal Treasure Mountain is stable. As for the special circumstances, it refers to the remaining 11 months of chaos. According to my speculation, the seal will only appear at that time. As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Jin couldn't help but pause for a moment, and then he said, I've entered Immortal Treasure Mountain many times, and I've relied on the movement technique of my Devil Rat Palace to charge up to the peak of the mountain. At that time, I heard a terrifying roar. What's that sound? Yi Xian frowned. At that time, when I heard that voice, my body involuntarily followed the sound. Fortunately, I woke up and hurriedly left the Immortal Treasure Mountain. I reckon that should be Shattered Heaven Palace's Palace Master's roar, used to summon those holy beasts. Wei Jin said. Why are you summoning the holy beasts? Yi Xian asked in confusion. I'm not sure either, so I feel that if we want to find the seal, we have to wait for at least half a month, when the entire Immortal Treasure Mountain is in chaos. Wei Jin shook his head. Then let's wait. Yi Xian nodded. Wei Jin said, but, during the chaos, those high-level Holy Spirit rank holy beasts occupying the mountainside will all be mobilized. At that time, the danger level will be at least 100 times higher than it is now. Don't worry, since I dared to stay, it means that I have confidence. After half a month, I can run amok in Immortal Treasure Mountain. Yi Xian smiled. After hearing this, Wei Jin was a little skeptical, but since he had decided to help Yi Xian, he couldn't leave. In that case, I want to see your ability. However, finding the seal is only the first step, whether or not you can break the seal is the key. Wei Jin said. Just wait. Next, Yi Xian continued to find trouble with other people in Immortal Treasure Mountain. Almost all the experts from the 3 families who came this time were wiped out by Yi Xian. After all, the 6 5th grade holy spirits were all dead, so who could stop Shattered Heaven? No, Blackhorn couldn't even find an opponent now, let alone Shattered Heaven. However, after learning about this, the city lords of Immortal Treasure City, Yi Clan, and Lin Clan gathered to discuss countermeasures. Then, the city lord of Immortal Treasure City decided to reopen the formation of Immortal Treasure Mountain. This time, they didn't need a slot, so all of them could enter. The city lords of Immortal Treasure City, Lin Clan, and Yi Clan were all 6th grade holy spirits, so they were very powerful. This time, they brought almost all the experts from their clans because they had all received a message. 1. An imperial sacred artifact appeared in Immortal Treasure Mountain. Secondly, a saint with a monkey had appeared in the Immortal Treasure Mountain. This monkey had even killed a 5th grade saint spirit. Therefore, they felt that this time was no small matter, so they sent out all their forces. However, what they didn't know was that Yi Xian was already waiting for them at the foot of the mountain. Soon, the 3 families entered Immortal Treasure Mountain. However, as soon as they set foot on Immortal Treasure Mountain, a loud noise came from both sides. What's that? Everyone turned around and saw that it was 2 golden-armored puppets. How is this possible? The city lord of Immortal Treasure City was shocked. He was the one who sent these 2 golden-armored puppets to Immortal Treasure Mountain. How did they appear at the foot of the mountain? Before he could react, the 2 golden-armored puppets, which were comparable to 7th grade holy spirits, directly charged into their ranks. The 3 families' joint forces set off a bloody storm. However, this was not the point. The point was that after the golden-armored puppets appeared, Yi Xian, who was waiting nearby, also made his move. Heaven's startling 9 stick strikes. Patian immediately charged out and smashed his stick at a 6th grade holy spirit. Bam! This unlucky person was the Lin clan's clan leader. He was severely injured by a single stick strike, and with the help of a nearby golden-armored puppet, he was instantly killed. A dignified 6th grade saint spirit had actually fallen. This was truly beyond everyone's expectations. Let's go. The city lord of Immortal Treasure City was decisive. After shouting in a low voice, he turned around and left. Unfortunately, his escape route was also blocked by someone. Demonic Shadow Hand. Wei Jin, who was carrying a king-grade sacred artifact, suddenly flashed behind the city lord of Immortal Treasure City. Then, he threw out a punch, which instantly split into thousands of fist shadows. Because this punch was so sudden, even the city lord of Immortal Treasure City could not tell which were real and which were fake. Bam! The city lord of Immortal Treasure City was hit by hundreds of punches and was sent flying. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Wei Jin, Patian, and the 2 golden-armored puppets quickly took the lives of the 3 families' experts. In a short while, these living people were all turned into corpses. Now, there were only 2 people left. One was the city lord of Immortal Treasure City, and the other was the clan leader of Yi Clan. The 2 of them were back to back, and their faces were already very dark. The city lord of Immortal Treasure City could not help but ask, "How can you control my puppets? Is it very difficult?" Yi Xian slowly walked out. The 2 golden-armored puppets were not weak, but Potion's defense was amazing. Yi Xian used Patian to attract the puppets' attention while using the immortal grade devouring system to control them. Although it took a lot of time, he finally succeeded. Otherwise, he would not have been able to destroy the 3 families' team so easily today. Chapter 1940. After that, the city lord of the Immortal Treasure City and the patriarch of the Yi clan didn't manage to hold on for much longer. In the end, they were still smashed to death by the Heavenbreaker staff. With the city lord dead, the city lord mansion of the Immortal Treasure City had become Yi Xian's property. However, now was not the time to go out. Rumble. Before the city lord's corpse could cool down, the entire Immortal Treasure Mountain suddenly shook violently. Then, countless sacred beasts began to riot. What's going on? There should be 10 more days. Why did it happen earlier? Wei Jin asked in confusion. No matter what, let's go back to the mountainside and take a look. Yi Xian put all the corpses into his planting space, then broke through the void and arrived at the safe zone. At this time, the sacred beasts were in a riot. Almost all of them were attacking from below. Yi Xian originally planned to look for the seal 10 days later, but now it had been brought forward. Heavenbreaker was only a 6th grade sacred spirit. It was too dangerous for him to go up the mountain now. Should I go up and take a look? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Although he had the time reversal skill, it was very likely that he would trigger some kind of mission that prevented him from using it. If that was the case, it would not be good if something happened. Therefore, Yi Xian decided to wait for a while. It was better to return to the foot of the mountain first. The reason why he did not leave the Immortal Treasure Mountain directly was because he could hear the commotion here. However, during the riot, the Immortal Treasure Mountain was indeed terrifying. On the first day, all the sacred beasts returned from the mountain and began to wander around. Even the city lord of the Immortal Treasure City would probably only die once in the Immortal Treasure Mountain. Yi Xian waited at the foot of the mountain for 10 days. After 10 days, Heaven Breaker broke through to the 4th grade Great Saint. His current strength was almost at the 8th grade Sacred Spirit level. There were indeed many high-grade sacred spirits in the Immortal Treasure Mountain, but only a few had reached the 9th grade. Immediately, Yi Xian broke through the void again and returned to the safe zone. Then, he began to walk to the mountaintop. Along the way, he encountered many mid-grade sacred beasts. There were even 7th grade sacred beasts. However, they were no longer a threat to Yi Xian. During this period of time, Yi Xian did not want to encounter 8th or 9th grade sacred beasts. Therefore, he left many void imprints on the way. When the time came, he could break through the void and avoid the sacred beasts. About 2 days later, he finally arrived at the peak of the mountain and saw the Rift Valley at the top of the mountain. Roar! Just then, a deafening sound reverberated in Yi Xian's ears. Actually, when he climbed up, he had also heard such a roar. At that time, Wei Jin was right beside him, but at that time, Wei Jin's body actually started to move involuntarily, so Yi Xian stored him in the planting space. Not only that, but this roar was also effective on Blackhorn and Luoluo but not him. Therefore, he guesses that this roar is aimed at holy beasts and Zooists. With these factors, Yi Xian was sure that this roar came from the Palace Master of the Divine Monkey Palace. Palace Master Padian, is that you? After arriving at the mountaintop, Yi Xian immediately shouted at the valley. Then, the roar stopped. Who is it? A strange voice came from the valley. I am Yi Xian. I've come specially to find Senior. I want to see if I can help Senior out. Yi Xian continued shouting. However, there was no sound in the canyon after that. After a long time, a voice was heard, you can leave. You can't break this seal of mine. Let's not talk about the seal for now. But Junior has brought someone Senior must want to see. Yi Xian deliberately kept him in suspense. Padian should not be considered a person, but Yi Xian did not know how to describe him. Who is the person I want to see? Yi Xian glanced at Padian on his shoulder and said, he's the same as Senior. He has the bloodline of the divine ape of heaven. What? As soon as these words were spoken, the people in the canyon were shocked. Quick, bring him in. This impatient tone caused the corners of Yi Xian's mouth to slightly curl up. After that, he brought Heaven Breaker and Wei Jin into the canyon. The valley was very dark, but everyone could still see. However, there was nothing in the valley. Where did the sound come from? At this time, Yi Xian, who had the eye of revelation, suddenly saw a strange place. At the end of the valley was a stone wall, but this stone wall was a little strange. It emitted 4 different kinds of auras. Come, this seal blocks my perception. I can only see with my eyes. Come closer. A voice came from behind the stone wall. Yi Xian led Padian and Wei Jin closer. Finally, they saw a middle-aged ape in the stone wall. Little monkey, it's actually a little monkey. The middle-aged ape was very excited after seeing Padian. If not for the seal in front, he would have rushed out. Senior, you know it. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Nonsense, I don't just know it, it's my youngest son. The middle-aged ape said, in that battle, my wife took him, who was still an infant, and fled. Although I am now isolated by the seal and can't sense the bloodline aura, I recognize its eyes. It can't be wrong. This answer shocked Yi Xian and the others. Yi Xian thought that Padian was only the descendant of the Divine Monkey Palace's palace master. He didn't expect that Padian was actually his son. It seemed that this time, he was right. When I found Patian, we were in another space. Later, I happened to come to the holy world. I didn't expect that he originally belonged here, Yi Xian said. Young man, thank you. I didn't expect that I would be able to see him again in this life. The middle-aged ape said and couldn't help but shed 2 lines of tears. He was indeed the Divine Monkey Palace's palace master Patian, but after being sealed for so many years, his strength kept falling and his lifespan was almost at its end. Ji. At this time, Patian suddenly jumped in front of the seal and put his hand on it. Child, this seal isn't so easy to break. This is the 4 gods' heaven sealing array. I ordered those saint beasts to continuously attack the array for countless years, but it didn't shake at all. Patian Palace Master shook his head. Senior, is there no other way? Yi Xian frowned and asked. This 4 gods' heaven sealing array is very terrifying. If it is forcibly broken, the array will explode. In my current state, I'm afraid I won't be able to survive. Patian Palace Master shook his head. Originally, Yi Xian wanted to wait for a while before forcibly breaking the array, but now it seemed that it was impossible. Chapter 1941. What kind of blood? Wei Jin asked curiously. The palace master glanced at him. You should be from the demon snake palace. Do you know why my 12 god beast palaces suffered such a great calamity? I heard that we provoked a great power, and then both sides started a war. Wei Jin replied. Correct. The palace master nodded. That power is called the 4 god beast clan. It consists of the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise clans. That year, they took a fancy to the bloodlines of 3 of the 12 god beast palaces. 3 bloodlines, which 3 palaces? Yi Xian frowned, asking. The first is the Demon Dragon Palace, the second is the Demon Tiger Palace, and the third is the Divine Sparrow Palace. The palace master replied, the Azure Dragon Clan, White Tiger Clan, and Vermilion Bird Clan wanted to use the bloodlines of the 3 palaces to strengthen themselves, so that war broke out. Hearing this, Yi Xian and the other 2 were stunned. So it was like that. The Demon Dragon Palace's world-destroying Demon Dragon had a dragon bloodline. The Demon Tiger Palace's netherworld Demon Tiger had a tiger bloodline. The Divine Sparrow Palace's 8 desolate Divine Sparrow had a similar bloodline to the Vermilion Bird clan. So these 3 palaces were targeted by the 4 god beast clan. Senior, I heard that the 12 god beast palaces were about as strong as the 4 god beast clan. Why were we destroyed? Wei Jin asked. There are 2 reasons. First, it was because our 12 god beast palaces were not united. The Demon Dragon Palace, Demon Tiger Palace, Demon Snake Palace, Demon Ox Palace, and your Demon Rat Palace had a bad relationship with our 7 palaces. So when we fought, we were defeated one by one. At that time, if our 12 god beast palaces had united, it would have been hard to say how to deal with them. Yi Xian also knew this. Then the second reason? Wei Jin asked. Second, it was because there was a traitor in our 12 god beast palaces who leaked our secrets, so we were defeated one by one. The palace master replied. Wei Jin was shocked. Traitor? Who? I'm not very clear, but I'm sure that someone leaked the information. The palace master narrowed his eyes. If I find out, I won't let him off. Senior, let's not talk about this for now. Yi Xian suddenly said, for now, let's remove the seal of this 4 gods heaven sealing formation. This 4 gods heaven sealing array is jointly created by the 4 experts of the 4 divine beasts clan. If you want to break it, you need the blood of the 4 divine beasts clan, and it has to be the blood of a direct descendant. Shattered Heaven Palace Master said. Then what of the 4 divine beasts clan? Yi Xian turned to look at Wei Jin. Previously, he had searched the souls of many people, but he did not seem to have heard of this power. Could it be that they had moved away? The 4 divine beasts clan captured all of the descendants of the 3 palaces and raised them, then used them to strengthen their own bloodlines. Their current level of power should be much greater than before. They don't dare to be interested in my bloodline, so they probably forgot about me. After Palace Master Shattered Heaven finished speaking, he looked at Wei Jin and asked, "Little rat, what is the situation with the 4 Divine Beasts clan? They moved away a long time ago. I don't know where they are now." Wei Jin shook his head. "Good, tell me the result of that battle," Shattered Heaven Palace's Palace Master said. Hearing this, Wei Jin recalled for a moment, then replied, "That year, Shattered Heaven Palace Master, you were the first to be sealed, then the other 6 Palace Masters all died in battle. In addition, there was also the Demon Tiger Palace Master and Demon Snake Palace Master. Then what about the Demon Dragon Palace, Demon Ox Palace, and your Demon Rat Palace?" Shattered Heaven Palace Master asked. "That year, we fled together, but in the end, we were still ambushed, so we split up and fled. I don't know what happened after that." Wei Jin shook his head. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly remembered something, and hastily took out a floating image crystal from the devouring space. This floating image crystal was something Wei Jintian had extracted from his memories. It was from the time in White Dragon Palace. At that time, the bull-horned middle-aged man had appeared and forcibly taken away the world-destroying ghost dragon, then told him about the 12 Divine Beasts Palace. "This is the Demon Ox Palace's Palace Master Manly." Shattered Heaven Palace Master's eyes lit up, saying, however, from what he said, he wanted to capture the world-destroying ghost dragon to undo the seal, but if he wanted to undo the seal of the 4 gods' heaven sealing formation, shouldn't he need the blood of a direct descendant of the 4 Divine Beasts clan? Regarding this, Yi Xian and Wei Jin also didn't know. Facing this question, Shattered Heaven Palace Master thought for a moment, then understood. The Palace Lord of the Fiend Dragon Palace, He Yao, was the #1 expert of our 12 God Beast Palaces. Perhaps he wasn't sealed away by the 4 Divine Beasts clan, but rather chose to seal himself away and cut off his aura, which was why he was able to avoid being pursued. Shattered Heaven Palace Master said. "Then, Senior, do you know where he is?" Yi Xian hastily asked. "I don't know. The 4 Divine Beasts clan's experts couldn't do anything to me, but in that battle, my yin and yang ring was shattered by them, otherwise I could have sent a message to them." Speaking of this, Shattered Heaven Palace Master was somewhat angry, that Manly, he knew I was sealed in the Immortal Treasure Mountain, but he didn't even come to take a look. "But, he said that as long as you could come out, you would be able to find him." Yi Xian suddenly said. "Oh." Shattered Heaven Palace Master raised an eyebrow, saying, "If that's the case, then perhaps he should be at Demon Ox Mountain Range, where he was born." Finished speaking, he told Yi Xian the location of Demon Ox Mountain Range. "Good, Junior will go find him when the time comes. At that time, Senior may be able to escape." Yi Xian's eyes lit up. "AI, even if you find him, he probably won't help you." Shattered Heaven Palace Master shook his head, saying, "Let's not talk about this. Little monkey, in your inherited memories, there should be a heaven startling staff technique, right? How many staff techniques have you practiced?" "Zhi. Heaven startling 9 staff techniques." Shattered Heaven replied. "Not bad, your aptitude is much better than your father's. In the past, I only practiced the Heaven Startling Staff technique, that's all. Of course, this Heaven Startling Staff technique is not the main point. If you continue to practice, you may be able to master the Shattered Heaven Startling Staff technique." Shattered Heaven Palace Master said. Shattered Heaven Startling Staff technique. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow, this thing sounded very awesome. "Young man, I will teach little monkey now, you should also wait here." Shattered Heaven Palace Master said. "Good." Yi Xian nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, a system notification sounded in his mind. "Ding, Shattered Heaven Palace Master has begun to teach Shattered Heaven. Shattered Heaven will enter a learning state, temporarily breaking away from host's control." Hearing this, Yi Xian was startled. Fuck, now even Shattered Heaven was out of his control. Although it was only temporary, Yi Xian's sense of security sharply decreased. Shattered Heaven was his current trump card. If it was out of his control, what would he do if he encountered danger? However, fortunately, this was the Immortal Treasure Mountain. Even if Shattered Heaven Palace Master was sealed, he could still command those Holy Spirit-grade holy beasts, so he should not encounter any danger. But, how long would this teaching process take? Chapter 1942. 10 days. Half a month? Or 1 year? For an expert of Shattered Heaven Palace Master's level, even 10,000 years was like a child's play. If this was the case, Yi Xian would probably cry to death. Fortunately, the progress of this guidance was related to Shattered Heaven's perception, and Yi Xian was confident in Shattered Heaven, so there should be no problem, right? For the next period of time, Yi Xian waited here, watching Shattered Heaven Palace Master guide Shattered Heaven. This wait lasted for half a month. Half a month later, Yi Xian had reached the 3rd grade Great Sage, and Heaven Breaker had successfully broken through to the 7th grade Great Sage. Now that the latter was wearing the Mystic God battle armor, he would probably be able to fight against a Saint King expert. At the same time, in this half a month, Shattered Heaven Palace Master guided Shattered Heaven Staff Art, allowing Shattered Heaven to practice the Heaven Shocking 9 Staff Art to the Heaven Shocking Single Staff Art, greatly increasing Shattered Heaven's attack power. I didn't expect your perception to be so good, really beyond my expectations. Shattered Heaven Palace Master nodded with satisfaction. Ji. At this time, Yi Xian stepped forward and said, Senior, shall we set off for Demon Ox Ridge? Alright, with Little Monkey's current strength, you shouldn't have much of a problem. Shattered Heaven Palace Master nodded. Farewell. At this time, Yi Xian cupped his fists towards Shattered Heaven Palace Master, and then directly left. As for Wei Jin, he stayed here because Yi Xian wasn't looking for the Palace Master of the Demonic Snake Palace, but the Palace Master of the Demonic Bull Palace. Previously, Shattered Heaven Palace Master had told Yi Xian the location of the Immortal Treasure Mountain, so Yi Xian still had to hurry for a while. Of course, even without Shattered Heaven Palace Master's directions, Yi Xian could still find the ox-horned middle-aged man. After all, he had placed a death pursuit order on him. It took about 10 days to hurry, and after 10 days, Yi Xian entered Demon Ox Ridge. Right now, Patian is a 9th grade Great Saint. He's only a step away from becoming a Holy Spirit. His strength is already stronger than an ordinary Holy King. Yi Xian thought to himself. With such strength, he could already do whatever he wanted in Demon Ox Ridge. However, he didn't come this time to sweep through Demon Ox Ridge. Instead, he was looking for the bull-horned middle-aged man. At this moment, he saw the Scarlet Kill character not far in front of him. It was a mountain range, and the bull-horned middle-aged man was there. Back then, the bull-horned middle-aged man had forcefully taken away the world-annihilating ghostly dragon. After searching for Yi Xian for so long, he had finally found it. If he isn't as strong as Patian, then I'll have to give him a good beating to vent the hatred in my heart. Yi Xian thought to himself as he entered the mountain range. At this time, in the middle of the mountain range, there was a bull-horn mountain. The bull-horned middle-aged man whom Yi Xian had met once before was hiding here. Very soon, Yi Xian came looking for him. On Oxhorn Mountain, the bull-horned middle-aged man suddenly opened his eyes. Shortly after, he sensed a weak aura approaching. He narrowed his eyes and looked slightly surprised. I can't believe you actually found this place. The bull-horned middle-aged man looked at Yi Xian and could not help but exclaim. Where are the ribs? Yi Xian asked without hesitation. You, go in and see for yourself. The bull-horned middle-aged man did not answer the question. Instead, he turned his head and looked at a huge cave behind him. Hearing this, Yi Xian could not help but frown and quickly walked in. After a while, he saw the huge body of the world-annihilating ghostly dragon at the end of the cave. He finally found it. As long as he signed a contract with the world-annihilating ghostly dragon, he would be able to complete the random mission. At that time, Yi Xian would be able to merge with the world-annihilating ghostly dragon again. However, at this moment, The sleeping world-annihilating ghostly dragon suddenly opened its eyes and said, "Who are you?" Yi Xian was shocked when he heard this. The world-annihilating ghostly dragon could actually speak. This was not the main point. The main point was, why did he not recognize Yi Xian? "You don't recognize me?" Yi Xian widened his eyes in shock. Coincidentally, the bull-horned middle-aged man walked in and sent a voice transmission to the world-annihilating ghostly dragon. "It's you." The world-annihilating ghostly dragon suddenly got up and transformed into a dark-skinned man. "I have already taken over the body of the world-annihilating ghostly dragon. I have to thank you." The dark-skinned man said. "What?" This sentence caught Yi Xian off guard. The world-annihilating ghostly dragon's body was taken over by him. "Who is this guy?" "Let me introduce myself. I am He Yao, the strongest person in the 12 mythical beast palaces." The dark-skinned man said. "He Yao." Yi Xian immediately reacted when he heard this name. Isn't he the palace master of the demonic dragon palace in the 12 mythical beast palaces? Bastard! Yi Xian cursed and immediately gave the order to Heavenbreaker, who was on his shoulder. "Kill! How dare you take over the body of the world-annihilating ghostly dragon? You're courting death." In an instant, Heavenbreaker's aura surged and he raised his staff at the dark-skinned man. A shocking staff strike. "Oh! The palace master of Heavenbreaker's shocking staff technique?" He Yao was a little surprised, but he did not move. At this time, although he was not even a holy king, he was not afraid of Heavenbreaker. This was because there was another person beside him. Pang! Heavenbreaker's staff was quickly blocked by the bull-horned middle-aged man who stood in front of He Yao. This bull-horned middle-aged man was not sealed back then and was only seriously injured. Now that he had recovered to the level of a middle holy king, it was not a problem for him to block Heavenbreaker's staff. Not bad. The bull-horned middle-aged man raised his eyebrows. After praising, he actually raised his hand to counterattack. In an instant, he and Heavenbreaker exchanged blows. Heavenbreaker's current strength was equivalent to a 4th-rank holy king, while the bull-horned middle-aged man was a 5th-rank holy king. In addition, he was the palace master of the demonic bull palace of the 12 mythical beast palaces. His strength was not that simple. However, Heavenbreaker's mission was only to delay the bull-horned middle-aged man. "He Yao, Luo, catch him!" Yi Xian shouted angrily. During this time, He Yao and Luo did not fall behind. Although they were not as strong as Heavenbreaker, it was not a problem for them to deal with a 9th-rank holy spirit like He Yao. He Yao obviously did not expect these two people to suddenly appear and hurriedly retreated. However, he was easily caught by He Yao and Luo. At the same time, the palace master of the demonic bull palace, Manly, also stopped and looked at Yi Xian. He Yao escaped from death and had no choice but to seal himself. "In order to save him, I had to use this method," Manly said. "So you can sacrifice others?" Yi Xian said with narrowed eyes. "Your black dragon is not dead. After all, I have occupied its body. Although I can't return it, I made it into a dragon fetus." He Yao said and suddenly spat out a black ball that was only the size of a fist. "Dragon fetus? What is that?" Yi Xian looked at the ball and could not help but ask. Chapter 1943. You can think of it as being beaten back to its original form. If you can find a compatible dragon corpse in the future, you can use this dragon fetus to revive it. Dark Light replied. Hearing this, Yi Xian could not help but scoff. "Why don't I just kill you and use the dragon fetus to revive it? That way, the compatibility will be 100%. Dark Light shuddered when he heard this. He hurriedly said, "It's my descendant. That's why my body is more than 100% compatible with it. If you kill me and inject the dragon fetus into my body, you'll be digging your own grave." Yi Xian was silent. Dark Light was the ancestor of the world devastator demon dragon. The World Devastator Demon Dragon had evolved after obtaining the scales of the World Devastator Demon Dragon. Therefore, Dark Light's compatibility with it might be higher. Even if it was not higher, it would be troublesome if it was 100% compatible. If Dark Light died, Yi Xian would inject the dragon fetus into the body of the World Devastator Demon Dragon. The two would definitely fight and Dark Light would devour Rib Gu's dragon fetus. Then, it would be a corpse with 2 lives. However, Yi Xian wanted to give it a try. After all, he had the time reversal skill. However, at this moment. Ding! The random quest has been changed. Use the dragon fetus to revive the World Devastator Demon Dragon. The quest reward is that the revived World Devastator Demon Dragon has a 50% chance of mutating. A system notification suddenly rang. Yi Xian, who originally wanted to directly attack and kill He Yao, suddenly stopped. The random quest had been changed. This was the first time it had happened. Perhaps it was because his speed was too slow that this was the case. I'll spare your life for now. You better cherish this body of yours. Otherwise, I won't let you go. Yi Xian said solemnly. Young man, you sure have a big mouth. Those who used to talk to me like that are all dead. Dark Light snorted. Since it was in the past, why bring it up again? All I know is that the current me can easily crush you to death. Yi Xian replied. Although the palace master of the Demon Bull Palace was strong, Patian could hold him back. When the time came, Blackhorn and Luo Luo could kill Dark Light. Humph! Dark Light was rendered speechless. He was indeed not at his peak. He was not even 1/10,000th of his peak. At that moment, Yi Xian took back Heaven Breaker and put away the ribs. The dragon fetus was placed in the planting space. If he wanted to, he could find a dragon corpse now, but whether the compatibility was high or not was another matter. Moreover, since ribs had become like this, Yi Xian would naturally have to find a bloodline that was of a higher level than the apocalyptic demon dragon. That way, ribs would be even more powerful with the random quest rewards. This time, it could not be considered a scam. Instead, it was a fortuitous encounter. It was also because of this that Yi Xian chose to spare Dark Light. Otherwise, the latter would have died long ago. You've already been to the Immortal Treasure Mountain and seen that old monkey, right? Brute Force suddenly asked. Not bad. Yi Xian nodded. Sealing him is the 4 gods' heaven seal formation of the 4 divine beasts clan. In order to undo the seal, one needs the blood of a direct descendant of the 4 divine beasts clan. Brute Force said. You have news of the 4 divine beasts clan? Yi Xian frowned and asked. Back then, because I had no use for the 4 divine beasts clan, I narrowly escaped death. I only recently recovered from my injuries. However, during this period of time, I haven't been idle. I've been diverting my attention to investigate the 4 divine beasts clan. Brute Force paused and said, the 4 divine beasts clan that destroyed my 12 divine beasts palaces has already moved away. However, they still left a branch behind. This branch is located in the distant north, in the 4 divine valleys. However, I used these years to build a teleportation array that can reach nearby. If you want to go, I can send you there. That day, he had forcibly taken away the apocalyptic demon dragon and then sacrificed it to Dark Light. Thus, he felt that he owed Yi Xian and told Yi Xian this information. The 4 divine valleys. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Heaven Breaker was the son of Palace Master Shattered Heaven, and the latter had been sealed by the 4 gods' heaven seal formation. Thus, Yi Xian naturally had to rescue him. Thus, he had to go to the 4 divine valleys. However, the 4 divine beasts clan has strengthened their bloodline and is much stronger than before. They might even have Saint Monarch level experts. I'm afraid your strength is not enough. Brute Force said. Saint Monarch? Yi Xian muttered in his heart and said, then you don't have to worry about it. Tell me the location of the teleportation array and we'll call it quits. You overestimate yourself. Brute force thought in his heart and then directly told Yi Xian the location of the teleportation array. However, at this moment. Brute force suddenly raised his eyebrows as if he had sensed something. Old bull, what's wrong? Dark Light saw brute force and couldn't help but ask. There are several auras approaching. Middle-level Saint Kings. Brute force said. This is your territory. Why would there be middle-level Saint Kings approaching? Dark Light asked in confusion. I'm not sure. I'll go out and take a look. Brute force said and directly left, heading towards the auras. Yi Xian and Dark Light quickly followed, but their speed was definitely not as fast as brute force. Brute force instantly left them behind. Rumble. Suddenly, the sound of battle came from afar. This made Yi Xian a little surprised. In the Demon Ox Ridge, at most there were low-level Saint Kings. How could there be several middle-level Saint Kings? Moreover, they could fight with brute force. This battle was not short. When Yi Xian arrived, he saw brute force being attacked by 4 young people. I was wondering who it was. So it's the dregs of the 4 Divine Beasts clan. They should have followed my aura. Dark Light suddenly said. Hearing this, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. These 4 young people were from the 4 Divine Beasts clan. If that was the case, then Palace Master Patian would be able to see the light of day again. Of course, this was under the condition that the 4 of them were direct descendants of the 4 Divine Beasts clan. The 4 Divine Beasts clan usually go out in groups of 4 to gain experience. When they work together, they can display a stronger strength. These 4 are only 4th level Saint Kings, but they can fight with Palace Master Patian, a 5th level Saint King. Their strength is indeed not bad. Yi Xian thought in his heart. At this moment. Original form. The long-haired young man among the 4 suddenly roared, and in the next moment, he turned into a slender green heavenly dragon. In addition, the other 3 did the same. Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise were all here. Brute force saw that they had turned into their original forms. With a thought, he quickly turned into a huge black bull. His body was bigger than the 4 of them combined. Patian, help. Immediately, Yi Xian said to Patian. Although Patian had fought with brute force earlier, he did not use much strength. After a period of recovery, he was able to fight again. Originally, when the 4 young people joined forces, they were evenly matched with brute force. Now that all 5 of them had turned into their original forms, they were still evenly matched. Chapter 1944. However, with Heavenbreaker's participation in the battle, the situation changed. Moreover, Yi Xian still had a trump card. He quickly sent a voice transmission to Manly. Then, they found an opportunity to attack. Myriad Beasts Diagram, suppress. After receiving Yi Xian's order, the mystic divine armor on Heavenbreaker quickly transformed into the Myriad Beasts Diagram. In an instant, the 4 youths of the 4 Divine Beasts clan and Manly all lost 70% of their combat strength. However, Manly had expected this, so he immediately returned to his human form. Soaring Demonic Bull. In human form, Manly punched the white tiger, causing its body to explode. It instantly died. The 4 Divine Beasts clan specialized in joint attacks. Now that their strongest attacker, the white tiger, had died, the strength they could unleash instantly decreased. That was not the point. The point was that now that one of them had died, the remaining 3 were no longer a threat. Let's go. The green heavenly dragon roared and quickly turned around to leave. Unfortunately, they did not know why their strength had decreased. After all, who had the time to think about that in such a critical moment? In the next moment, they were caught by Manly. Then, even the black tortoise with the strongest defense was smashed to death by Manly. Of the 4 divine beasts, only 2 were left. Hurry up and transform into human form. The long-haired youth hurriedly sent a voice transmission to another person. At this moment, he finally reacted. At first, Manly had also decreased his strength. However, after transforming into human form, there was no such restriction. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Soaring demonic bull. As soon as he sent the voice transmission, Manly punched out and directly blew his body apart. When he transformed into human form, only half of his body was left. Bastard! The last youth of the Vermilion Bird clan cursed angrily. He quickly took out a transmission token, wanting to report this matter. However, at this moment, Heavenbreaker suddenly rushed over and smashed down with his staff. Bang! This staff did not hit the opponent's body. Instead, it knocked the transmission token out of his hand. Then, Brute Force rushed over and threw another punch. The youth of the Vermilion Bird clan had already transformed into human form. He used his extremely strong flames to weaken this punch and then took it head-on. However, Wei Jintian had already transformed into the mystic divine armor again. He put it on Heavenbreaker. Heaven's startling strike. The staff landed on the young man's head and instantly exploded his body. All four of them had fallen. Although it was the first time, Heavenbreaker and Brute Force worked well together. Of course, Wei Jintian was the main contributor. Without it, Brute Force would not have been able to kill the two of them so easily. After these four people died, Yi Xian quickly swept over and unceremoniously collected their corpses. Soul Search. Damn! These four aren't direct descendants of the four divine beasts clan. Yi Xian cursed angrily. If these four people were his direct descendants, then Shattered Heaven Palace's palace master could undo the seal and come out. Brute Force was very surprised. Yi Xian was only in the Great Sage realm, but he was able to search the souls of the four corpses so quickly. Even he was not as good as him. These four people should be from that branch of the four divine valleys. They came here following the world extermination aura. Brute Force said. When Dark Light sacrificed himself, he released a powerful world extermination aura, which attracted the four divine beasts clan. Although countless years had passed, the four divine beasts clan still wanted to capture Dark Light. After all, Dark Light was the palace master of the Demon Dragon Palace, the ancestor of the world exterminating demon dragons. Using his bloodline to strengthen the Azure Dragon clan's bloodline was the best. At this time, Ding, the host has obtained a dragon crystal. It can be used to nurture a dragon embryo. Do you wish to begin? Hearing this, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Could the dragon crystal have been taken from the Azure Dragon clan youth's body? Yes. Immediately, he replied in his mind. He did not expect the dragon crystal to be able to nurture a dragon embryo. This meant that if he could find a suitable dragon embryo in the future, the compatibility would be higher and it would be easier to mutate. Since that was the case, then the Azure Dragon clan was doomed. There's no time to lose. I will take my leave. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he directly left. The branch of the four divine beasts clan had most likely begun to move. Therefore, they could not stay in the Demon Ox Ridge any longer. Manly and Dark Light had to find another place to hide. After Yi Xian left, they quickly left the Demon Ox Ridge. At this time, Yi Xian was heading towards the long-distance teleportation array that Manly had built. This teleportation array could directly teleport him to the four divine valleys, saving him a lot of time. Several days later. Ding, the host has broken through. Currently at the 6th grade. Great Sage. Ding, Infernal Ghostly Lord, Wei Jintian, and Skybreaking Ape God have broken through. Currently at the 1st grade Sacred Spirit Realm. The Skybreaking Ape God had finally broken through to the Sacred Spirit Realm. Its strength was much stronger than before. Not long after Yi Xian and the others broke through, he finally arrived at the teleportation array that Manly had built. Hua! The teleportation array began to operate. After a while, Yi Xian arrived at his destination. He turned his head and found that he was very far away from the teleportation array. If he had to travel by himself, he did not know how long it would take him to arrive. The 4 divine valleys is north of this teleportation array. The 4 divine beasts clan does not recognize me at all. This will make things easier for me. Yi Xian thought to himself as he continued on his journey. After about 2 days, he finally arrived at the 4 divine valleys. The 4 divine beasts clan of the 4 divine valleys was a branch. However, there were many strong cultivators within. According to Manly, the strongest was a 7th grade sacred king. This level of strength was not something that Patian could deal with now. However, Yi Xian did not intend to kill his way in. He wanted to take it slow. A group of people is coming out. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly focused his eyes and saw a group of people. The 4 divine beasts clan. Generally speaking, the 4 clans would travel in groups of 4 or 8. This was much safer. At this time, the group that left the 4 divine valleys was the same as before. They were all 4th grade sacred kings. Coincidentally, they had become Yi Xian's target. This group of people did not know where they were going. In any case, Yi Xian was following behind them. When they passed by, Yi Xian asked Patian to take action. Patian, who was wearing the mystic divine battle armor, ran wildly on the ground towards the 4 people. There's a strange little monkey. One of the people in the group noticed Patian. However, because Patian was only a 1st grade sacred spirit, he did not take him seriously. How much attack power could such a small thing have? The 4 of them were 4th grade sacred kings. Even if they stood there without moving, no ordinary person could break through their defense. Even a 2nd grade sacred king could not, let alone a 1st grade sacred spirit like Patian. However, they were wrong. When Patian got close, he suddenly took out his weapon and smashed it towards the leader of the group. A shocking strike of the staff. This strike instantly killed the leader of the group. Instant kill. Chapter 1945. The other 3 stared blankly at their comrade, who had been smashed into minced meat. Before they could react, Heaven Splitter's 2nd strike had already landed. Boom! Another one had fallen. Only the Black Tortoise and White Tiger clansmen were left standing. When they saw the other 2 die, they quickly reverted to their true forms. Careful! At this moment, the Black Tortoise expert quickly moved in front of the other, just as Heaven Splitter's strike landed, smashing into the Black Tortoise expert's shell. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. The Black Tortoise's shell had actually been shattered, and his body had been heavily injured. The White Tiger expert was stunned. The Black Tortoise was renowned for its defensive abilities. How could it have been smashed to death with a single strike? Moreover, it had been smashed to death by a 1st-rank sacred spirit monkey. This was too unreal. Of the 4, 3 had died at lightning speed. Although the remaining White Tiger expert was the strongest of the 4 divine beasts clan, he wasn't as strong as Heaven Splitter. Soon, the 4th died as well, also smashed to death by Heaven Splitter's strike. No matter who it was, Heaven Splitter was able to finish them off with a single strike. This level of power was enough to cause Yi Xian's heart to palpitate. Beautifully done. After the 4 died, Yi Xian quickly tore through the air and collected their corpses into his planting space, then began to soul-search them. Unfortunately, these 4 weren't direct descendants either. There's actually no direct descendant in this branch of the 4 divine beasts clan in the 4 divine valleys. Yi Xian was somewhat disappointed, but it made sense. Direct descendants were usually in the main clan. Why would they be in a branch clan? However, that didn't matter. Yi Xian's current goal was the dragon crystal. In the following period of time, Yi Xian waited outside the 4 divine valleys, attacking anyone he found to be easy to bully. Although the 4 divine beasts clan was a branch clan, there were still quite a few of them. However, the deaths of such a large number of clan members would definitely attract the attention of the higher-ups. A few days later, the 4 divine valleys began to set up defenses. This was because those who had died had only just left the 4 divine valleys. However, this measure was of no use against Yi Xian. Instead, it was exactly what Yi Xian wanted. By now, Heaven Breaker had already broken through to the second rank of the Sacred Spirit Realm. Given his current level of power, it wouldn't be a problem for him to directly attack the 4 Divine Beasts clan. The people who set up these defenses are at least 5th rank Holy Kings, and some are even 6th rank Holy Kings. The Saint Kings are patrolling, but so what? Yi Xian thought to himself as he ordered Heaven Breaker to continue moving. Just think about it, for an existence like the 4 Divine Beasts clan, if they were to encounter a low-level Saint Beast, would they be on guard? No. Therefore, these people became Yi Xian's targets. Hey, there's also a little monkey. Your daughter has been clamoring for a pet recently, so this is it, a 5th grade Holy King thought to himself, but in the next moment, his smile froze. He saw a huge shadow of a rod descend, and he could only watch helplessly as the shadow of the rod smashed into his head. Puchi. The 5th rank Holy King's head exploded along with his body. Death. After this person died, Yi Xian quickly rushed over and collected the corpse. It was another dragon crystal, and it was a 5th stage Saint King crystal. This could make Ribgu's dragon fetus even stronger. Ribgu's dragon fetus has actually reached 10%. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly discovered this change. Only when the dragon fetus reached 100% could it be injected into the dragon corpse. If it could reach 200%, then there would be a 50% chance of mutation. The higher the dragon fetus, the harder it was to increase the dragon fetus. Yi Xian did not know if he could increase it to 200% even if he destroyed the 4 Divine Beasts clan. However, as long as it reached 200%, then after Ribgu was revived, there would be a 50% chance of mutation. In addition to the 50% chance given by the random mission, it would be a 100% chance of mutation. Therefore, even if the Azure Wind Dragon clan's dragon fetus did not reach 200% after they were destroyed, Yi Xian still had to continue and strive to maximize the dragon fetus. Speaking of which, this time, the 4 Divine Beasts clan did not send many 5th rank Holy Kings, only 4. Now that this 5th rank Holy King was dead, the 4 Divine Beasts clan would definitely notice, so Heaven Breaker had to act as soon as possible. However, no matter how fast Heaven Breaker was, he could not be faster than the transmission token. After Heaven Breaker killed the second 5th rank Holy King, the other 2 met up. However, this did not affect anything, as Heaven Breaker could still kill 2 5th rank Holy Kings by himself. After another great battle, the 4 5th rank Holy Kings sent by the 4 Divine Beasts clan were all dead. As for the 6th rank Holy King, because Yi Xian had issued a death hunt order, he did not see any trace of Heaven Breaker at all. At this moment, the 4 Divine Valleys was in an uproar. There were 4 valley masters in the 4 Divine Valleys, and they were the clan masters of the 4 major clans. Moreover, they were all 7th rank Holy Kings. Now that 4 5th rank Holy Kings had died, it was enough to make them take this seriously. After all, each clan only had about 10 5th rank Holy Kings. Therefore, they decided to send more people to patrol, and must find the murderer who killed their clansmen. However, this time, Yi Xian had learned his lesson. For the sake of convenience, he waited outside for a few more days. They waited until Heaven Breaker broke through to the 3rd rank Holy Spirit before they made their move. After Heaven Breaker broke through, even a 6th rank Holy King would be smashed to death by his staff. However, he still did not charge into the 4 Divine Beasts clan, and instead killed the experts patrolling outside. The 4 Divine Beasts clan had sent people to be very cautious. Originally, the 5th rank Holy Kings were patrolling alone, but now, the 4 major clans had joined forces and formed teams of 5th rank Holy Kings. This way, even if they encountered a 6th rank Holy King, they would not be afraid. Unfortunately, this was still useless against Yi Xian. Heaven Breaker used his small body and his 3rd rank Holy Spirit realm to quietly approach those teams, and then suddenly attack, quickly killing them. In addition to Yi Xian's death hunt order, he could skillfully avoid the 6th rank Holy Spirits. In less than a day, the four divine beasts clan had suffered heavy losses, and a total of 25th rank holy kings had died. Each clan had lost 5 holy kings. As a result, the 4 clan masters of the four divine beasts clan finally could not help but make their move. However, Yi Xian went into hiding again, and prepared to make his move after a period of time. Order all disciples not to go out. After a few more days, Heaven Breaker had already grown to the 4th rank Holy Spirit realm. Now, he already had the strength to destroy this 4 divine beasts clan's branch. Thus, this time, Yi Xian decided to directly kill his way into the 4 divine valleys. Before this, he had already made preparations, and that was to use the soul-absorbing bell to control a disciple of the 4 divine beasts clan. To be more precise, it was a 4th rank Holy King of the Azure Wind Dragon clan. At this time, this 4th rank Holy King brought Heaven Breaker into the 4 divine valleys. Heaven Breaker, act according to plan. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. When Heaven Breaker arrived at the Wind Dragon Valley, Yi Xian directly gave him the order. Some readers have mentioned that the planted space sounds bad, so here's a reminder. From now on, the planted space will be changed to devouring space, devouring space, devouring space. Chapter 1946. At this moment, the 4th rank Holy King was leading Heaven Breaker toward the residence of the Green Dragon tribe leader. If he could kill the leader instantly, then things would be much easier. By then, even if the other 3 tribe leaders joined forces, they would not be able to do anything to Heaven Breaker. Soon, the 4th rank Holy King and Heaven Breaker arrived near the residence of the Green Dragon tribe leader. Next, the 4th rank Holy King could not get close and could only let Heaven Breaker move by himself. Hey, what a cute little monkey. Who tamed it? It wants to go in, let it go. Seeing that Heaven Breaker was only a holy spirit, the people of the Green Dragon tribe did not pay much attention to him. After all, even the young people of the Green Dragon tribe were higher than Heaven Breaker, who was a 4th rank holy spirit. In the end, Heaven Breaker successfully arrived at the residence of the Green Dragon tribe leader. Today, the Green Dragon tribe leader had just returned from his patrol and was resting. He sensed Heaven Breaker's aura, but the latter's cultivation was too low, so he did not pay much attention to it. However, in the next moment, there was a gust of wind. After receiving Yi Xian's order, Wei Zhentian, who had turned into a thin needle, turned back into the mystic divine armor. After putting on the mystic divine armor, Heaven Breaker's physique was greatly improved, and he aimed at the Green Dragon tribe leader and struck with his staff. Whoosh! Whoosh! The wind howled. The Green Dragon tribe leader widened his eyes, and just as he reacted, the huge shadow of the staff came crashing down on him. Boom! The Green Dragon tribe leader was hit, and he was instantly on the verge of death. Although he was a 7th rank Holy King, he was powerless against Heaven Breaker's sneak attack. Taking advantage of the Green Dragon tribe leader's injury, Heaven Breaker struck again, and this strike took away the Green Dragon tribe leader's life. Well done. Seeing this, Yi Xian quickly broke through the void and put away the Green Dragon tribe leader's body. Then, Heaven Breaker struck again, and this time, his target was the 2 6th rank Holy Kings in the Green Dragon tribe. At this moment, the people in the Wind Dragon Valley did not know what was going on, and they only heard the rumbling sounds. Before the other tribe members could react, most of the higher-ups of the Green Dragon tribe were dead. After Heaven Breaker killed the 2 6th rank Holy Kings, he killed the remaining few 5th rank Holy Kings. Then, the show began. Stage. Black Horn, devour. Yi Xian immediately released Black Horn. The latter was in his original form the moment he appeared. He opened his mouth and a strange energy enveloped the surroundings. Swallow. In the next moment, the area around Black Horn was directly devoured by him and appeared in the devouring space. This was not the end. Now that the Green Wind Dragon tribe had no one to hold the fort, Black Horn alone could take care of them all. Before the other 3 clans could react, the Wind Dragon clan in the Wind Dragon Valley were all devoured by the Black Horn. Not a single one was left. Although the Azure Wind Dragon tribe was only a branch, there were still many of them. Now that they had all been swallowed into the devouring space, they had become Yi Xian's prisoners. Of course, Yi Xian was not so cruel as to kill so many people. He was only forcefully extracting the dragon crystals from these wind azure dragons to nurture the dragon fetus. At this moment, the dragon embryo nurturing degree of ribs had already exceeded 50%. Another half and it would be reborn. Tisk, Tsk, Tsk. The other 3 clans have finally appeared. After a while, Yi Xian looked at the group of figures in the sky and smiled to himself. Coincidentally, Heaven Breaker was also done resting and could fight again. How is this possible? The Wind Dragon Valley has become a wasteland. Not even a blade of grass is growing. What's going on? Where did they go? Someone just sent me a message saying that a huge black dragon was above the Wind Dragon Valley and had swallowed everyone. The other 3 clans were shocked. At this moment, they happened to see Yi Xian in the wasteland and immediately rushed over. Kid, who are you? A red-haired elder asked. So it's the leader of the Vermilion Bird tribe. It's an honor to meet you. Yi Xian said with a smile. You know me? The red-haired elder frowned. How can I not know you? Because I'm going to kill you. Yi Xian smiled and said, Go. In an instant, Heaven Breaker, who was wearing the mystic divine armor, was summoned out of the devouring space by Yi Xian and directly appeared in front of the red-haired elder. Heaven's startling strike. Heaven Breaker raised his hand and struck, directly smashing into the red-haired elder's face and instantly smashing his head. The vital point of an immortal was the immortal heart. However, after breaking through to the Saint Realm, the head and heart became vital points. This strike directly hit. Then, the red-haired elder was instantly killed. There were 4 7th-rank Saint Kings in the 4 divine valleys. Just now, one had died, and now another had died, so there were only 2 left. The leaders of the White Tiger tribe and the Black Tortoise tribe were left. One had the strongest attack, while the other had the strongest defense. However, in front of Heaven Breaker, they were all the same. Heaven's startling strike. Heaven Breaker attacked again. However, this time, he didn't smash from top to bottom. Instead, he swept across. A shadow of a strike swept through the crowd and directly blew up their bodies. Countless corpses fell from the sky. In addition, Black Horn had unknowingly appeared at the side. He opened his mouth and swallowed the frightened disciples of the 4 Divine Beasts clan. In the blink of an eye, nearly half of the people from the other 3 clans had died. What powerful strength! Quickly transform into your true form. The leader of the Black Tortoise tribe shouted angrily and transformed into his true form. He joined forces with the others and formed a defensive formation. Defensive formation? Will it work? Yi Xian sneered. Heaven Breaker attacked again. Bang! The first strike landed. Although the defensive formation wasn't broken, it was more or less broken. Heaven's startling strike. When the second strike landed on the defensive formation, it immediately collapsed. At the same time, the Black Tortoise tribe experts who had used their saint power to form the defensive formation all suffered a backlash. The leader of the Black Tortoise tribe was at the center of the defensive formation. After the formation was broken, his injuries were the most serious. His true form opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Don't be presumptuous. An explosive shout rang out from the side. All the White Tiger tribe experts who had transformed into their true forms charged towards Heaven Breaker. Although they couldn't form the 4 divine battle formation, the White Tiger tribe's attack power was not to be underestimated. They instantly surrounded Heaven Breaker. However, the next scene made them extremely shocked. White Tiger Skysplitter Claw. The White Tiger tribe patriarch clawed viciously at Heaven Breaker. But to his surprise, this claw attack wasn't able to injure Heaven Breaker at all. How can his defense be so powerful? The White Tiger tribe patriarch was extremely shocked. It must be understood that this claw attack of his was powerful enough to leave a mark on the shell of the Black Tortoise tribe experts. And yet, it was unable to injure this saint-level little monkey. Where did this little thing come from? Just as he was feeling astonished, Heaven Breaker attacked again. Chapter 1947. Heaven's Startling Stick Strike. Heaven Breaker attacked again, hitting the White Tiger Patriarch. However, the latter was already prepared, so he was not killed in one hit. On the other side, Blackhorn swallowed another group of people. At this moment, the White Tiger Patriarch was seriously injured. Even if he was not seriously injured, he could not break through Heaven Breaker's defense. There was no suspense at all in this battle. Catch that brat! However, the chief of the White Tiger tribe still felt that something was amiss, so he quickly said, "Catch me? Too naive." Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and quickly entered the void door, disappearing from everyone's sight. Next, as Yi Xian expected, Heaven Breaker killed all the experts of the Black Tortoise clan and White Tiger clan, and the rest were swallowed by Black Horn. Now, the 4 Divine Beasts clan was gathered in the devouring space. After the matter was over, Yi Xian once again broke through the void and returned. However, for him, the Vermilion Bird clan, White Tiger clan, and Black Tortoise clan were useless. Only the Azure Dragon clan's dragon crystal could be used to nurture a dragon fetus. However, at this moment, boom! Suddenly, 3 powerful auras appeared above Yi Xian's head. Yi Xian looked up and found that it was 4 middle-aged men. So strong, they are even stronger than the 4 clan patriarchs. They are at least 8th grade Holy Kings, maybe even 9th grade Holy Kings. Yi Xian was shocked. However, the most shocking thing was yet to come. Behind the 4 middle-aged men, there was a middle-aged man with golden hair. When Yi Xian saw the other person's face, he found that it was the palace master of Shattered Heaven Palace who was sealed in the Celestial Treasure Mountain. What happened? This branch was destroyed, what happened? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Before he could figure it out, the palace master of Shattered Heaven Palace said, "Quickly leave, they are from the 4 Divine Beasts clan." When the words came out, Yi Xian was shocked. Why would the Black Tortoise clan come here? The Black Tortoise clan caught one of my descendants and found that it could strengthen their bloodline, so they thought of me. Quickly leave, don't let them find the little monkey, Shattered Sky Palace's palace master said. Hearing this, Yi Xian began to understand. In the past, the 4 Divine Beasts clan had set their sights on the 12 God Beast palaces, resulting in a great war. To be more precise, they were targeting the Demonic Dragon Palace, Demonic Tiger Palace, and Divine Sparrow Palace of the 12 Divine Beast palaces. These 3 bloodlines could be used to strengthen the Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, and White Tiger bloodlines. Then, the Black Tortoise clan suddenly discovered that the heaven-breaking Divine Ape bloodline could also strengthen their Black Tortoise bloodline, so they thought of the Shattered Heaven Palace master they had previously overlooked. Whether it was the Black Tortoise or the heaven-breaking Divine Ape bloodline, they both had strong defensive abilities, so it was just nice. The bloodline aura in that little monkey's body seems to be the same as the old monkey behind me. It should also be the bloodline of the heaven-breaking Divine Ape. The leader of the group, a middle-aged man, thought to himself and ordered, "Capture them." Not good. Yi Xian's expression changed. Heaven Breaker had just fought a great battle. Although he had annihilated this branch of the 4 Divine Beasts clan by himself, he had done so through a sneak attack. If it was a one-on-one battle, it would be impossible. After all, the 4 Divine Beasts clan was skilled in 4-man battle formations. If the 4 clan leaders joined forces, Heaven Breaker would not be able to kill them with his current strength. Not to mention, the 4 middle-aged men in front of him were all experts of the 4 Divine Beasts clan. They were at least 8th rank Saint Kings. In a one-on-one situation, Heaven Breaker already did not have the strength to fight, let alone 4 of them joining forces. Go! Yi Xian made a prompt decision and directly used the time reversal ability, instantly returning to the past. The Shattered Heaven Palace Master also had a death warrant on him, so Yi Xian returned to the past. At this time, the four Divine Beasts clan had not yet been annihilated, so Yi Xian once again rushed in to annihilate them. Then, he quickly swallowed all the members of the four Divine Beasts clan into the devouring space and left. Soon, he saw the four middle-aged men again, as well as the captured Shattered Heaven Palace Master. With Wei Zhintian's eyes, Yi Xian could see that the four middle-aged men stayed in the air for a while, then shook the ground. It turned out that there was a transmission array under the four divine valleys. Although the four men did not know who destroyed the four Divine Beasts clan and why, it did not matter. In any case, the four Divine Beasts clan had already developed to dozens of branches. Soon, the four men left with the Shattered Heaven Palace Master. Then, Yi Xian looked back and found that the Shattered Heaven Palace Master had already appeared in a place very far away from him. Fortunately, the other party did not destroy the transmission array, so Yi Xian prepared to go and take a look. About half a day later, Yi Xian felt that it was about time, so he walked into the transmission array and used some saint stones to activate it. Hua! The transmission array began to operate, and Yi Xian was sent to his destination. This time, he wanted to test the array and see where it would send him. When he landed, he felt a powerful aura. He quickly turned his head to look and found that he was in a teleportation palace. However, he was not far from the Shattered Heaven Palace Master. "Boy, where did you come from?" Suddenly, a strange voice fell into Yi Xian's ears. "I was on my way and found a transmission array, so," Yi Xian said casually. "Is that a ruin?" A guard on the side asked. "Yes." Yi Xian nodded. "In that case, get lost." The guard saw that Yi Xian's cultivation was very low, so he did not want to say more. Hearing this, Yi Xian quickly left the transmission palace. He guessed that this was the base of the four Divine Beasts clan, and the place where the Shattered Heaven Palace Master was now should be the headquarters of the four Divine Beasts clan. Immediately, Yi Xian casually found a place to move forward and began to locate the Shattered Heaven Palace Master. There was actually a loophole in what he said just now. He wanted to take advantage of the fact that the other party had not reacted and find a place to hide. He put on the flowing light invisibility cloak and hid. Sure enough, the transmission palace soon sent out many people to search for his location. It costs a lot of saint stones to use the transmission array. With that boy's cultivation, he would not be able to get it even in 10 lifetimes. He must be related to the destruction of the branch. Search for him. Unfortunately, Yi Xian, who was wearing the flowing light invisibility cloak, was not someone these people could find. At this time, Yi Xian was chasing after the Shattered Heaven Palace Master. However, after rushing for a while, he sensed that the Shattered Heaven Palace Master's location had changed again. He left again. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. It seemed that the Shattered Heaven Palace Master had only rested for a while and was not at the headquarters of the four Divine Beasts. Chapter 1948. 2 days later, he arrived at the place where Shattered Sky Palace's Palace Master and the four middle-aged men had stayed. This was a small town, and there were many powerful auras in it. Yi Xian walked in to see if he could find any information about the four Divine Beasts clan. He also wanted to see where this was. At this time, a notice at the entrance of the town attracted his attention. This was a mission to hunt a sacred beast called a white-haired rat. As long as the white hair on the white-haired rat's forehead was taken, it could be exchanged for sacred stones. Yi Xian felt a little strange. After asking around, he found out that this place was called the Greater Rat Ruins. This place used to be a superpower, and it was said that there were Saint Monarch powerhouses overseeing it. However, later on, rat-type sacred beasts appeared out of nowhere and began to multiply. At first, this power did not care, but later on, the rat tide erupted and destroyed all the surrounding powers. In the end, this power had no choice but to leave. That was why this place was called the Greater Rat Ruins. And this mission to hunt white-haired rats was issued by the surrounding powers at their own expense. The white hair on the white-haired rat's forehead was very tough. If there was a large amount of it, it could be made into clothes with good defensive power. Therefore, many powers around the greater rat ruins were collecting them. First, they could reduce the number of rats, and second, they could make a small profit. However, the greater rat ruins were very dangerous. If one was not careful, they would be eaten by the rats. If one was not a saint king, they would die. Of course, even if it was a high-level saint king, there was a possibility that he would die inside. Those people entered the greater rat ruins. Could it be that the 4 divine beasts clan is in the greater rat ruins? Yi Xian thought about it and felt that it was impossible. After asking around, he found out that the 4 divine beasts clan was behind the greater rat ruins. The experts of the 4 divine beasts clan had to pass through the greater rat ruins. Although the greater rat ruins are dangerous, it is nothing to me. Yi Xian thought to himself as he stepped into the greater rat ruins. This town was originally built outside the greater rat ruins, but with the continuous outbreak of rat tides, the town was also considered to be within the greater rat ruins. However, not long after Yi Xian entered the greater rat ruins. Ding! The host has triggered a hunting mission. A system notification sounded. Hearing this, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and quickly checked. He found that this hunting mission was to kill the white-haired rat. No, to be more precise, it was to obtain the white fur on the white-haired rat's forehead, which could be used to exchange. At most, it could be exchanged for devouring points. Not bad, not bad. I can actually exchange for devouring points. Looks like I can increase my strength this time. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. It had been a long time since he had obtained devour points. Right now, he still had 2 devour points in reserve. If he had 4 more points, he would be able to unlock the second immortal bloodline window. However, this hunting mission had a time limit. From now on, Yi Xian could only exchange for the white rat fur that he obtained within 10 days. Therefore, Yi Xian hesitated. Now that Shatter Heaven Palace's palace master has been captured, Shatter Heaven is very anxious. If I delay here for 10 days, who knows what will happen? Yi Xian thought to himself. In the end, he decided to pass through the greater rat ruins at full speed instead of looking for the white-haired rat. At that moment, Yi Xian chased after the scarlet word, kill, in front of him. Yi Xian was probably the only one who dared to enter the greater rat ruins as a great saint. However, the current him was not afraid even if he encountered a high-level Holy King level Holy Beast, because Shatter Heaven was about to break through again. The greater rat ruins were indeed dangerous. Yi Xian had just stepped in when he encountered a group of white-haired rats. This group of white-haired rats were only mid-level Holy Kings, and the highest was only a 6th-level Holy King. Therefore, Shatter Heaven easily killed them. The higher the level of these white-haired rats, the tougher their white fur, which was equivalent to having more low-level white fur. In comparison, using white fur to exchange in the system was much more profitable than exchanging outside. After that, Yi Xian continued straight ahead, not deliberately looking for white-haired rats. Soon, Shatter Heaven broke through to the 5th-level Holy Spirit Realm, and Yi Xian himself stepped into the 1st-level Holy Spirit Realm. At this time, it was already the 3rd day. In the Greater Rat Ruins, other than allowing Yi Xian to obtain white fur, it could also provide the Shackling Cauldron with a large number of Holy Beast corpses, which could allow Blackhorn and Luo Luo to quickly improve their level. After 3 days of hunting, Yi Xian obtained a large number of rat fur and Holy Beast corpses. Blackhorn's current level was not low, and his strength was enough to kill a 7th-level Holy King giant rat. Therefore, Blackhorn dealt with the small soldiers, and only when they encountered a difficult problem, such as a large number of rats or an 8th-level Holy King, Shatter Heaven would deal with it. However, just as Yi Xian was advancing, 2 figures suddenly appeared behind him. Although that big guy is only a low-level Holy King, he can kill several 7th-level Holy King giant white-haired rats. I'm afraid his background is not to be underestimated. He's just a 7th-level Holy King. If I see him, he'll only be killed in a second. However, He must be holding back. Let's not talk so much. Let's go over. As long as we take him down, we can find out why he's fighting so many levels above him. The two figures were a man and a woman. The man had a scar on his face, and it was very ferocious. Due to the difference in level, Black Horn did not notice the two people behind him. If even he did not notice, it was even more impossible for Yi Xian, a first-level Holy Spirit, to do so. After all, the difference in level was too great. The two of them kept advancing. Yi Xian wanted to leave the giant rat ruins as soon as possible, so his speed was a little faster. Originally, the two people behind him were prepared to wait for Yi Xian and Black Horn to encounter another group of rats, but after that, they did not encounter them even once. Therefore, they decided to make a move. Come, let's speed up and not arouse their suspicion. The man made a decision. After he finished speaking, he took the initiative to speed up and close the distance between him and Yi Xian. The other woman quickly followed. Soon, they entered Black Horn's perception range. My two little brothers, wait a moment. A shout broke through the air. When Yi Xian and Black Horn heard it, they could not help but stop and look at the two people. What's the matter? Black Horn asked cautiously. It's like this. We've lost our way in the giant rat ruins. Can you tell us the direction to Hualan Town? The man asked. Hualan Town. I'm not sure. You can ask others. Black Horn shook his head. He really did not know this place because the town Yi Xian had encountered before was not called Hualan Town. After he finished speaking, he turned around and prepared to leave. Wait, even if it's another town, as long as it can help us leave the giant rat ruins. The man shouted. Chapter 1949. Oh, thank you very much then. The man clasped his fist at Black Horn, then turned around and prepared to leave. However, just as he turned his back to Black Horn, the sound of wind suddenly appeared. It was not the man or Black Horn who attacked, but Heavenbreaker. What? The man and woman clearly did not expect the other party to attack them. After all, they were 8th grade Saint Kings. Even those of the same level would be very cautious when facing them, let alone Black Horn. Most importantly, where did this little monkey come from with such a powerful attack? The attack from earlier had been blocked by the woman. However, her arm had been broken by the attack. What a powerful attack! Who are you? Tell me your names. The man asked with a face full of fear. In my eyes, you are already dead. Dead people don't need to know my name. Yi Xian said coldly. Humph, boasting shamelessly. Go to hell. The man shouted loudly as he charged towards Yi Xian with his sword in hand. Go. Yi Xian did not waste time and directly ordered. The man and woman were both 8th grade Saint Kings, and their strength was close to the top of the 8th grade Saint Kings. Heavenbreaker could handle one of them alone, and the other was left to Black Horn and Luo Luo. These two appeared in the ruins of the Greater Rat Clan, so there should be many white-haired rat corpses in their ring of cosmos. As long as they were killed, they would definitely make a lot of money. Rumble. The 5 of them began to fight. Although Black Horn and Luo Luo's cultivation was high, compared to Heavenbreaker, they were much weaker. Against the woman, Black Horn and Luo Luo were at a disadvantage, but on the other side, Heavenbreaker had a great advantage. Yi Xian looked at the shadows of the staff one after another, and estimated that this battle would end soon. As expected, in less than 3 seconds, the man was defeated. Their strength was considered the top of the 8th grade Saint Kings, but that was under the condition that they worked together. In a one-on-one situation, the man was beaten to a pulp by Heavenbreaker's powerful staff. Very soon, he was defeated. Go! The man felt that things were not going well and hurriedly sent a message to the woman. However, the moment the woman retreated, Heavenbreaker suddenly changed his target and swept out with his staff, striking the woman's lower abdomen. Fortunately, the woman was wearing one. This set of clothes was made from the forehead hair of a white-haired rat. It absorbed a large amount of force, otherwise, this strike would have been enough to kill her instantly. Little Wan. When the man saw this, he shouted loudly. Unfortunately, the woman was held hostage by Black Horn and Luoluo. Let her go. The man said. Do you think it's possible? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. This man was very fast. If he wanted to leave, Heaven Breaker wouldn't be able to stop him. Then what do you want? The man raised his brows and asked. I'm afraid the reason you chased after me is because you want to kill me and steal my treasures. So, my request is very simple. Take off your interspatial ring and give it to me, then you can leave. Yi Xian said. Impossible. The woman immediately shouted. The interspatial ring contained the wealth that they had accumulated over the years. How could they give it away just like that? If that's the case, then let's kill them. Yi Xian didn't waste any time. He turned around and said. In the next moment, Black Horn's hand punched out, aiming straight for the woman's face. The woman was wearing a decent set of clothes with good defense, but the head was very fragile. Even Black Horn could break it open. Wait. At this moment, the man suddenly said. Black Horn couldn't help but stop. Why? Do you have something to say to her? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. I can't give it to you, but I can tell you a secret. The man said. A secret. This attracted Yi Xian's attention, but he wouldn't show it on his face. What secret is more valuable than your interspatial ring? Yi Xian pretended to be in disbelief. The two of us have been in the Greater Rat Ruins for many years. We know the terrain very well. Under normal circumstances, there won't be any danger. However, there's a place in the Greater Rat Ruins that we don't dare to enter. The man said. And then? The man paused and said, we've seen 9th grade Holy King level white rats there, and it's said that there might be a Holy King level rat, 9th grade Holy King, Holy King. Yi Xian smiled and said, you want me to send myself to death, right? I'm just telling you a secret. Those greater rats will eat the human corpses and bring back the interspatial rings. The man said. Oh. Yi Xian was slightly surprised. The Greater Rat Ruins had been formed for countless years. Who knew how many souls there were? If the Greater Rats could bring back the interspatial rings, wouldn't that be, right now, I don't have enough rat hair to exchange for devour points. If I can kill my way in and take those interspatial rings, I'll definitely make a lot of money. Yi Xian suddenly became interested. Although the Palace Master of Shattered Heaven Palace was captured, he only needed a few days. The Black Tortoise clan wouldn't take him to strengthen their bloodline so quickly. If they wanted to use him to strengthen their bloodline, they would need a large amount. Therefore, Yi Xian guessed that the Black Tortoise clan was still in the process of capturing people. Most importantly, the Palace Master of Shattered Heaven Palace had a death warrant on him. If he died, Yi Xian would receive a system notification. At that time, it wouldn't be too late to reverse time. Okay, take me there and I'll let him go. Yi Xian nodded. Are you serious? The man raised an eyebrow. In this kind of situation, it's up to you to believe it or not. Yi Xian said coldly. Okay, I'll take you there. If you dare to touch him, I'll drag you down with me even if I have to risk my life. The man said and rushed towards the northwest of the Greater Rat Ruins. Yi Xian had Black Horn hold the woman hostage and followed him. 2 more days passed. 2 days later. Yi Xian saw a mountain range. According to the situation on the ground and when they came, the flow of greater rats here was very large. There were estimated to be millions of greater rats coming in and out every day. If that was the case, it was indeed the nest of the greater rats. I've brought you to the place. The man stopped and said to Yi Xian. You found a random place and told me that you found the secret? Yi Xian snorted. Don't tell me you still want to go in. There's a sage rat king inside. The man trembled. Since we're here, we naturally have to go in and take a look. As Yi Xian spoke, he cast his gaze towards Black Horn. Then, Black Horn threw the woman to the man. What? The man and woman were shocked. What's going on? He released her. Don't worry, she's been poisoned by me. I only have one antidote in my hands. If poisoned, even a sage rat king expert will die. You have 7 days. Yi Xian said slowly, You, come with me. If what you say is true, I'll give you the antidote. Chapter 1950. Poison. When the woman heard this, her expression changed. She had been held hostage by Black Horn the entire time. How did he poison her? There's no reaction in my body. There's no poison at all. The woman said instinctively. You're too naive. If there's no poison, why would I let you go? If I killed you earlier, he couldn't do anything to me. Yi Xian said. Indeed, if the woman died, the man wouldn't be able to take down Patian even if he fought with his life on the line. He would definitely die if he was surrounded by Patian and the other two. Bastard, you want to use us as bait? Are you trying to lure the Rat King out? The man shouted angrily. The Rat King is at the level of a great saint. I don't dare to provoke it now. I just want to see if what you said is true. As long as we meet a 9th grade Holy King Rat, I'll give you the antidote. How about it? Yi Xian said. 9th grade Holy King. The man and woman looked at each other. Both of them were 8th grade Holy Kings. With the help of Patian and the other two, it shouldn't be a problem for them to face a 9th grade Holy King Rat. Alright. In the end, both of them agreed. Of course, they also had ulterior motives. If they really met a 9th grade Holy King Rat, they could send one of them to take down Yi Xian and get the antidote. Although the woman didn't know when Yi Xian poisoned her, Yi Xian and the others were very strange. They could fight so many levels above them. Their methods were definitely not ordinary. Therefore, both of them believed that Yi Xian was telling the truth. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let them go. Then, both of them led the way into the mountain range. Yi Xian, Black Horn and the others followed behind. Be careful, there's a wave of rats coming. Hide. After a while, the ground began to shake violently. The man and woman quickly hid in the nearby forest. As for Yi Xian, he also put everyone away and put on the flowing light invisibility cloak. Rumble. A series of loud sounds spread. There were at least 10,000 rats in this wave of rats, and they were all intermediate grade Holy Kings. It was very terrifying. Even a 9th grade Holy King expert would be difficult to deal with if they were surrounded, let alone them. Huff huff. The scar-faced man and the woman breathed a sigh of relief. The Greater Rat Mountain Range was indeed terrifying. One careless mistake and they would be doomed eternally. At this point, they just wanted to meet as soon as possible. Once there was a 9th grade Holy King White Rat, Yi Xian would be able to give the antidote to both of them. However, how could a 9th grade Holy King level white-haired rat be so easy to encounter? The two parties cautiously entered the Greater Rat Mountain Range. About half a day later. Found it. The man in front suddenly stopped in his tracks. He saw an extra-large giant rat in front of him. It was one size bigger than an 8th grade Holy King. 9th grade Holy King. When Yi Xian heard the man's shout, he immediately sent Black Horn over to take a look. There was indeed a giant rat. Alright, here's the antidote. Yi Xian nodded and tossed the interspatial ring over. This poison was something that he had exchanged from the immortal grade devouring system. It was colorless, formless, and tasteless. Once one came into contact with it, one would be poisoned. Even a saint expert would die from the poison. However, this poison was only effective against humans. It was useless against holy beasts and Zooists. After obtaining the antidote, the two of them quickly left. However, Yi Xian had already achieved his goal. Time reversal. In an instant, Yi Xian returned to the day when he was holding the woman hostage. I can't give you the thing, but I can tell you a secret, the man said. Sorry, I don't want to know this secret. I'll give you 3 seconds to consider. After 3 seconds, her head will explode. Yi Xian said coldly. You, the man pointed at Yi Xian angrily. However, he still understood the saying, where there's life, there's hope. At that moment, he threw his own interspatial ring to Yi Xian. As for the woman's ring, it had already been taken by Black Horn. Yi Xian successfully obtained the 2 interspatial rings. There was a large amount of rat fur inside. What a steal! Yi Xian looked at the backs of the 2 people as they left. The rat fur inside was enough for him to exchange for 1 devouring point. Ding! The host has obtained 1 devouring point. A system notification sounded. Yi Xian's devouring points had reached 3. With 3 more points, he would be able to unlock the second combat bloodline column. After that, Yi Xian rushed toward the Greater Rat Mountain Range. He wanted to kill his way in after making another breakthrough. This was an opportunity to earn a lot of devouring points. He couldn't just miss it. 2 days later, he arrived at the Greater Rat Mountain Range. It just so happened that the rat tide from last time was passing by. Therefore, Yi Xian decided to let Heaven Breaker and the others take action. Let's go. Yi Xian immediately gave the order. In the next moment, Heaven Breaker, Black Horn, and Luo Luo moved out together. Under such circumstances, the effect of Wei Zhentian's myriad beasts diagram was much better than the mystic god armor. Once the myriad beasts diagram appeared, all the greater rats were suppressed by 70% of their strength. It was rare to see 1,000,000 white-haired rats. One had to know that in the past few days that Yi Xian had entered, he'd only seen over 1,000 rats at most. Heaven Breaker's shocking staff sweep could take away thousands of greater rats' lives. Black Horn was even more ferocious. He opened his mouth and swallowed almost 10,000 greater rats. As for Luo Luo, she was also shuttling through the greater rat tide. Her speed was so fast that she formed 2 waves of air. Wherever she passed, the greater rats would be cut in half. This rat tide could already threaten a rank 9 holy king. However, under the joint efforts of Yi Xian and the others, it was like a sheet of loose sand. Soon, the 1,000,000-strong rat tide was eliminated. These greater rats were also in a killing frenzy. They would not leave until they had bitten Yi Xian and the others to death. Therefore, not a single greater rat escaped. Such a large number of greater rat corpses made Yi Xian very happy. If he could refine all of these corpses into beast pills, Black Horn and Luo Luo's realms would definitely increase greatly. However, that was not Yi Xian's goal. He was preparing to enter the center of the Greater Rat Mountain Range. There was a huge amount of wealth accumulated over countless years. For these few days, Yi Xian stayed outside the Greater Rat Mountain Range and let Heaven Breaker watch. As for Black Horn and Luo Luo, they returned to the devouring space to cultivate. 3 days later. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is now a rank 2 holy spirit. Ding! Yan Ming Ghost Lord, Wei Zhentian, and Heaven Breaker Ape God have broken through. The host is now a rank 6 holy spirit. Heaven Breaker's realm had increased. He could now fight a rank 9 holy king greater rat. However, if he encountered the rat king, he would probably have to run. After all, the rat king was a holy lord. At this time, there were only 2 or 3 days left before the hunting mission. Until now, Yi Xian had only exchanged 1 devouring point. Other than the day when he came to the Greater Rat Mountain Range and encountered a 1,000,000-strong rat tide, Yi Xian had not encountered such a large one. At most, there were tens of thousands of them. After a few days, there were only a few 100,000. Therefore, Yi Xian decided to enter the Greater Rat Mountain Range. Chapter 1951. The Greater Rat Ruins had been around for many years, but not many dared to enter the Greater Rat Mountains. Yi Xian was the first to do so. This place was full of dangers. Yi Xian put on the flowing light invisibility cloak and began to move quickly. He had the time reversal skill anyway, so his detection ability was very strong. If there was nothing on one side, he would reverse time and look for the other side. Soon, he encountered an army of greater rats that had set up camp. There were about 100,000 of them. Go! Yi Xian did not say anything and immediately ordered Heaven Breaker and the other two to kill them. With their current strength, they could almost finish off these 100,000 greater rats in 3 seconds. After 3 seconds, this army of greater rats was completely wiped out and devoured by Black Horn. Heaven Breaker, go back and rest. Yi Xian said as he kept Heaven Breaker into the devouring space. For a battle of this level, Heaven Breaker only needed to rest for a few seconds. Of course, this was referring to the time in the outside world. After that, Yi Xian continued to move forward and encountered another army of greater rats. After wiping them out again, he continued on his way. At first, Yi Xian did not think much of it, but later on, Yi Xian realized that the positions of these greater rats seemed to have a pattern. No, it could not be said to be a pattern. It should be said that they were like soldiers, staying in a specific position. If one were to zoom in, these greater rats were arranged in a row, and each point was an army of greater rats. Is this the work of the Rat King? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. No matter what, these greater rats were his food. If I kill 1,000,000 more, I can exchange for a second devouring point. Thinking of this, Yi Xian was in a good mood. However, at this moment. Black Horn, who was scouting ahead, suddenly reported that he saw an extra-large greater rat. It was estimated to be a rank 9 Holy King. Good, kill it. It's worth at least 1,000,000 greater rats. Yi Xian's eyes lit up and he quickly followed. Although Blackhorn's current strength was not as strong as Heaven Breaker, he had already broken through to Holy King. With his strong physique, he could still fight this rank 9 Holy King greater rat. Patian, Luoluo, kill it. Yi Xian roared in his mind. Black Horn's devour and empty devour, they were connected, so Heaven Breaker could come out of his mouth. By the time Yi Xian arrived, they were already fighting. Rumble. The sounds of battle were deafening. A battle of this level was not something Yi Xian could interfere in. Unless he could fuse with a second battle bloodline. However, the second bloodline window still required 3 devour points to activate, so it was still not enough. Very soon, under the combined attacks of Heaven Breaker and the other two, the 9th grade Saint King level giant rat was killed. After it died, Yi Xian swiftly swept over and collected its corpse. Immediately after, he beamed with joy. The white fur of a 9th grade Saint King ranked white-furred rat was worth more than the 1,000,000-strong army from before. He had made a huge profit. After that, Yi Xian continued on his journey, preparing to kill all of the giant rats. Very soon, he encountered a second 9th grade Saint King ranked giant rat. This giant rat was also killed by Yi Xian in the end. Then, it was refined into a beast pill and fed to Black Horn. Black Horn had broken through again. Now that Black Horn had reached the 4th grade Saint King level, his strength was no weaker than Heaven Breaker, who was wearing the Mystic Divine Armor. The two of them worked together to increase their efficiency. From the beginning until now, Yi Xian had already killed millions of giant rats. However, all of the rat fur added up was only enough to exchange for 2 devour points. 2 more devour points, and I can activate the second bloodline window. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and quickened his pace. After a while, he encountered the 3rd 9th grade Saint King ranked giant rat and killed it easily. Yi Xian gave this beast pill to Luoluo for her to break through. Now, Black Horn, Heaven Breaker, and Luoluo's strength were almost the same. Even if they encountered the Rat King, they might be able to fight. However, at this moment. Who gave you the courage to enter this place? Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice entered Yi Xian's ears. He trembled and turned around to see a long-haired man looking at him. There was no aura at all. How was this possible? Even Black Horn and Heaven Breaker did not notice how this person came. This person is so strong. Yi Xian gulped and asked, "Who are you? You are killing wantonly in my territory, and you are asking me who I am?" The man narrowed his eyes and asked. Yi Xian finally understood. "You are the rat." Yi Xian snorted coldly. "That's right. That's what those people call me." The man nodded. Then, his gaze fell on Heaven Breaker and said, "If I didn't see that it was using the Heaven Shocking Staff technique, I'm afraid you would all be dead." "You know?" Yi Xian was shocked again. "Why wouldn't I know?" Rat King coldly snorted and said, "This little monkey has Heaven Breaker's bloodline. He should be the descendant of that old monkey. The reason why I didn't kill you was to give him face." After hearing this, Yi Xian couldn't help but go silent. He quickly thought for a moment and said in horror, "You are the Demon Rat Palace's palace master?" To be able to control so many giant rats and recognize the palace master, it could only be the Demon Rat Palace's palace master of the 12 God Beast Palaces. "You can recognize me, that's strange." Rat King grinned and said, "A few days ago, I saw the weak old monkey being captured. Could it be that you followed him here?" "You saw him, but you didn't do anything?" Yi Xian asked in horror. "Why should I save him? His life or death has nothing to do with me." Rat King shook his head and said, "Not only that, even if it was someone else, I wouldn't save them." Yi Xian looked at Rat King, secretly thinking that the other side was really cold-blooded. But at this time... Well, I've said so much to you. It's time for me to get down to business. I want this little monkey." Rat King said and directly attacked Heaven Breaker. "What?" Yi Xian was shocked and quickly had Heaven Breaker counterattack. Why did Rat King want to capture Heaven Breaker? After pondering for a moment, Yi Xian finally understood why the Rat King had watched as the palace master of Shattering Heaven Palace was taken away and now wanted to capture Shattering Heaven. "You are that traitor!" Yi Xian angrily shouted. Rat King paused and said with a smile, "Yes, I was the one who colluded with the 4 God Beasts clan to destroy the 12 God Beast Palaces. Otherwise, how could I have reached this point today?" Back then, the 12 God Beast Palaces' palace masters were at most 7th rank Saint Kings. But now, Rat King had actually broken through to the Saint Monarch realm. He should have joined the 4 God Beasts clan, so he ignored Heaven Breaker and instead wanted to capture Heaven Breaker. His purpose was to give Heaven Breaker to the 4 God Beasts clan. "Since it's like this, then I will enforce justice on behalf of the heavens." Yi Xian's eyes flashed and he ordered to kill Rat King. Chapter 1952. In an instant, Heaven Breaker, Black Horn, and Luo Luo unleashed their full strength and charged at the Rat King. "How dare you!" The Rat King didn't care at all and charged forward. Black Horn and the others were so much weaker than him. How could he, who was full of pride, take them seriously? However, he soon realized that things weren't that simple. Black Horn, Heaven Breaker, and Luo Luo were actually able to fight him when they joined forces. The three of them cooperated very well. With Heaven Breaker as the main attacker and Black Horn and Luo Luo supporting him, the Rat King couldn't do anything to them after a few rounds. "This little monkey is so strong. I guess he's the youngest son of the old monkey." The Rat King suddenly thought of something and said with a smile. "Guess?" Yi Xian replied coldly. "The bloodline of this Heaven Breaker divine ape probably surpasses that of the little monkey. If I can hand it over to the 4 Divine Beasts clan, I might be able to break through the shackles and become a 2nd-rank Saint Lord." The Rat King thought to himself. He had indeed joined the 4 Divine Beasts clan and obtained a large amount of treasures from them. That was how he had achieved what he had today. However, it wasn't that easy to capture Heaven Breaker. "I can't use my full strength in my human form. Next, I'll show you that I'm not someone you can mess with." The Rat King roared angrily as his body began to expand and transform into his true form. The Rat King's true form was called the Purple Gold Rat. It wasn't much different from the giant white-furred rat. The only difference was that it didn't have 100 hairs on its forehead. Instead, it had purple gold hairs. After transforming into his true form, the Rat King was astonishingly fast as he charged at Black Horn. He wanted to capture Heaven Breaker, so as long as he killed either Black Horn or Luo Luo, the battle would be over. Too naive. Myriad Beasts Diagram, suppress. Suddenly, the mystic divine armor on Heaven Breaker transformed into the Myriad Beasts diagram. In the next moment, the Rat King's speed suddenly decreased. Black Horn and the others took advantage of this opportunity to launch their strongest attacks. Black Demon Claw. Heaven's Startling Strike. Flaming Rain of Fire. The three people, 3 moves, all landed on the purple gold Rat King. The diagram of 10,000 beasts reduced all abilities, including defense. All 3 moves. Although they couldn't kill the Rat King, they severely injured it. Cough. The purple gold Rat King spat out a mouthful of blood. He didn't understand what was going on, but his body told him that he had to leave now. Otherwise, he would be in trouble. You want to leave? Not so easy. The purple gold Rat King, whose speed had been reduced by 70%, was even slower than its human form. Black Horn stared at him, his mouth wide open. Devour. Even though the other party's cultivation realm was too high and he couldn't devour it, he could still restrict the other party's speed. Heaven's Startling Strike. Flaming Sky Rain of Fire. Another 2 rounds of attacks fell on the purple gold Rat King. At this point, the Rat King's skin was already lacerated. Kill him. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly shouted angrily. Hold on. I can take you into the 4 Divine Beasts clan. The purple gold Rat King said in a hurry. Sorry, I don't need it. Yi Xian snorted coldly. In a few more days, Heaven Breaker's group would be strong enough to dominate the 4 Divine Beasts clan. Why would they need the Violet Gold Rat King to lead them? Bastard, if that's the case, then let's die together. As soon as the purple gold Rat King finished speaking, it raised its head and roared into the sky. Yi Xian understood that the Rat King was going to gather all the greater rats and fight to the death. But would it be so easy? Heaven's Startling Strike. Flaming Sky Rain of Fire. Black Demon Claw. The 3 of them attacked again. By the time this round of attacks fell on the purple gold Rat King, the latter was already on the verge of death. Then, Black Horn quickly opened his mouth and sucked the purple gold Rat King into the devouring space. With this, the matter was resolved. Yi Xian immediately checked the purple gold Rat King's interspatial ring. Sure enough, there was a large amount of white fur in it. He guessed that the purple gold Rat King was raising white fur rats and then giving them to the 4 Divine Beasts clan in exchange for benefits. In addition, the interspatial ring contained a large amount of natural treasures. The amount was so large that it made Yi Xian's heart palpitate. Ding! The host has exchanged for 1 devouring point. Ding! The host has exchanged for 1 devouring point. 2 system notifications rang out consecutively. Yi Xian used the rat fur to exchange for devouring points. Now, he had a total of 6 devouring points. He immediately used the 6 devouring points to open the 2nd combat bloodline column. Ding! The host. The 2nd immortal combat bloodline column has been opened. Ding! The purchase of the sword immortal bloodline is successful. Do you want to integrate it now? The system notifications rang out again. The sword immortal bloodline was a combat bloodline that Yi Xian had his eyes on. With this sword immortal bloodline, he could probably join the battle. Yes. Yi Xian immediately answered in his mind and integrated the sword immortal bloodline. Ding! The host has obtained the 1-hit kill sword, Peerless Sword Duel. Ding! The mighty flying sword has been upgraded. Yi Xian quickly checked. In the next moment, a rather handsome long sword appeared in his hand. This sword was called the 1-hit kill sword. As the name suggested, it had the effect of killing with 1 hit. It could greatly enhance the skill of killing with 1 hit. In addition, as long as Yi Xian held this one-hit kill sword, his combat strength would directly increase by 30 times. Then, Yi Xian put away the one-hit kill sword and replaced it with another long sword. The Peerless Sword Duel could also increase the host's combat strength by 30 times. Yi Xian turned his head and saw that a person who looked exactly like him had condensed in front of him. This was the Sword Immortal clone, holding the other Peerless Sword Duel in his hand. Most importantly, this Sword Immortal clone would not be destroyed. Yi Xian could also switch places with him at any time. In addition, he could also use Yi Xian's various skills. The one-hit kill sword had the effect of killing with one hit. The Peerless Sword Duel gave Yi Xian a death immunity card, which was very useful. Moreover, these were only the two weapons given by the Sword Immortal bloodline. Man and sword as one. Every advancement will increase the combat strength of the one-hit kill sword and Peerless Sword Duel by 10 times. When the Sword Immortal descends, my combat strength will greatly increase. I can use the ultimate move, Single Sword Immortal Ascension. These were the two advancement paths of the Sword Immortal bloodline. Both were very heaven-defying. However, these two advancement paths required a lot of devour points. This is too scary. Just by holding the Peerless Sword Duel, my combat strength has increased by 30 times. Right now, I'm afraid my combat strength is no weaker than Potion's when he's wearing the Mystic God armor. Yi Xian swallowed his saliva. This Sword Immortal bloodline was the last bloodline in the Immortal level Devour system. At the same time, it was also the most powerful bloodline. 6 Devour points to open the Battle Bloodline column was definitely worth it. Blackhorn and Luo Luo were both 4th grade Holy Kings, while Patian was a 6th grade Holy Spirit. Chapter 1953. If the three of them worked together and did not use the illustration of 10,000 beasts, they would be stronger than the average great sage. However, Yi Xian, who had the sword's celestial bloodline, was much stronger. Ever since my Tower of Trials was refreshed, I can only reach the 7th level. I can't even pass the 8th level. Now, I want to see how many levels I can reach. With that in mind, Yi Xian immersed himself in the Tower of Trials. Pets could not be summoned in the Tower of Trials, but Yi Xian, who had the sword's celestial bloodline, easily cleared the 8th level that he was stuck at previously. As a result, he obtained another Devour point. Next was the 9th level. With the one-hit kill sword in hand, Yi Xian easily killed his opponent with a single slash. Cleared. As for the 10th level, it was still an instant kill. On the 11th level, the opponent was 11 levels higher than him, which was the 4th stage Holy King. However, he was still instantly killed by Yi Xian. On the 12th level, instant kill. On the 13th level, instant kill. At this point, Yi Xian had already obtained 5 Devour points. As long as he cleared the next level, he would be able to get back the 6 Devour points that he needed to activate the second bloodline column. Immediately, Yi Xian stepped onto the 14th level. If he had not triggered the one-hit kill effect on the previous level, he would not have cleared it so easily. He felt that the 14th level would not be so simple. He would probably need to use his skills. On the 14th level, there was a 7th stage Holy King Cultivator. The countdown began. 0. The moment the countdown reached 0, Yi Xian immediately used 6 Slaughter Seals, instantly increasing his combat power by 13 times. Instant kill. It had to be said that the combination of the sword's celestial bloodline and the Immortal Slayer bloodline was extremely powerful. Yi Xian also cleared the 15th level easily. However, the 16th level was tricky. At this point, he was not holding the one-hit kill sword, but the unparalleled sword. In the next battle, he cleverly used the sword's celestial clone to fight a guerrilla war with his opponent. The sword's celestial clone could use Yi Xian's skills with the other sword of the unparalleled sword. Moreover, it was in an invincible state. Yi Xian had it block the attacks for him while he continued to stack Slaughter Seals. In the end, all 11 Slaughter Seals erupted. 24 times the combat power. This allowed Yi Xian's strength to skyrocket. Level 16, cleared. On the 16th level of the Tower of Trials, Yi Xian encountered a 9th rank Holy King. However, this was not his limit, because he still had 9 devouring points that he had not used yet. As for the 17th floor, Yi Xian didn't try it for the time being because that was a Saint Monarch level, and he knew that he wouldn't be able to defeat it. Therefore, he decided to use up his devouring points first. Ding! Man and sword as one successfully advanced. Ding! Sword Immortal's descent advancement successful. The 2 advancement paths of the Sword Immortal bloodline required 3 devour points for each advancement. Therefore, Yi Xian expended 6 devour points for each advancement. With the advancement of 1 with the sword, his combat prowess had increased by 40 times, which was 10 times more than before. It would not be a problem for him to clear the 18th level. Right now, there were still 3 devouring points left. Ding! Host has cleared level 18. Reward, 1 devour point. Devour points had increased to 4. Then, Yi Xian began to challenge the 19th level. With his rank 2 Holy Spirit Realm, his opponent would be a 3rd rank Holy King. 3, 2, 1. The moment the countdown reached 0, Yi Xian immediately used his trump card. Slaughter Mode, a 13-fold increase in strength. Sword Immortal's descent. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. His entire body emitted a white light, and even his hair turned white. With the peerless dual sword in his hand, he gave off a sage-like aura. His opponent on the 19th level was a Zuyuist, and it was the Feng Qinglong that he had seen before. The moment Yi Xian transformed, his opponent also transformed into his original form. Single Sword Immortal Ascension. Without saying a word, Yi Xian and the Sword Immortal clone transformed into a ray of light and pierced towards the Feng Qinglong. However, this rank 3 Holy Monarch Feng Qinglong wasn't so easy to deal with. After it roared towards the sky, countless wind blades shot out from its body. These wind blades were extremely sharp, and could easily cut open the body of a rank 2 Holy Monarch. The Sword Immortal clone was invincible, and naturally wasn't afraid of these wind blades. However, Yi Xian was different. Yi Xian, who was using the Single Sword Immortal Ascension, had no choice but to stop and use the Extreme Space Shield to save his life. Unfortunately, these wind blades were endless, and the entire 19th level was filled with wind blades. Finally, Yi Xian was turned into meat paste by these wind blades, and failed the challenge. I actually failed. Yi Xian didn't expect this. The higher the level of the Tower of Trials, the stronger the guardians were, and almost all of them were Zuyuists. However, Yi Xian's opponent this time was Feng Qinglong, and it was very troublesome. As long as he encountered a simpler opponent next time, he might be able to fight. All in all, Yi Xian now had the qualifications to exterminate the 4 Divine Beasts clan. For Divine Beasts clan, prepare to die. Yi Xian looked at the scarlet kill character in the sky, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. However, there was still a problem to be solved, and that was the giant rats that the Purple Gold Rat King had summoned. If it was before, it would indeed be troublesome. However, even the Purple Gold Rat King had been sucked into the devouring space, so what could these giant rats do to him? Black Horn, if you can, then do it. Otherwise, kill them. Yi Xian immediately gave Black Horn the order, and then he took out his peerless dual sword. These giant rats were still useful, and their fur might be able to be exchanged for devouring points. Furthermore, if they were sucked into the devouring space, Yi Xian could kill them if he needed them in the future, and obtain the slaughter mark. A storm of blood was about to unfold. Currently, Yi Xian was the strongest among them, and this was under the condition that he wasn't wearing the Mystic God Battle Armor. If he could wear the Mystic God Battle Armor, even if the Purple Gold Rat King was a rank 3 Holy Monarch, it wouldn't be able to escape death. Sword Immortal Clone. Immortal Slaying Puppet. Immortal Extinguishing Arrow. Immortal Slaying Sword Array. Yi Xian began to madly attack, and the giant rats that had gathered were killed in droves. There were still 2 days left, so Yi Xian wanted to kill all of these giant rats. 2 days later. Ding, the host obtained 1 devouring point. A system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. In these 2 days, Yi Xian had slaughtered more than 20 million giant rats of different levels, and then used the white fur of these giant rats to exchange for 1 devouring point. Now, he had 5 devouring points. Let's go, destroy the 4 divine beasts clan. Yi Xian didn't say anything and turned around to leave. From now on, he didn't need to use the ascension to immortality steps anymore, and instead used the flying sword form of mighty shock the heavens. In less than half a day, he left the giant rat ruins and chased after Shattered Heaven Palace Master. Chapter 1954. They stopped. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly sensed that Shattered Heaven Palace Master had stopped. He couldn't help but wonder if Shattered Heaven Palace Master had already arrived at the 4 Divine Beasts clan. He estimated that he would need about 2 hours to catch up with the other party. Shattered Heaven, it's time for you and your father to reunite. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he spoke to Shattered Heaven. Soon, he approached the target of the death warrant, which was Shattered Heaven Palace Master. Looking from afar, there were 4 towering statues in front of him. They were the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. It seemed that he had finally arrived at the 4 Divine Beasts clan. From the Purple Gold Rat King's memories, Yi Xian knew that the 4 Divine Beasts clan had 4 ancestors. They were the ones who had sealed the palace master of the Purple Gold Palace. These 4 were all second-rank saints. If they joined forces, they wouldn't even fear a third-rank saint. However, Yi Xian wasn't afraid of them either. Yi Xian, who possessed powerful battle strength, didn't need to fear them and directly flashed over. Eye of Assassination. In the next moment, Yi Xian arrived in front of a person. It was Shattered Heaven Palace Master who had been captured. Besides Shattered Heaven Palace Master, there were 4 other masters of the 4 Divine Beasts clan, all of them 9th-grade Saint Kings. Immediately, Yi Xian made a move and easily killed the 4 of them. With his current strength, even if the 4 ancestors of the 4 Divine Beasts clan attacked, he wouldn't be afraid, let alone these 4. Yi Xian. Shattered Heaven Palace Master stared blankly at the 4 corpses on the ground. Senior, I've come to save you. Yi Xian grinned and directly absorbed Shattered Heaven Palace Master into the devouring space, reuniting with him. Now, whether it was Black Horn, Shattered Heaven, or Luo Luo, their strength couldn't catch up to Yi Xian. Thus, Yi Xian didn't need their help. For Divine Beasts clan, 1 person was enough. Wei Zhentian, in flying sword form, follow me to deal with the Vermilion Bird ancestor. Yi Xian immediately gave the order. Then, his aura skyrocketed. 11 slaughter seals all erupted, wildly increasing his battle strength by 24 times. Kill. Within the Azure Dragon race, there was an extremely powerful aura. It should be the Azure Dragon ancestor who was a 2nd-rank Saint Lord. Yi Xian stepped on his flying sword and arrived in an instant. When Patriarch Green Dragon sensed Yi Xian, he opened his eyes and came out of seclusion. Who are you? Ancestor Azure Dragon looked at Yi Xian and said. As he possessed the bloodline of the Azure Dragon clan, he was very sensitive to the bloodline in Yi Xian's body. In the past, you annihilated the 12 God-Beast palaces for your own selfish reasons. Today, I will annihilate your 4 Divine Beasts clan for my own selfish reasons. Prepare to die. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian made his move. Sword Immortal descends, 1 sword ascends to immortality. In an instant, Yi Xian turned into a streak of white light and passed through Ancestor Azure Dragon's body. Ancestor Azure Dragon was dead. This move was currently Yi Xian's most powerful attack. If he used the Single Strike Kill Sword, the attack power of the Single Strike Flying Immortal would greatly increase. Moreover, the success rate of the Single Strike Kill would also increase. If he used the Peerless Sword Duel, the Sword Immortal clone would also use the Single Strike Flying Immortal technique, which would be more difficult to deal with. Generally speaking, there were pros and cons to each. However, after Ancestor Azure Dragon died, Yi Xian discovered that something was wrong. After his opponent died, he actually didn't return to his original body and instead dissipated. It was actually a Saint Energy clone. It's only Ancestor Azure Dragon's clone. Forget it. As long as it's a Saint King, kill without mercy. Yi Xian immediately gave the order. At the same time, he also summoned Heaven Breaker. When the 12 God Beast palaces were attacked by the 4 Divine Beasts clan, Heaven Breaker was sealed, and he was also sent to the lower immortal world. Today, how could he not come out to take revenge? In an instant, the Azure Dragon race set off a storm of carnage. Yi Xian, the Sword Immortal clone, the Immortal Slaying Puppet, Wei Zhentian, Heaven Breaker, and the others were crazily killing. As long as it was a Saint King, it was difficult to escape death. At the same time, Black Horn was wantonly devouring the corpses of the Azure Dragon race and then extracting the dragon crystals to nurture Rib's dragon embryo. At the same time, in the depths of the 4 Divine Beasts clan, 4 old men who were sitting cross-legged opened their eyes. Someone is wantonly slaughtering my Azure Dragon race. Bastard, quickly come with me, otherwise my Azure Dragon race will suffer heavy casualties. But the seal is not complete yet. Don't care so much, let's go. The 4 old men quickly left the underground and came to the surface. At this time, on the surface, the Azure Dragon race had a strange change, and the other 3 great clans had already learned of it. Ding, the degree of dragon embryo nurturing has reached 100%. A system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. When the dragon embryo was nurtured to 100%, it could find a dragon corpse with high compatibility to revive Rib. However, if the dragon embryo was nurtured to 200%, then the chance of mutation would increase by 50%. Coupled with the random mission of reviving Rib, the chance of mutation would increase to 100%. Therefore, Yi Xian did not want to revive Rib for now. At this time, 4 powerful auras suddenly appeared. How dare you behave so atrociously in my 4 Divine Beasts clan? Tell me your names. The White Tiger Patriarch shouted angrily. Seeing that the main characters had finally arrived, Yi Xian could not help but turn around and look at the 4 figures in the distance. You've come at the right time, saving me the trouble of looking for you. Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and in the next moment, Wei Zhentian transformed into the mystic divine battle armor and put it on his body. His battle strength soared again. You're courting death. After the 4 of them smelled the spreading stench of blood, they immediately formed the battle formation of 4 gods and charged towards Yi Xian. The 4 Divine Beasts clan was proficient in forming the battle formation of 4 gods. Furthermore, the Vermilion Bird, Azure Dragon, and White Tiger clans had all undergone bloodline strengthening, so the battle formation of 4 gods was even more powerful. It was only slightly weaker in terms of defense. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was not afraid. Swish! Before the 4 of them charged over, the Sword Celestial clone used the Deathly Hunt command to mark one of them, then crossed a large distance and arrived behind the other party. Immortal Slaying Sword Formation. The Immortal Slaying Sword Formation, enhanced by the Eye of Assassination, spread out and instantly surrounded the 4 patriarchs. Be careful. The Black Tortoise Patriarch quickly used his techniques to protect the other 3. Unfortunately, this could not stop the Sword Celestial clone. Deathly Hunt command. Eye of Assassination. In the next moment, the Sword Celestial clone once again arrived behind the Vermilion Bird Patriarch and slashed out with his sword. Immortal Slaying Breath Slash. Rip. A crisp sound was heard, and the Vermilion Bird Patriarch's back was cut open. If not for the Black Tortoise Patriarch protecting him, he would have died. The 4 of them had gloomy expressions. They understood that they could not fight in their human forms, so they all transformed into their true forms. As a result, it was exactly what Yi Xian wanted. This time, without waiting for Yi Xian's instructions, Wei Zhentian directly transformed into the Myriad Beasts diagram. Suppress. In an instant, the battle strength of the 4 patriarchs plummeted. Chapter 1955. All of you, go to hell. Yi Xian stared at the four massive figures in the air, killing intent flashing through his eyes. He joined forces with the Sword Immortal clone to attack Patriarch Azure Dragon. Eye of Assassination. Immortal Slaying Breath Slash. The two used the same move. Two massive slashes slashed across Patriarch Azure Dragon's body, instantly chopping him into 3 pieces. Even his dragon heart was chopped in half. Patriarch Azure Dragon was dead. The death of just one member of the 4 Divine Beasts clan would greatly weaken the might of the 4 gods' battle formation, let alone when it was being suppressed by the Myriad Beasts diagram. Old Dragon. When the other 3 patriarchs saw Patriarch Azure Dragon's corpse, they were all stunned. Before they could react, Yi Xian and the Sword Immortal clone attacked once more. This time, it was the Vermilion Bird Patriarch. Then the White Tiger Patriarch. Finally, it was the Black Tortoise Patriarch's turn, the one with the strongest defense. He was the one who wanted to use the heaven-breaking ape god bloodline to strengthen himself. In the blink of an eye, all 4 patriarchs of the 4 Divine Beasts clan had fallen. Not a single one remained. With this, the 4 Divine Beasts clan could be considered to have been wiped out. Follow the plan. After the 4 died, Yi Xian quickly said. Although the 4 patriarchs were dead, Yi Xian's goal wasn't just that. He wanted a large number of corpses of the Azure Dragon clan. As for the other 3 clans, he couldn't be bothered with them. As long as he killed their upper echelons, they wouldn't be able to cause any more trouble. This mission was carried out by the Sword Immortal clone and Wei Zhentian. One dragon crystal after another was obtained by Yi Xian, who then used it to nurture the dragon embryo. The nurturing process of the dragon embryo was rapidly increasing. From 100%, it increased to 110%, then to 120%. How much would he be able to nurture this time? It would be best if he could reach 200%. That would save Yi Xian a lot of trouble. On the other side, when the Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, and White Tiger clans saw that their patriarchs had died, they were all scared out of their wits and scattered. Unfortunately, they couldn't stop the Sword Immortal puppet and Wei Zhentian in his flying sword form. Corpses fell from the sky one after another. The blood of the Vermilion Bird clan dripped down and turned into flames, igniting a raging inferno. However, just as Yi Xian was taking revenge for the 12 god beast palaces, a certain creature deep underground suddenly let out a roar. Roar! The roar was deafening, causing the earth to tremble. The 4 towering statues also began to shake violently. When Yi Xian heard this, he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Was there something down there? Before he could react, the 4 statues around him collapsed with a loud crash, emitting traces of saint power fluctuations. It was only now that Yi Xian realized that the 4 statues were actually a 4 gods heaven sealing array. Could it be that something had been sealed? Rumble. The earth began to crack, and a scorching aura emerged from the ground, instantly burning that area to ashes. Following that, a huge head popped out of the hole. Yi Xian took a closer look and realized that he seemed to have seen this head somewhere before. However, the temperature of this soaring flame was too high. Even though he was wearing the mystic divine armor, he still felt uncomfortable, so he quickly retreated. As for the Sword Immortal clone, he stayed here. After all, the Sword Immortal clone was invincible. No matter what it is, kill. Yi Xian didn't hesitate and gave the order to the Sword Immortal clone. In the next moment, the Sword Immortal clone turned into a stream of light and charged toward the fire pillar. Immortal Slaying Breath Slash. The Sword Immortal clone raised his hand and slashed at the fire pillar. Swish! The huge sword light broke through the air and slashed at the fire pillar, but surprisingly, it was burned to ashes by the fire pillar. One had to know that this attack was enough to kill a second-grade great sage, but it couldn't even break the fire pillar. What exactly was this saint beast? At this moment, the saint beast inside the fire pillar quickly rose into the air and entered Yi Xian's sight. After seeing its entire body, Yi Xian couldn't help but tremble slightly. This was actually a unicorn. Ah, run! The scorching unicorn has broken the seal. The people of the 4 divine beasts clan shouted loudly. It was indeed a unicorn. I didn't expect that the 4 divine beasts clan had a unicorn sealed under them. Yi Xian was slightly surprised. He hurriedly absorbed Wei Jintian into his devouring space and let him search his soul. In an instant, Yi Xian understood where this scorching unicorn had come from. Back then, after the 4 divine beasts clan destroyed the 12 divine beasts palaces, they didn't move here. They had coincidentally encountered this heavily injured scorching unicorn. The two sides had a great battle, and the 4 ancestors of the 4 divine beasts clan used the 4 divine heaven sealing formation to seal it. Later on, they discovered that the blood of this scorching unicorn had a beneficial effect on their bloodlines, especially to the Vermilion Bird clan. Thus, they moved here and continuously absorbed the blood of the scorching unicorn to strengthen themselves. Otherwise, with the help of the 12 divine beasts' palaces, they could only break through to the great sage level at most. But after obtaining this scorching unicorn, their bloodlines continued to improve. Just now, the 4 ancestors had absorbed the blood of the unicorn, but they didn't have time to seal it because Yi Xian had attacked the 4 divine beasts clan. Before they could completely seal it, the scorching unicorn had finally attacked. After learning of this, Yi Xian's eyes flashed. This scorching unicorn gave him a very bad feeling. This was because he also had the bloodline of the unicorn. Although it was a unicorn of the immortal eye, they were of the same bloodline. Roar! The flaming sun Qilin also focused its attention on Yi Xian. It could sense the immortal eye Qilin bloodline within Yi Xian's body, as well as the powerful fire attribute of the immortal divine phoenix bloodline. Not good. At this moment, Yi Xian's expression changed. He felt that this scorching unicorn wanted to devour him to recover its strength. Ding! Host has triggered a random mission. Kill the scorching unicorn. A system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. He had actually triggered a random mission at this moment. What kind of joke is this? This scorching unicorn has recovered a lot of its strength after so many years. I'm afraid it has already reached the 4th stage Saint Monarch realm. I can't kill it right now. Yi Xian jumped in fright and hurriedly tore open the void to leave. Roar! When this scorching unicorn saw Yi Xian disappear, it was so angry that it roared at the sky. As it roared, it continuously released terrifying flames, turning everything around it into ashes. Even the experts of the Vermilion Bird clan couldn't escape death. Although Yi Xian had left, the Vermilion Bird was also of the fire attribute. With so many people around, it could recover a lot. Therefore, this scorching unicorn began to hunt down the experts of the Vermilion Bird clan, devouring everyone it saw. Chapter 1956. Fortunately, Yi Xian would be able to break through in a few days. At that time, he could use Sword Immortal's descent to kill it. At this moment, Yi Xian was observing everything that was happening at the 4 divine beasts clan through Wei Jintian's eyes. The scorching unicorn had destroyed the 4 divine beasts clan. Everything was burned to ashes, and countless experts of the 4 divine beasts clan had died. After that, the scorching unicorn absorbed the flames of the Vermilion Bird clan experts and began to recover from its injuries. Its aura is strengthening. This guy has absorbed the power of the flames. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. If that was the case, the plan to kill the scorching unicorn in a few days would be ruined. However, even if it recovered, it wouldn't be faster than Yi Xian's breakthrough speed, right? Yi Xian had Wei Jintian follow it from afar. When the time was right, he would finish it off. Next, Yi Xian followed the scorching unicorn for 3 days. In these 3 days, the scorching unicorn burned its way through, destroying countless factions along the way. Everywhere it passed, not a single blade of grass grew. Yi Xian had Wei Jintian follow it from behind, feeling its aura rising bit by bit. Ding! Host has broken through. Currently a 3rd grade sacred spirit. Ding! Infernal ghostly lord, Wei Jintian, and the sky-breaking ape god have broken through. currently a 7th grade sacred spirit. Yi Xian's cultivation level had finally increased. However, the Scorching Unicorn's cultivation level had also recovered to the 5th grade Sacred Lord level. Today, I will enforce justice on behalf of the heavens and kill this beast. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He broke through the void and arrived beside Wei Zhentian. The Scorching Unicorn in the distance also sensed the immortal I-Unicorn bloodline in Yi Xian's body. It turned around and rushed towards him. Gemini Heart Link Pendant, connect. Wei Zhentian instantly transformed into the Gemini Heart Link Pendant and released 2 red lights, connecting Yi Xian and the Scorching Unicorn. Unfortunately, the difference of 20 cultivation levels between the two was so small that the chances were pitifully small. In desperation, he could only use the 10,000 beasts diagram. In an instant, Scorching Unicorn's strength was suppressed, but what surprised Yi Xian was that the effect of the Myriad Beasts diagram was not 100%. Originally, the Myriad Beasts diagram could suppress 70% of Scorching Unicorn's strength, but now, Yi Xian felt that only 50% of Scorching Unicorn's strength had been suppressed. It seemed that it wasn't because the other party's cultivation was too high, but because the other party's bloodline was too noble. Fine, I'll take care of you. Yi Xian took out his sword of sure kill and attacked. Slaughter mode, activate. In an instant, Yi Xian's fighting strength skyrocketed. Following that was the arrival of a sword immortal. Bastard, watch me kill you. Yi Xian widened his eyes and turned into a white streak of light, attacking Scorching Unicorn. Roar! Scorching Unicorn roared angrily and spat out a scorching breath at Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian was using his strongest attack, Flying Immortal. As long as he could hurt Scorching Unicorn, there was a chance that he could kill the other party in an instant. Yi Xian already had a one-hit kill skill, and now with the addition of Flying Immortal and Flying Immortal, the chance of triggering it was greatly increased. Whoosh! Yi Xian broke through the flames with his sword and attacked. Pfft! With a muffled sound, Yi Xian's sword pierced Scorching Unicorn's huge head. Unfortunately, the one-hit kill effect was not triggered this time. Moreover, the temperature inside was shockingly high. Just as Yi Xian was about to continue attacking, an extremely strong wave of heat rolled out, forcing him to use teleportation to leave. I don't believe that I can't trigger the one-hit kill. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. The man and beast began to fight. This Scorching Unicorn must have been at a very high level when it was at its peak. Otherwise, an ordinary 5th stage Saint Lord's sacred beast would have been seriously injured or even killed in an instant. This battle was extremely intense. Yi Xian held the one-kill sword in his hand, but he was still unable to instantly kill the flaming Sun Qilin. On the contrary, he felt that he could not take it anymore. The surrounding temperature was getting higher and higher. Even Yi Xian, who had the immortal I-Unicorn bloodline and the immortal Phoenix bloodline, started to sweat. After all, his level was too low. He was relying entirely on his immortal slaying bloodline and sword immortal bloodline to fight above his level. I don't believe that time can be reversed. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and reversed the time to half a day ago. Half a day later, he came back as scheduled and used Flying Immortal on Scorching Unicorn. Unfortunately, he still did not succeed. Again. The second time was reversed and he still did not manage to kill it. I'm going to fight with you. The third time was reversed and he still failed. Just like that, Yi Xian continued to use the time reversal skill. He went back 10 times and failed 10 times. In the end, Yi Xian decided to give up. Where did this Scorching Unicorn come from? I can't kill it even after using Flying Immortal 11 times. Yi Xian was a little helpless. Due to the difference in level, the chances of killing it instantly were not high. If it was only 5%, it would be difficult to encounter 1 out of 11 times. Therefore, he decided to follow him for the time being. After he made another breakthrough, he would follow the normal plan and kill this Scorching Unicorn. However, on the third day after he made a breakthrough, this Scorching Unicorn suddenly arrived in front of a city. Yi Xian checked the map and found that this city was called Flame City. It was built next to a volcano and the temperature was extremely high. The scorching unicorn loved this kind of place the most. Therefore, it rushed in directly. A powerful sacred beast is attacking. The general of Flame City yelled out furiously. At the next moment, a large number of experts appeared. But the moment they showed themselves, they were spat to death by the scorching unicorn and burned to ashes. The flaming sun Qilin slaughtered its way into the city of flames. The flames spread out like a living hell. After the Flame City's city lord residents received the news, they quickly led experts over in an attempt to kill this evil scorching unicorn. The Flame City's city lord was a 5th stage Saint Lord. With the help of other experts, they might be able to fight this scorching unicorn. Rumble. This group of people surrounded and attacked the scorching unicorn in the air. However, this scorching unicorn had tough skin and flesh. When facing the attacks of this group of people, it actually ignored them and only cared about charging forward. At this moment, in a faraway place, Yi Xian saw this battle through the eyes of shaking the heavens. This scorching unicorn seems to want to enter the volcano and use the violent flames inside to recover its strength. Yi Xian's eyes flickered and he hesitated for a moment. This was a good opportunity for him to make a move. After all, there were others helping him. Immediately, he quickly broke through the void and left. When he walked out of the void door, the flaming sun Qilin in front of him suddenly stopped in its tracks. It turned around and looked at Yi Xian. The two of them did not say a word and attacked together. Unparalleled Sword Duel. Chapter 1957. Slash. The sword Saint Clone wielded the other sword of the matchless swords and stabbed towards the scorching unicorn's eyes. Clang! The matchless sword stabbed into the scorching unicorn's eyes, but it did not break through the defense. Yi Xian used the sword Saint Clone's eyes to take a look and realized that there was a layer of flame defense. Previously, he had fought with the scorching unicorn for more than 10 rounds and had also blinded the opponent, but he did not notice such a thing at that time. Therefore, Yi Xian immediately understood that this had something to do with the environment. The scorching unicorn had made use of the volcano's environment to become stronger. Bang! Just as Yi Xian was astonished, the sword Saint Clone was blasted away by the scorching unicorn's flame breath. However, the sword Saint Clone was invincible and was not injured at all. Following that, the scorching unicorn turned its attention back to Yi Xian and charged towards him. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Yi Xian's eyes flickered and immediately went all out to face the sword Saint Clone. In an instant, he joined the battle. The Flame City had 1/5 stage Great Sage, 3/4 stage Great Sages, and more than 10 3rd stage Great Sages. With the addition of Yi Xian and the sword Saint Clone, they might be able to fight. However, if this was any other place, the scorching unicorn would have been dead by now. However, they were in the vicinity of a volcano. The scorching unicorn was injured and could actually make use of the violent flame breath to recover. This is a little troublesome. The veins on Yi Xian's forehead bulged as he changed the sword in his hand to the one-hit kill sword. Sword Saint descends. Instantly, his aura surged again. In the next moment, he turned into a stream of light and stabbed towards the scorching unicorn. Single sword soaring immortal. However, what surprised him was that this single sword soaring immortal was actually unable to break through the scorching unicorn's flame breath. This guy was affected by the environment and became stronger. Roar! When scorching unicorn saw that it couldn't do anything to Yi Xian, it gave up on attacking and turned to run towards the volcano. Stop it! If it goes into the volcano, it will be even stronger. Yi Xian shouted angrily. What? The people from Flame City were shocked. Now that they were besieging Scorching Unicorn, they were unable to do anything to him. If his strength increased again, Blazing City would definitely be destroyed. This group of people all took out their trump cards and attacked Scorching Unicorn crazily. Unfortunately, some people couldn't break through the defense, while some people's injuries would quickly heal even if they did. In the end, Flame City's city lord gritted his teeth and bellowed, "Everyone, listen up. We're moving the city." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was shocked. Moving city. Moving the city wasn't a small matter. Furthermore, Blazing City relied on this volcano to develop to its current level. If they were to move it, wouldn't they have wasted so many years of effort? However, this scorching unicorn obviously came for the volcano. If it stayed here, who would dare to stay in Blazing City? Even Flame City's city lord wasn't willing to move. Therefore, this group of people decided to give up and leave Blazing City with the others to find a new location. This group of people are scared. Yi Xian thought to himself. It seemed that he had to find another way. However, he wasn't in a hurry. He wanted to see how much this scorching unicorn could recover. Therefore, he watched as Flame City's city lord led his people away, leaving behind an empty city. Wei Zhentian, enter the volcano and take a look. After that, Yi Xian remotely gave Wei Zhentian an order to enter the volcano to investigate. Wei Zhentian immediately rushed to the volcano and searched around. He found that scorching unicorn was hiding in the lava at the bottom of the volcano. Its aura was rapidly growing stronger. I'll be able to break through in 2 more days. I want to see if you're faster than me. Yi Xian thought to himself in a place very far away from the volcano. He had the immortal grade devouring system, so his leveling speed was faster than anyone else. Although the scorching unicorn was recovering, it couldn't be faster than him, right? 2 days later. Ding! Host broke through. Host is now a 4th stage Saint Spirit. Yi Xian finally broke through. Now, he could go and fight with the scorching unicorn. He immediately broke through the void and arrived outside the volcano. Then, he directly charged in. The scorching unicorn seemed to have sensed Yi Xian's presence. It immediately jumped out of the lava and waited quietly. Soon, the two met again. You're my mission target. How can I do it if you don't die? Yi Xian's eyes flickered. He immediately attacked. However, what surprised him was that this time, the scorching unicorn had broken through to the 6th stage Saint Spirit realm. What a scam! I don't care if you're a 5th stage Saint Spirit realm or a 6th stage Saint Spirit realm. You're going to die today. Yi Xian didn't care about anything else and directly attacked. Unfortunately, this scorching unicorn had broken through to the 6th stage Saint Spirit realm. Moreover, the surrounding environment was still a volcano. Therefore, Yi Xian still couldn't kill it. However, just as Yi Xian was about to leave, he suddenly sensed a slight change in the surrounding environment. The temperature had dropped. Yi Xian turned his head and saw a huge figure in the distance. This time, it was a light blue qilin that came. The scorching unicorn sensed the arrival of the ice unicorn. It immediately roared at the sky. It actually ignored Yi Xian and rushed toward the ice unicorn. In the blink of an eye, the two unicorns clashed. This frost qilin had actually fought against the flaming sun qilin in the past. Both sides had suffered heavy injuries, and afterwards, the flaming sun qilin had been discovered by the 4 patriarchs of the 4 divine beasts clan, who had used the 4 gods' heavenlock formation to seal it away. As for the ice unicorn, it found a place by itself and fell into a deep sleep. That day, the scorching unicorn broke through the seal. The sleeping ice unicorn sensed it and rushed over. Today, when they met, the two unicorn emitted a look of wanting to fight to the death. The heavens are really helping me. After sorting out his thoughts, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He immediately used the time reversal skill to return to the past. Just now, he had already fought a battle with the scorching unicorn and used up some of his energy. Thus, he wanted to let the scorching unicorn and the ice unicorn fight to the death. Then, he would act and kill the scorching unicorn. After all, the scorching unicorn was his mission objective. Time reversed. The scorching unicorn was recovering in the volcano. However, this time, Yi Xian did not come looking for it. Instead, It was the ice unicorn that came looking for it. The two unicorn met again and began to fight. After that, Yi Xian broke through the void and arrived. Black Horn, hurry up and devour this volcano. Yi Xian quickly summoned Black Horn. Upon receiving the order, Black Horn opened its mouth and began to devour crazily. The scorching unicorn could recover its cultivation in this place. As long as the volcano was devoured, its strength would also decrease. Roar. The scorching unicorn could not help but roar at the sky when it felt the surrounding temperature rapidly drop. Chapter 1958. After a while, the volcano was completely devoured by Black Unicorn, leaving nothing behind. On the other side, Ice Unicorn was also a 6th stage Saint Lord, so it was evenly matched with Scorching Unicorn. Roar. Scorching Unicorn was fighting Ice Unicorn while guarding against Yi Xian. It felt that the situation was not good. A sacred beast of this level was probably smarter than humans, so it was not stupid. Before Yi Xian made his move, it retreated. You want to leave? Not so easy. Yi Xian's eyes lit up, and his aura surged. It was time to make a move. Peerless Sword Duel. Yi Xian immediately summoned his Sword Immortal clone, but he did not join the battle. Ice Unicorn and the Sword Immortal clone were enough to give Scorching Unicorn a lot of trouble. This was not the main point. The main point was that Yi Xian was using the human wave tactic. Countless immortal slaying puppets and countless immortal extinguishing arrows were summoned by the Sword Immortal clone and attacked Scorching Unicorn. Scorching Unicorn had lost its volcano environment, so its recovery ability was much weaker. After being injured by the Sword Immortal clone, the immortal extinguishing arrows pierced into its body in droves. After a few rounds, Scorching Unicorn was covered in wounds. Blood flowed out of its body, instantly turning into flames, which were quickly extinguished by the cold air. Yi Xian had been watching the battle from afar. After all, Scorching Unicorn did not seem to be on the verge of death. If the last Scorching Unicorn was not killed by him, then he would not be able to complete the random mission. However, he felt that there was almost no chance of turning the tables in this battle. As expected, with Yi Xian and Ice Unicorn working together, Scorching Unicorn was heavily injured and on the verge of death. This was Yi Xian's chance to make a move. In an instant, Yi Xian switched places with the Sword Immortal clone and switched the Peerless Sword Duel in his hand to the one-hit kill sword. Myriad Beasts Diagram. Sword Immortal descends. One sword flying immortal. Yi Xian's aura skyrocketed. He turned into a streak of white light and entered Scorching Unicorn's head. He pierced through his entire body, piercing through his head and heart. After struggling for a while, Scorching Unicorn's huge body fell to the ground. Death. This time, Yi Xian had triggered the one-hit kill effect. It was unknown whether it was due to luck or the fact that Scorching Unicorn was already on the verge of death. In any case, he was killed by Yi Xian. Ding! Host has completed the random mission. Reward, Immortal Eye Unicorn Bloodline Advancement. The reward this time was not bad. After all, the Immortal Eye Unicorn Bloodline Advancement had 4 paths, which was equivalent to 4 devouring points. Yi Xian's pursuit of Scorching Unicorn was not in vain. However, the death of the Flaming Sun Qilin infuriated the Ice Qilin because the Flaming Sun Qilin was its archenemy. Now that the Flaming Sun Qilin had died at the hands of others, it naturally could not stand by and watch. Roar! Ice Unicorn roared and charged at Yi Xian. At the same time, Yi Xian kept Scorching Unicorn's corpse. In the next instant, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Host has obtained a unicorn's heart. It can be used for the Infernal Ghostly Lord's evolution. Would you like to proceed? After hearing the system notification, Yi Xian was stunned. Unicorn's heart? Yes. At that moment, Yi Xian directly replied. What a joke, how could he not agree? The old tree had been silent for a long time. From the time Yi Xian could merge with the world destroyer ghostly dragon, to the rise of Patian, and then to the time he merged with the sword immortal bloodline, the old tree had never had a foothold. Now, it could finally evolve again. Ding! Infernal ghostly lord merged with the unicorn's heart and evolved into the infernal god unicorn. The old tree had successfully evolved. Infernal ghostly lord had evolved into the infernal god unicorn and had the unicorn bloodline. However, this was not the end. Before Yi Xian could check out the infernal god unicorn's skills, the system notification sounded again. Ding! Immortal Eye Unicorn Bloodline Advancement. Ding! Immortal Phoenix Bloodline Advancement. 2 consecutive system notifications sounded. Yi Xian's strength had increased again. The immortal Ai Qilan bloodline had advanced a total of 2 times, increasing Yi Xian's physique by 20%. In addition, the Qilan True Qi, rebirth from fire, and so on had also increased. However, what Yi Xian was concerned about was how strong the old tree had become after evolving. He took a look and realized that the old tree only had one skill after evolving, and that was the unicorn sky incinerating flames. Old tree, I'll leave this ice unicorn to you. Yi Xian said. This old man has been silent for so long. Finally, I can show my skills. Leave it to me. The old tree grinned widely. At this moment, he'd already appeared beside Yi Xian. After advancing, his entire aura had changed. The flame aura on his body was even more exuberant than the flaming sun Qilan from before. Roar! The ice unicorn, which originally wanted to continue attacking, could not help but show a look of fear after seeing the old tree. Kill! Without saying anything, the old tree turned into a flame and rushed towards the ice unicorn. The cold air instantly became violent as the old tree rushed forward. In an instant, the man and the beast exchanged blows. The old tree, who was only an 8th grade sacred spirit, was not inferior to the 6th grade ice unicorn at all. 16 grades, it was easy to get stronger. Of course, this was under the suppression of the myriad beasts diagram. However, if Wei Zhentian turned into the mystic god armor to assist the old tree would probably be even stronger. Bang! 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 Originally, it had turned into a land of extreme ice, but after Old Shu rushed over, the ice melted in an instant, making the surroundings hot instead. Ice and fire had always been incompatible. The higher the temperature, the more uncomfortable the ice unicorn felt. Alright, I'm not going to play with you anymore. I'll show you my true strength. The old tree grinned. In the next moment, his body enlarged rapidly and turned into the infernal god unicorn. Although the infernal god unicorn was not as big as the scorching unicorn, its aura was much stronger than the scorching unicorn. As soon as the infernal god's body appeared, the ice crystals on the ice unicorn's body began to melt rapidly as if they were about to wither. Roar! The ice unicorn finally realized that something was wrong and turned around to escape. Trying to escape. It's too late. The old tree roared, opened its mouth, and spat out a blazing pillar of fire. Unicorn sky incinerating flame. Boom! This attack directly penetrated the ice unicorn's body and burned it to ashes in the blink of an eye. Ding! The killing intent of the host has increased. A system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. The trouble was finally solved. This time, Yi Xian had gained a lot. Not only did the old tree mutate into the infernal god unicorn, but the immortal Eye unicorn's bloodline had also evolved twice, and the immortal phoenix bloodline had evolved once. He had really gained a lot. Chapter 1959. But right at this moment. Young master, I sensed a similar chi presence in the north. The old tree suddenly said. Similar chi presence? Yi Xian raised his brows. Before he could ask, he heard a system notification. Ding! The system has created a bloodline holder. Host will be rewarded for killing the bloodline holder. Hearing this, Yi Xian's body couldn't help but tremble. Another bloodline holder. This is a scam. The bloodline holder that appeared previously gave Yi Xian a lot of trouble. Now, there was another one. This is really troublesome. After the bloodline holder appeared, the other party could sense him, but he couldn't sense the other party. Most importantly, he couldn't use the time reversal ability. Damn it, I don't know where the bloodline holder is now. I don't know what kind of bloodline he has, and I don't even know if his realm is high or low. Yi Xian was frightened. He might be able to fight with a mid-level saint, but what if the other party was a high-level saint? Even if it wasn't a high-level saint and was only a mid-level or low-level saint, the bloodline holder would have the ability to challenge someone of a higher realm. Therefore, Yi Xian felt a headache. But right at this moment. Young master, the chi presence that I sensed just now is rushing towards us. The old tree reminded again. N? Hearing this, Yi Xian raised his brows. Wasn't this too much of a coincidence? Could this chi presence be coming for the old tree? Or was it coming for him? Could it be that the bloodline holder this time has the immortal eye unicorn bloodline? Yi Xian suddenly had such a thought in his mind and immediately asked, Old tree, how long will it take for him to arrive? Probably 2 to 3 days. The old tree replied. 2 to 3 days. Then I can go in the opposite direction. I will find him after I break through. Yi Xian squinted his eyes. It wasn't that he was afraid, but he didn't know the other party's realm. Therefore, he immediately summoned his sword immortal clone and rushed towards the south. If this aura really belonged to that bloodline holder, then the other party should have found the sword immortal avatar first. After all, the sword immortal avatar looked exactly like Yi Xian. Yi Xian immediately tore open the void and left, while the sword immortal avatar took the old tree and headed towards that aura. The two groups of people walked opposite each other and soon met. That aura belonged to a young man. His aura was that of a rank 1 Saint Lord. This was a good thing for Yi Xian. Are you my target? The youth looked at the sword immortal clone and said coldly. Who are you? Old tree couldn't help but ask. Shixingyu, the one who will kill you. After the young man finished speaking, he started to attack. An extremely powerful flaming sword chi slashed towards the sword immortal avatar. Bang! When the sword chi struck the sword immortal avatar, it only repelled it but did not injure it. After all, the sword immortal avatar was an invincible existence. Oh! You are quite capable. Shixingyu was slightly surprised when he saw this. On his way here, he had burned a rank 5 Saint Lord expert to ashes with a single slash. He didn't expect that he couldn't even kill a holy spirit. Yi Xian, who was far away, looked at this attack. He was sure that the other party was the bloodline holder. Firstly, the sword immortal avatar couldn't use the death hunt command to target the other party. Secondly, the sword chi that the other party used just now contained the unicorn true chi. Sword immortal avatar, old tree, kill him. Yi Xian immediately gave the order to the two of them. In the next moment, the old tree transformed into the infernal god unicorn and attacked the other party. Unicorn. I have one too. Shixingyu narrowed his eyes. The unicorn true chi in his body surged out and condensed into 3 terrifying flaming unicorns. Yi Xian was naturally familiar with this move. It was the unicorn's descent. However, this bloodline holder was able to summon 3 unicorn at once. It was really terrifying. Shixingyu's bloodline was much more advanced than Yi Xian's. That was why he could summon 3 unicorns at once. It was the same for the bloodline holder of the Divine Beast Ambassador. His ability was much higher than Yi Xian's. In an instant, the sword immortal avatar and the old tree exchanged blows with the 3 flaming unicorn. As for Shixingyu, he kept attacking the sword immortal avatar. He didn't know that the sword immortal avatar was invincible. Rumble. The sound was endless. This battle wasn't intense because the old tree couldn't withstand the attacks of Shixingyu and the other 3 flaming unicorn. He was quickly killed. As for the sword immortal avatar, he was in an invincible state and could withstand the attacks. The loud sounds were the sounds of attacks landing on his body. That bloodline holder is really not an ordinary person. I'll hide for a while first, Yi Xian said to himself. I'll wait until I break through. If he wanted to hide, it would be difficult for the other party to catch up. After all, he had the sword immortal avatar and the eyes of the void. No. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly thought of something. The other party also had the immortal eye unicorn bloodline. Then, the other party should also have the eyes of the void. Oh no. Whatever, I'll run further away first. I'll find this guy after I break through. Yi Xian shrunk his neck and continued to use Megatron to hurry on his way. As for the sword immortal avatar, he was in a state of being beaten up. However, he kept going north, trying to lure Shi Xingyu away. This guy is only a rank 4 sacred spirit. How can he have such a strong defense? How many bloodlines does he have in his body? Shi Xingyu couldn't help but wonder. At this time, the 3-flame emperor unicorn that he had summoned had already killed the old tree and joined the battle. However, even though it was 4 against 1, they still couldn't do anything to the sword immortal avatar. After some time, he felt that something was wrong. This guy is very strange. There's another aura in another direction. Could that be the real body? Shi Xingyu thought for a while. He left the sword immortal avatar behind and headed south. Seeing this, Yi Xian, who was far away, finally understood that the other party had discovered him. You want to leave? Not so easy. The sword immortal avatar's eyes flickered. He instantly used the sword immortal's descent and slaughter mode. He turned into a ray of white light and charged towards Shi Xingyu. What? Shi Xingyu was shocked. Just now, the sword immortal avatar was constantly being beaten up. He could see that the sword immortal avatar's strength was actually much weaker than the old tree. However, now it seemed that the other party was just hiding his strength. Flying immortal sword. The sword immortal avatar held the unparalleled sword and stabbed into Shi Xingyu's chest. However, the position was not good and it did not pierce through Shi Xingyu's heart. Chapter 1960. Bam! Shi Xingyu frowned. An extremely strong flame energy surged out of his body and sent the sword immortal avatar flying. In the next moment, the sword immortal avatar saw his opponent's wound heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. That was some skill. Next, Shi Xingyu rushed towards Yi Xian's original body. The sword immortal avatar ignored him and turned to leave. What a joke. You think you can catch me? You must be dreaming. Yi Xian, who was far away, snorted inwardly. After the other party had rushed for a while, he switched places with the sword immortal avatar. The sword immortal avatar not only had all of Yi Xian's skills, but was also an invincible existence. In addition, he could switch places with Yi Xian in an instant. Therefore, Yi Xian should not have known that he had switched places with the sword immortal avatar. Soon, Shi Xingyu found the sword immortal avatar and gave it a good beating. Strange. Why can't this guy move? Shi Xingyu was very surprised. He decided to capture the sword immortal avatar and take a look. Yi Xian sensed his intention and immediately put away the peerless dual sword. Then, the sword immortal avatar dissipated. Where did he go? Shi Xingyu was shocked. The sword immortal avatar disappeared right under his nose. How was that possible? However, the other aura did not disappear. It was Yi Xian's aura. Humph. Yi Xian, who was far away, could not help but snort. Then, he quickly summoned the sword immortal avatar and continued on his way. However, Yi Xian did not expect that after the sword immortal avatar disappeared, Shi Xingyu would travel on foot instead of using the eyes of the void to teleport. This made Yi Xian very surprised. Could it be that he doesn't know the eyes of the void? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. He had the immortal eye unicorn bloodline, and the other party might have other unicorn bloodlines. If that was the case, he did not have to worry. Yi Xian continued to avoid Shi Xingyu. After a few days, he broke through to the 5th grade sacred spirit. His strength had improved by leaps and bounds. After ensuring his strength, he decided to take the initiative to attack. Of course, before that, he had to use the sword Immortal Avatar to test the waters. Back then, the owner of the Imperial Beast Messenger bloodline had also improved his cultivation very quickly, so Yi Xian was afraid that Shi Xingyu was the same. Soon, the sword Immortal Avatar encountered Shi Xingyu again. The other party was a first-rank Saint Lord. Humph! When Shi Xingyu saw the sword Immortal Avatar, he could not help but snort coldly. He had no way of dealing with the sword Immortal Avatar. Moreover, he could sense an aura behind the sword Immortal Avatar, so he was prepared to ignore the sword Immortal Avatar. But this time, the sword Immortal Avatar did not plan on letting him off. The sword Immortal clone immediately summoned the old tree and Wei Zhentian. There was one thing that Yi Xian regretted about the sword Immortal Avatar: he could not wear the mystic divine battle armor. Otherwise, his strength would increase tremendously. However, Wei Zhentian did not come here to watch the battle. Yi Xian had a breakthrough, so did Wei Zhentian and the old tree. The same went for the sword Immortal Avatar. The three of them had a breakthrough and should be able to fight with Shi Xingyu this time. This brat has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. As long as I kill him, I will inherit his abilities. When that time comes, who in this world can stop me? Shi Xingyu thought to himself. He did not believe it at first, but after the person who called himself the system increased his strength for no reason, he believed it. No one would reject it. Therefore, there was only one battle. Unicorn, descend! Shi Xingyu shouted angrily in his heart. A huge amount of unicorn true qi surged out from his body and formed 3 unicorns. This time, it was 3 Ice Emperor Unicorn. Kill! In an instant, the two sides started to fight. Last time, the old tree was besieged by 3 Flame Emperor Unicorn and died tragically. This time, he had a breakthrough and naturally wanted to get back at them. However, these 3 Ice Emperor Unicorn were not to be underestimated. Their strength was actually on par with the old tree's original form, the Infernal God Unicorn. Unfortunately, in addition to the sword Immortal Avatar and the old tree, Wei Zhentian also came. Myriad Beasts Diagram, suppress. Wei Zhentian instantly changed, and the 3 Ice Emperor Unicorn's strength directly decreased. Yi Xian did not expect the Myriad Beasts diagram to be effective on summoned creatures. He originally wanted to give it a try, but it was actually effective. This way, things would be easier. Turn into ashes. The old tree roared to the sky and opened its mouth, spewing out a blazing pillar of fire. Unicorn Sky Burning Flame. Boom! The 3 Ice Emperor Unicorn were directly blown away by the Unicorn Sky Burning Flame. Then, the old tree aimed its mouth at Shi Xingyu. You want to hurt me with this kind of attack? Shi Xingyu's eyes shone brightly, and he actually blocked the Unicorn Sky Burning Flame. However, this was not surprising. After all, he had the unicorn bloodline in his body. He had the unicorn vital energy and had extremely high resistance to fire attacks. This move was not much of a threat to him. At the same time, the sword Immortal Avatar had also taken out his trump card. His hair instantly turned long and white, and then turned into a white stream of light, piercing towards Shi Xingyu. Poof! In a muffled sound, the unparalleled sword pierced into Shi Xingyu's chest, but he still managed to avoid the vital points. The one-hit kill sword could increase the success rate of one-hit kill, but this did not mean that the unparalleled sword did not have a one-hit kill effect. After all, Yi Xian himself had a one-hit kill skill. This time, he really hit the jackpot. He actually triggered it. The moment the unparalleled sword pierced Shi Xingyu's chest, Shi Xingyu's body was like a flame, dispersing between heaven and earth. Dead? Yi Xian, who was far away in the sky, was stunned. He did not expect Shi Xingyu to be killed in an instant. He was really lucky. However, what surprised Yi Xian was that after Shi Xingyu died, he did not hear the system notification sound. No, to be precise, he did not hear the notification sound that he wanted to hear. Ding! The host has killed the unparalleled avatar of the bloodline holder. Please continue to work hard. Hearing this, Yi Xian was completely stunned. Since when did the unicorn bloodline have an unparalleled avatar? Wasn't the unparalleled avatar of the immortal phoenix bloodline? Gulp. Yi Xian could not help but gulp. He suddenly thought of something bad. Could it be that Shi Xingyu had both the unicorn bloodline and the immortal phoenix bloodline at the same time? The opponent was a dual bloodline holder. Thinking of this, Yi Xian could not help but shudder. Previously, he had dealt with a beast ambassador bloodline holder. Now, if there was a dual bloodline holder with both the unicorn bloodline and the immortal phoenix bloodline, would there be a triple bloodline holder next time? Triple bloodline. Damn it! Yi Xian gulped again. He decided not to think so much for the time being. It was better to deal with this bloodline holder first. Chapter 1961. Yi Xian thought to himself as he continued on his way. If that was the case, then he had to be careful. After all, his opponent had flame avatars, and there were definitely more of them than him. If one died, there would be many more. At this time, he could not sense any aura from the old tree. It seemed that the other party was further away than him. However, he sensed it 2 days later. This time, fortunately, the old tree could sense the other party. Otherwise, he would be in a very passive position. Soon, the two parties met again. I didn't expect you to be able to destroy one of my undying avatars, Shi Xingyu said as he looked at the sword celestial avatar. It's just one. I can destroy 10 of them, the sword celestial avatar replied. Then you can try. I don't mind telling you that I can revive my undying avatar as long as there are materials, Shi Xingyu said. When he said that, Yi Xian was stunned. If his undying avatar died, he would need to use devouring points to revive it. However, this Shi Xingyu only needed treasures. He began to seriously suspect that the system was not happy with him. If this undying avatar can be revived so easily, then the materials should not be so easy to obtain. When the time comes, as long as I find his original body, I can kill him. Yi Xian thought to himself. Come on, let's fight again. Shi Xingyu shouted angrily and attacked directly. Suddenly, the two parties began to exchange fire. This time, Shi Xingyu had broken through to the second stage sacred spirit, so this battle was more difficult. Even if Yi Xian's original body joined in, he would definitely lose. Without a doubt, Yi Xian lost this battle. However, this did not matter. In a few days, Yi Xian would kill Shi Xingyu again. A few days later. Ding! The host has broken through to the 6th stage sacred spirit. Ding! The infernal god unicorn, Wei Zhentian, and sky-breaking ape god have broken through to the 1st stage sacred king. Yi Xian broke through again and went to find him. However, this time, the one-hit kill effect was not triggered. After the two parties fought fiercely, Shi Xingyu chose to escape. As expected of the owner of the system. The speed of your breakthrough is amazing. However, I'm not to be trifled with. Shi Xingyu said as he fled. If you have guts, don't run. Yi Xian controlled his sword immortal avatar and shouted from behind. However, in the next moment. Ding! Next, before the owner of the bloodline is killed, the host is not allowed to use the Eye of the Void and switch positions with the sword celestial avatar. Furthermore, the reward for the kill is doubled. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. Yi Xian was completely stunned. This system must be pissed at him. If he couldn't use the Eyes of the Void, what could he do? This is troublesome. Yi Xian had a gloomy expression as he quickly recalled his sword immortal avatar. This time, he would let Shi Xingyu off. Just you wait. One day, I will burn you to ashes. Shi Xingyu did not notice Yi Xian's abnormality. Instead, he turned and left. Now, all Yi Xian could do was to quickly summon the Sword Immortal Avatar back before splitting up. This way, he could confuse Shi Xingyu. He wanted to buy himself some time. Unfortunately, Shi Xingyu didn't give it to him. Soon, Shi Xingyu broke through to the third stage of the Great Sage Realm. Then, relying on his senses, he attacked Yi Xian again. This time, he did not act alone. Instead, he had his original body and 5 avatars together. Both of them were triple combination and were much stronger than Shi Xingyu's avatar alone. Young master, 2 auras have appeared. They are several times stronger than before. Old Tree hurriedly reminded him. What? Hearing this, Yi Xian's body trembled. He understood that the other party was combining with his avatars. In addition, he couldn't use the Eye of the Void and switch positions. This was adding fuel to the fire. There is no other way. I can only use the remaining 5 Devour points to strengthen the bloodline. Yi Xian thought to himself. At this moment, he was prepared to fight to the death. However, if they really fought, it was not certain who would die. Now, he could only hope that Shi Xingyu would come later because he would be able to break through in a while. When that time came, his strength would skyrocket and his chances of winning would be higher. Unfortunately, things were not going as he wished. On the day he was about to break through, a powerful aura finally found him. Shi Xingyu was here. TSK, TSK, TSK. I've finally found you. Shi Xingyu looked at Yi Xian in front of him and let out a strange laugh. He had seen the Sword Immortal Avatar a few times and always had a nonchalant expression. However, at this moment, Yi Xian's expression was extremely solemn. Obviously, he had seen Yi Xian's original body. Of course, in order to kill Yi Xian in one fell swoop, Shi Xingyu had also used his original body. However, Yi Xian did not know. What will come in the end. Yi Xian said slowly. How could he, who had the immortal divine phoenix bloodline, not know the benefits of multiple combinations? Furthermore, the other party's immortal divine phoenix bloodline had advanced to a higher level than his. Shi Xingyu would not tell Yi Xian that his original body was here. After all, his immortal divine phoenix bloodline was slightly different from Yi Xian's. Avatars could be recreated, but if the original body died, the other avatars would be instantly destroyed. Therefore, this time, he had come bearing a huge risk. Let's not talk nonsense. Come on. Yi Xian said with narrowed eyes. This time, it was success or death. Ding. Massacre Seal Evolution successful. Ding. Massacre Seal Evolution successful. Yi Xian used 4 Devour points to evolve the Massacre Seal twice. Next, one seal would increase his combat power by 6 times. After the evolution, all 13 Massacre Seals would explode together. That meant that it would increase his combat power by nearly 34 times. It was nearly 10 times higher than before. Although Yi Xian could reclaim one of his skills to get 6 Devour points to evolve the Sword Immortal Bloodline into one with the sword. However, this meant that he would lose a skill and increase his combat power by about 10 times. In comparison, the Massacre Seal was more practical. After all, other than the Massacre Seal, there were 4 other skills. Yi Xian and Shi Xingyu exchanged glances and revealed their killing intent. Sword Immortal Avatar, return. Yi Xian quickly recalled the Sword Immortal Avatar. Although he could not switch places with the Sword Immortal Avatar, as long as he put away the unparalleled Sword Master Sword, the Sword Immortal Avatar would disappear. When he took it out again, the Sword Immortal Avatar would reappear. Massacre Seal. Murdering Immortal Puppet. Yi Xian's aura surged. At the same time, a large number of murdering immortal puppets appeared beside him. The current him did not lack those sacrifices. In other words, those sacred beasts. The Massacre Seals were constantly being used and regenerated. Previously, the extinguishing immortal arrow required the deathly warrant to be used on the opponent. However, this bloodline holder could not be marked by the deathly warrant, so it could not be used. Fortunately, Yi Xian had evolved the massacre seals a few more times. Later on, there was no such restriction. One summon could summon 9 extinguishing immortal arrows. Chapter 1962. Looking at the sky full of immortal slaying puppets, immortal eliminating arrows, and the immortal slaying sword formation, Shi Xingyu narrowed his eyes. He thought to himself that Yi Xian was indeed not to be trifled with. However, he was not to be trifled with either. Unicorn descend. Shi Xingyu shouted angrily as he used the unicorn quintessential energy in his body to form 3 unicorns. What shocked him was that the unicorn descend this time actually had 3 powerful unicorns. It's actually an extremely powerful wild unicorn. You're dead meat. Shi Xingyu laughed in his heart. A wild unicorn was at least equivalent to 3 Inferno Emperor Unicorn or Ice Emperor Unicorn. 3 unicorns were equivalent to 9 unicorns previously. Yi Xian also felt that these 3 unicorns were extraordinary. He immediately ordered the old tree to deal with these 3 wild unicorns first. Previously, he tested that the Million Beasts diagram was also effective on summoned creatures. However, this time, Yi Xian was not going to use it as a backup. Instead, he let Wei Zhentian transform into the mystic god battle armor and put it on his body. Then, the sword immortal clone stood in front of him. This time, it was either success or failure. Hence, he had to ensure his own safety. Kill. Both of them prepared at almost the same time. After looking at each other, a huge battle broke out. Yi Xian and the sword immortal clone dealt with Shi Xingyu, while the old tree, the immortal slaying puppets, and the immortal eliminating arrows dealt with the 3 wild unicorn. As the commander, Yi Xian hid behind the sword immortal clone and kept using the slaughter seal to summon new immortal slaying puppets and immortal eliminating arrows. At the same time, he maintained the slaughter state and the immortal slaying sword formation. Occasionally, he would use the immortal slaying breath slash to attack. There were countless sacrifices in his devouring space. As long as he could hold on until the 3 wild unicorn disappeared, his chances of winning would greatly increase. Rumble. Suddenly, there were loud sounds in the air. The triple-fused Shi Xingyu was much stronger than before. When facing him, Yi Xian only dared to hide behind the sword immortal avatar. Brat, I've finally found you, yet you're hiding behind your back. Aren't you going to have a proper fight? Shi Xingyu couldn't help but mock. Fair and square. You're a 3rd-rank Saint Monarch, and I'm a 6th-rank Saint Spirit. There's a difference of 15 ranks, and you're telling me that we're fair and square? Yi Xian retorted. You have the system, but you're only a 3rd-grade Holy Spirit now. What a waste. Just hand it over to me. I'll become a peerless master in your place. Shi Xingyu snorted coldly. When Yi Xian heard this, he scolded, Why don't you hand your mother over to me? You're courting death. Shi Xingyu's expression changed, and his aura grew stronger. With the highly strengthened unicorn bloodline and immortal phoenix bloodline, Shi Xingyu's flame attacks were very powerful. As the battle continued, the surrounding temperature began to rise rapidly. Yi Xian was wearing the mystic god armor, but he felt a little hot. He turned around and realized that the immortal slaying puppets formed by true energy were actually a little scattered. If this continues, these hundreds of immortal slaying puppets will all evaporate. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. With so many immortal slaying puppets, it was a decent battle force. If it weren't for them, the old tree would not have been able to fight the 3 untamed unicorn puppets for so long. It seemed like he had to use some tricks. Majestic Heavens, Million Beasts diagram. In the next moment, the mystic god armor transformed into the Million Beasts diagram, and instantly suppressed the 3 untamed unicorn puppets. These 3 untamed unicorn puppets were relying on their immortal phoenix bloodline to fight the old tree, the immortal slaying puppets, and the large number of celestial eliminating arrows. However, Now that their strength had decreased by 70%, they were a little powerless against the attacks of the old tree and the others. Moreover, Yi Xian had risked his life to let majestic heavens suppress them this time. He was not just going to watch. Death Hunt Order. Eye of Assassination. Eye of Assassination. In the next moment, Yi Xian and the sword's celestial clone flashed behind one of the untamed unicorn puppets at the same time. Then, the two of them used the immortal slaying breath slash at the same time, and slashed the back of one of the untamed unicorn puppets. However, this untamed unicorn puppets relied on their physique to survive. They did not have any attributes. After taking the two slashes, they did not collapse. Go to hell. At this moment, the old tree suddenly roared and opened its mouth to attack him with a unicorn's burning sky flame. Boom! This time, the untamed unicorn puppets was finally killed and dissipated between heaven and earth. One of the three untamed unicorn puppets had finally been killed. Although the old tree had used his ultimate move, the unicorn's burning sky flame, it would be much easier to kill one of the unicorns. Kid, do you think you can threaten me by killing one untamed unicorn puppets? Shi Xingyu's voice rang out and fell into Yi Xian's ears. Yi Xian turned his head to look, but he did not see what new tricks Shi Xingyu had up his sleeve. He only looked at him coldly. What is this guy talking about? Ignore him. Continue killing. Yi Xian transmitted his voice to the old tree and continued to attack the other untamed unicorn puppets. Soon, the second untamed unicorn puppets was also defeated. However, what surprised Yi Xian was that Shi Xingyu had not done anything until now. It was very strange. However, just as he was attacking the third untamed unicorn puppets. Unicorn transformation. Two flames suddenly erupted from Shi Xingyu's eyes. In the next moment, his figure swept into the body of the last untamed unicorn puppets like a ghost. Suddenly, the untamed unicorn puppet's aura surged, far surpassing when it was not suppressed by the myriad beasts diagram. What? Yi Xian was shocked. By the time he reacted, the untamed unicorn puppets had already stepped on the void and rushed toward him. Its speed was shockingly fast. Bam! With a loud sound, the untamed unicorn puppets collided with a person's body, but it was not Yi Xian. Thankfully, the sword immortal avatar hurriedly teleported in front of Yi Xian, blocking the strike midway. Otherwise, Shi Xingyu could have smashed Yi Xian's body into minced meat with that collision. Even so, Yi Xian was struck by the sword immortal avatar and was severely injured. The immortal phoenix bloodline in his body began to work rapidly, healing Yi Xian's injuries. However, at this moment, the savage unicorn charged forward again. Teleport. The sword immortal avatar flashed again and appeared in front of savage unicorn. But this time, the wildlands unicorn suddenly opened its mouth and swallowed the sword immortal clone. Then, it rushed toward Yi Xian. Damn it! Yi Xian roared angrily and quickly put away the peerless dual swords. The sword immortal clone that had been swallowed by the savage unicorn also disappeared. However, before he could take out the peerless swords again, the wild unicorn had already charged at him again. I'll dodge. Yi Xian flashed away. Chapter 1963. Let's see how many times you can dodge. Shi Xingyu's eyes flashed as he dashed toward Yi Xian again. This can't go on. Kill. Yi Xian's expression darkened as he teleported behind his opponent. At the same time, he was no longer wielding the peerless sword, but the one-hit kill sword. Sword immortal descends. Single sword immortal ascension. Pfft. With a dull thud, Yi Xian's sword pierced the back of unicorn. However, Yi Xian was helpless as his sword did not trigger the one-hit kill effect. This was a scam. The single sword immortal ascension could only be used once a day. If it failed, it would be troublesome. Although the one-hit kill sword had the one-hit kill effect, the chances of triggering it were not very high. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly remembered a skill that he had neglected. 1,000 cuts. Bam! 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 Before Unicorn could turn around, Yi Xian swung his sword again. The sword chi vibrated thousands of times on Unicorn's rough back, but it still did not trigger the one-hit kill effect. He made a prompt decision to leave. Immediately, Yi Xian allowed Wei Zhentian to transform into a flying sword and leave. Your attack is so weak. Shi Xingyu snorted and quickly chased after him. Yi Xian's expression darkened as he quickly teleported to avoid his opponent's attack. It seemed that he would not be able to escape today. Fortunately, he still had a clone in the mortal realm. When the time came, all he had to do was recall a few skills to revive his clone. However, he did not know what method he would have to use to ascend to the immortal realm after he was revived. No matter what, Yi Xian was at his wit's end. Soon, his teleport count reached 0. Next, he would have to bear the brunt of Shi Xingyu's attacks. Although the sword immortal clone could block a little, if it did not, then Yi Xian would be smashed into meat paste. Are you desperate? Let me send you on your way. Shi Xingyu's voice rang out from behind Yi Xian. In addition, there was also the sound of wild unicorn treading through the air. However, just as the wild unicorn was about to collide with the sword immortal clone, an aura suddenly appeared. In an instant, wild unicorn stopped. Yi Xian, who was being chased by wild unicorn, also stopped. It wasn't that they didn't want to move, but they couldn't. In the next moment, an old man appeared before the two of them. Those of the unicorn bloodline are not allowed to kill each other. After the old man appeared, he slowly said. Then, he turned his head to look at the wilderness unicorn and flicked a finger light into the wilderness unicorn's body. Then, the wild unicorn collapsed, and Shi Xingyu reappeared in its body. Although the two of you are not members of the unicorn ancient clan, you still possess the unicorn bloodline. Now, I will give you two choices. 1. Be killed by me on the spot. 2. Enter the battlefield and kill the enemy. After the old man finished speaking, Yi Xian and Shi Xingyu couldn't help but look at each other. Where did this old man come from? They didn't know whether this old man's appearance was a blessing or a curse. Senior, this battlefield is. Shi Xingyu could feel that this old man was extraordinary and couldn't help but ask. Unexpectedly, the old man glanced at him and said, "Shut up. I'll give you 3 seconds to answer." Both Yi Xian and Shi Xingyu could feel that this old man was not an ordinary person. His cultivation level was very likely at the level of a holy emperor. Not only that, they also felt the unicorn bloodline in his body. Perhaps he was the unicorn ancient clan that the old man had mentioned. I choose to enter the battlefield and kill the enemy. Yi Xian made his choice without hesitation. If the old man did not appear, he would have been doomed. Entering the battlefield might give him a chance of survival. As for Shi Xingyu, Yi Xian could not be bothered with him. He would avoid him first. Very well. The old man nodded and immediately turned to look at Shi Xingyu. Under such strong pressure, Shi Xingyu had no intention of resisting and could only nod in agreement. Very well. The old man said, the unicorn ancient clan must be united. We must not attack our own people. Let's go. The next moment, Yi Xian and Shi Xingyu's bodies involuntarily flew up. I'll spare your life today. If I have the chance in the future, I'll definitely take your head. Along the way, Shi Xingyu could not help but send a voice transmission to Yi Xian. TSK, Yi Xian pursed his lips. He had heard such threats so many times that his ears were about to rot. He did not know how many times he had heard them. However, Shi Xingyu was a hidden danger. If he had the chance, he would get rid of him as soon as possible. The old man from the unicorn ancient clan brought Yi Xian and Shi Xingyu for who knew how long before finally landing in the one-line sky. My lord. A middle-aged man respectfully cupped his fists when he saw the old man from the unicorn ancient clan. These two have the bloodline of the unicorn ancient clan. Send them to the battlefield. The old man said. Yes. The middle-aged man did not say a word. He took out 2 tokens and directly sent them into Yi Xian and Shi Xingyu's bodies. Next, let me introduce the purgatory battlefield to you. The middle-aged man paused for a moment before he said, the current purgatory battlefield is divided into two camps. They are the Unicorn Ancient Clan and the 100 Battle Valley. Both camps are hostile to each other. Next, I will send you to one of the cities of the Unicorn Ancient Clan. The tokens that have just entered your bodies are the merit tokens. The purgatory battlefield implements the merit system. The merit tokens will condense after the death of the host. You can obtain the merit tokens of others and refine them with your blood. Merit points can be exchanged for various items in the territory of the Unicorn Ancient Clan. I won't say much about this. However, you can only refine your enemy's merit tokens to obtain merit points. The Unicorn Ancient Clan values unity the most. If someone betrays us and attacks his own people, he will be attacked by the others. Did you hear that clearly? The middle-aged man glanced at Yi Xian and Shi Xingyu. Then, how can we leave the purgatory battlefield? Shi Xingyu suddenly asked. Once you have a certain level of strength, you will naturally understand. The middle-aged man said as he directly threw him into the tunnel. Then, it was Yi Xian. It turned out that there was a teleportation formation in the tunnel. After Yi Xian and Shi Xingyu were thrown into it, they were teleported to another place. However, Yi Xian and Shi Xingyu were not teleported to the same place. Is this the purgatory battlefield? The holy qi is so abundant. It's much more abundant than outside. When Yi Xian landed, he sensed that he was in a teleportation palace. However, the aura of the people around him was very similar to his. They all had the bloodline of the Unicorn Ancient Clan. Chapter 1964. Shi Xingyu is not here, and there are so many low-level people around. It seems like they have been separated. That's good too. Give me some time to grow. Yi Xian thought to himself. However, he also felt a few powerful auras. These people with the unicorn bloodline are probably very strong. That means I won't be able to challenge those who are stronger than me. Yi Xian continued to think to himself. In any case, he had to capture someone and search their soul to understand the purgatory hell. However, at this moment. Rumble. Suddenly, a loud noise came from outside the teleportation palace, which attracted Yi Xian's attention. When he walked out, he saw people fighting in the sky. There were corpses falling from the sky at all times. What is this place? I just landed. Why is it being attacked already? Whatever, I'll kill them first. Without hesitation, Yi Xian summoned the sword's celestial clone and the old tree. After fusing with the Unicorn Ancient Tribe merit token, he could sense the presence of his enemies. Anyway, he was in the same camp as those with the Unicorn bloodline. Kill. Immediately, Yi Xian put on the mystic divine armor and charged out. Death Hunt Order. Eye of Assassination. Yi Xian and the sword immortal clone flashed behind a person and slashed out with both swords, directly killing him. Then, Yi Xian quickly put the corpse into the devouring space and went to a safe place to search his soul. As he was searching his soul in the devouring space, it was very fast. It turned out that this place was called the Wolf Kingdom, and the city lord was a 9th grade saint. However, the Wolf Kingdom was just an insignificant city in the purgatory battlefield. At this moment, the people attacking the Wolf Kingdom were from the Scorching Sun sect. There were many experts, including 2 9th grade saints. If it was before, the Wolf Kingdom would have suffered heavy losses and even been destroyed by the Scorching Sun sect. However, with the arrival of Yi Xian, the outcome would change. Ding! Host has triggered a random mission. Your merit points will reach the level of a domain chief. A system notification sounded. It was not an easy feat to reach the level of a lieutenant. Rank 1 Saint Monarch and below would only have 1 contribution point. But to become a lieutenant, one would have to have 1,000,000 contribution points. Fortunately, merit points would increase as one's cultivation level increased. The higher the cultivation level of the enemy killed, the more merit points would be awarded. If he wanted to reach 1 million contribution points, he just had to kill 10 rank 9 saints. When I was a first grade Saint Spirit, I was able to fight against the 5th grade Saint Lord Scorching Unicorn. Now that I'm a 7th rank Holy Spirit, my battle prowess should be at the level of a Holy Emperor. Yi Xian quickly thought in his heart. That being said, the Scorching Unicorn from that day was obviously not as strong as the people around him. After all, he knew from the memory of the Scorching Sun sect disciple that the purgatory was a very cruel place. Therefore, those who could survive were not ordinary people. Let alone 10 rank 9 saints, even if there was only 1 rank 9 saint monarch, Yi Xian might not have 100% confidence. The members of the unicorn ancient race are not only united, but also warlike. Their opponent is the 100 Battle Valley. They are humans with a special bloodline called the Berserker bloodline. They have the ability to go berserk and their battle prowess is not inferior to the unicorn race. Therefore, I better take it slow. Thinking about this, Yi Xian attacked again. The Wolf Royal City's city lord was only a rank 9 saint monarch. This time, the Scorching Sun sect sent out 2 rank 9 saints to attack the Wolf Royal City. They naturally wouldn't pay attention to a saint spirit like Yi Xian. It wasn't just them, even the others wouldn't. Because even a saint monarch was like an ant in this place, let alone a trash like Yi Xian who wasn't even a saint ruler. But it was this trash like Yi Xian that caught the Scorching Sun sect off guard. Everyone, be careful. A saint spirit is wantonly killing our disciples. He is at least a high-level saint or even a holy emperor. An expert from the Scorching Sun sect yelled out. Unfortunately, just as he finished his sentence, Yi Xian had already flashed behind him. Slash. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. By the time the system notification sounded, Yi Xian had already summoned a large number of immortal slaying puppets and immortal extinguishing arrows to turn the situation around. The Scorching Sun sect originally wanted to end the battle quickly, but now it seemed that it wouldn't be so easy. As the unicorn ancient race's side were mostly Zooists, Yi Xian couldn't use the myriad beasts diagram to suppress them. But this didn't matter. After all, no one present had the strength to stop Yi Xian. The 2 rank 9 saints had already rushed to the city lord's mansion. Soon, the experts from the Scorching Sun sect on this side were killed by Yi Xian and quickly retreated. What? An expert appeared at the east gate? He is at least a rank 9 saint monarch, and most likely a holy emperor. The 2 rank 9 saints from the Scorching Sun sect received the news. However, they had already killed their way to the city lord's mansion. How could they give up just because of this news? Kill! Immediately, the 2 of them charged into the city lord's mansion. The city lord of the Wolf Kingdom was the descendant of the unicorn and the wolf-type sacred beast. His battle strength wasn't weak either, but the 2 rank 9 saints from the Scorching Sun sect had already comprehended the berserk transformation. Once the berserk transformation was activated, the 2's strength skyrocketed. The city lord of the Wolf Kingdom was no match for them and was killed in the end. The city lord of the Wolf Kingdom is dead. Let's go to the South City. The 2 rank 9 saints looked at each other and rushed to the south. Previously, Yi Xian had repelled the Scorching Sun sect's experts from the East City and then rushed to the South City to start a massacre. At this moment, he turned his head and looked to the north. He felt 2 different auras. Kid, tell us your name. One of the Scorching Sun sect's experts couldn't help but ask. Damn you. Yi Xian didn't say anything and immediately attacked. Death Hunt Order. Eye of Assassination. In an instant, Yi Xian and the sword's celestial clone appeared behind each other and slashed out. Pfft. 2 slashes of the immortal slaying breath sliced a rank 9 saint lord from the Scorching Sun sect into 3 pieces. Instant kill. Although a rank 9 saint lord in the purgatory battlefield was comparable to a saint emperor expert outside, Yi Xian's strength was much greater than that of a saint emperor expert. However, Yi Xian's strength had already surpassed ordinary saint emperors by quite a bit. In his eyes, there wasn't much of a difference between a 9th rank saint lord and a 1st rank saint emperor. Seeing this, the other person was so scared that he wet his pants and prepared to escape. Unfortunately, Yi Xian and the sword's celestial clone had already appeared behind him. With a slash of the unparalleled sword, he was also sliced into pieces. The two elders of the Scorching Sun sect are dead. Run! The two elders are rank 9 saints. How is it possible that they were killed by a saint spirit? The other party must be a saint emperor expert and is just pretending to be a saint spirit. Run! It will be too late if we don't leave now. Immediately, the people from the 100 Battles Valley all retreated.